Hello, cow watchers. I have a special story for you. I used to spend a lot of time in Branson, Missouri with my grandparents, and one of the things that we would do is go see the Shepherd of the Hills play. And of course, that kind of led me to this novel. It's old and it has its problems, but even to this day, it is still a really good, beautiful piece of literature. And I hope it will be as special as it is to you as it is to me. So, here we go. Cows Audio presents The Shepherd of the Hills by Harold Bell Wright, as read by Looking for Cows. Chapter 1, The Stranger. It was corn planting time when the stranger followed the old trail into the Mutton Hollow neighborhood. All day a fine rain had fallen steadily, and the mist hung heavy over the valley. The lower hills were wrapped in a winding sheet, dank and cold. The trees were dripping with moisture. The stranger looked tired and wet. By his dress, the man was from the world beyond the ridges, and his carefully tailored clothing looked strangely out of place in the mountain wilderness. Form stooped a little in the shoulders, perhaps with weariness, but he carried himself with the unconscious air of one long used to a position of conscious power and influence. And while his unkempt hair and beard were strongly touched with white, the brown, clear eyes that looked from under their shaggy brows told of an intellect unclouded by the shadows of many years. It was a face marked deeply by pride of birth, of intellect, of culture, the face of a scholar and a poet. But it was more. It was the countenance of one fairly staggering under the burden of disappointment and grief. As the stranger walked, he looked searchingly into the mist on every hand and paused frequently, as if questioning the proper course. Suddenly, he stepped quickly forward. His ear had caught the sharp ring of a horseshoe on a flint rock somewhere in the mist on the mountainside above. It was Jed Holland coming down the trail with a week's supply of cornmeal in a sack across his horse's back. As the figure of the traveler emerged from the mist, the native checked his horse to greet the newcomer with the customary salutations of the backwoods. "Howdy." The man returned Jed's greeting cordially, and resting his satchel on a rock beside the narrow path added, "I am very glad to meet you. I fear that I am lost." The voice was marvelously pure, deep, and musical, like the brown eyes betrayed the real strength of a man denied by his gray hair and bent form. The tones were as different from the high-keyed, slurring speech of the backwoods, and the gentleman himself was unlike any man Jed had ever met. The boy looked at the speaker in a wide-eyed wonder. He had a queer feeling that he was in the presence of a superior being. Throwing one thin leg over the old mare's neck and waving a long arm up the hill and to the left, Jed drawled, "That there's Dewey Ball. Down yonder's Mutton Hollow." Then turning a little to the right and pointing into the mist with the other hand, he continued, "Compton Ridge is over there. Where was you trying to get to, mister?" "Where am I trying to get to?" As the man repeated Jed's question, he drew his hand wearily across his brow. It doesn't matter much, boy. I suppose I must find some place where I can spend tonight. Do you live near here?" "Nope," Jed answered. "It's a right hard piece of where I live. That here's grinding all day and been to milling over at Fall Creek, the Matthews mill head is. He'll plumb bark till I get home. I lowered you was a stranger in these parts. I catch sight of you. What might your name be, mister?" The other, looking back over the way he had come, seemed not to hear Jed's question. The native continued, "Mine's Holland. Pop and Marm, they come from Tennessee. Pap and Marm come from Tennessee. Pap, he's down in the back now, and ain't right pert, but he'll be around a little, I reckon. Preachin' Bill, he lowers it good for a fellow to be down in the back once in a while. Says if it weren't for that, we'd get to standing so darn proud and ain't straight, we'd go plumb over backwards." Very true. Very true indeed. he mused. Then he turned to Jed and asked, "Is there a house near here?" "Jim Lane lives up the trail, about a half-quarter. Ever heard of old Jim?" "No, I have never been in these mountains before." "I lowed maybe you'd heard of old Jim or Sammy. There's them lows Jim knows a heap more about old man's Dewey Cave than he lets on, his place being right so nigh. Reckon you know about Colonel Dewey, about them bald up there named fur? Maybe you come look for the big mine this is in the cave. I'll heap you hunt it if you want me to, mister." "No," said the other. "I am not looking for mines of lead or zinc. There is greater wealth in these hills and forests, young man." "Law, you don't say. Jim Wilson always lowered that there might be gold in these here mountains, 'cause they're so dag-burn rough. Let me heap you, mister. I'd mighty like well to get some clothes like them." "I did not speak of gold, my boy," the stranger answered kindly. "But I must keep you no longer, or darkness will overtake us. Do you think that this Mr. Lane would entertain me?" Jed pushed a hand up over his tattered old hat and scratched a while before he answered. "Don't know about the entertaining, mister, but most anybody here would take you in." He turned and looked thoughtfully up the trail. "I don't guess that Jim's home tonight, though, 'cause I see Sammy a-fixin' to go over to Matthews when I came past. You know the Matthews, I reckon." There was a hint of impatience now in the deep voice. "No. I told you I had never been in these mountains before. Will Mr. Matthew keep me, do you think?" Jed, who was still looking up the trail, suddenly leaned forward and, pointing into the timber to the left of the path, said in an exciting whisper, "Look at that, mister. There by that yonder big rock." The stranger, looking, thought he saw a form, weird and ghost-like in the mist, flitting from tree to tree, but even as he looked, it vanished among the hundreds of fantastic shapes in the gray forest. "What is it?" he asked. The native shook his head. "Derned if I know, mister. You can't tell. There's a mighty strange stirring on this here mountain, and in the holler down yonder. Say, mister, did you ever see a haunt?" The gentleman did not understand. "A haunt, a ghost, some calls 'em," explained Jed. "Bud Wilson, he sure seed old Mats." The other interrupted. "Really, young man, I must go. It is already late, and you know I have yet to find a place to stay for the night." "La, that's all right, mister," replied Jed. "Ain't no call to worry. Stay anywhere. Where do you live when you're to home?" Again, Jed's question was ignored. "You think, then, that Mr. Matthew will keep me?" "La, yes. They'll take anybody in. I know they're to home 'cause they was a-fixin' to leave the mill when I left about an hour ago. Was the river up much when you come across?" As the native spoke, he was still peering uneasily into the woods. "I did not take the river. How far is it to this Matthews place, and how do I go?" "Just follow this old trail. It'll take you up there. Good road all the way. About 3 miles, I'd say. Did you come from Springfield or St. Louis, maybe?" The man lifted his satchel from the rock as he answered, "No, I do not live in either Springfield or St. Louis. Thank you very much for your assistance. I will go now, for I must hurry or night will overtake me, and I shall not be able to find the path." "Oh, it's a heap lighter when you get up on the hill above the fog," said Jed, throwing his leg from the horse's neck and settling the metal sack preparatory to moving. "But I'd a heap rather hit was you than me going up on Dewey's tonight." He was still looking up the trail. "Reckon you must be from Kansas City or Chicago? I heard tell they're mighty big towns." The stranger's only answer was a curt "goodbye" as his form vanished into the mist. Jed turned and dug his heels vigorously into the old mare's flanks as he ejaculated softly, "Well, I'll be done and dern. Must be from New Yorkshire." Slowly, the man toiled up the mountain, up from the mist of the lower ground to the ridge above, and, as he climbed, unseen by him, a shadowy form flitted from the trees to tree in the dim, dripping forest. As the stranger came in the sight of the Lane cabin, a young woman on a brown pony rode out of the gate and up to the trail before him, and when the man reached the open ground on the mountain above and rounded the shoulder of the hill, he saw the pony, far ahead, lopping easily along the little path. A moment he watched, and the horse and rider passed from sight. The clouds were drifting far away. The western sky was clear with the sun still above the hills. In an old tree that leaned far out over the valley, a crow shook the wet from his plumage and dried himself in the warm light, while far below the mist rolled, and on the surface of that gray sea the travelers saw a company of buzzards wheeling and circling above some dead thing hidden in its depths. Wearily, the man followed the old trail towards the Matthews place, and always, as he went, in the edge of the gloomy forest, fitted that shadowy form. Chapter 2. Sammy Lane. Preachin' Bill says, "It's a plumb shame there ain't more men in the world built like the old man Matthews and that poor boy and his. Men like them ought to be as common as the other kind, and would be, too, if folks cared as half as much about breeding folks as they do about raising hogs and horses. Mr. Matthews was a giant, fully 6 feet 4 inches in height, with big bones, broad shoulders, and mighty muscles. At log rollings and chopping bees in the fields or at the mill, or any of the games in which the backwoodsman tried his strength, no one had ever successfully contested his place as the strongest man in the hills. And still, throughout the countryside, the old folks tell with pride tales of the marvelous feats of strength performed in the old days when Old Matt was young. Of the son, Young Matt, the people called him, is enough to say that he seemed made of the same metal and cast in the same mold as the father. A mighty frame, softened but by young manhood's grace, a powerful neck and poised head with wavy red-brown hair, and blue eyes that had in them the calm of summer skies or the glint of battle steel. It was a countenance fearless and frank, but gentle and kind, and the eyes were honest eyes. Anyone meeting the pair, as they walked with the long swinging stride of the mountaineer up the steep mill road that gray afternoon, would have turned for a second look. Such men are seldom seen. When they reached the big log house that looks down upon the hollow, the boy went at once with his axe to the woodpile, while the older man busied himself with the milking and other chores about the barn. Young Matt had not been chopping long when he heard, coming up the hill, the sound of horses' feet on the old trail. The horse stopped at the house, and a voice that stirred the blood in the young man's veins called, "Howdy, Aunt Molly." Mrs. Matthews appeared in the doorway. By her frank countenance and kind look, anyone would have known her at a glance as the boy's mother. "Land sakes, that ain't Sammy Lane. How are you, honey?" "I'm all right," answered the voice. "I've come over to stop with you tonight. Dad's away. Mandy Ford stayed with me last night, but she had to go home this evening." The big fellow at the woodpile drove his axe deeper into the log. "It's about time you was a-comin' over," replied the woman in the doorway. "I was telling the men folks this morning that you had been nigh the whole blessed week. Mr. Matthews lowed maybe you was sick." The other returned with a gay laugh. "I was never sick a minute in my life that anybody ever heard tell. I'm powerfully hungry, though. You better put in another pan of cornbread." She turned her pony's head towards the barn. "Seems like you're always hungry," laughed the older woman in return. "Well, go on out to the barn, and the men will take your horse. Then come right in, and I'll mighty soon have something to fill you up." Operations at the woodpile suddenly ceased, and young Matt was first at the barnyard gate. Miss Sammy Lane was one of those rare young women whose appearance is not to be described. One can, of course, put it down that she was tall, beautifully tall, with the trimness of a young pine, deeply bosomed, with limbs full rounded, fairly tingling with the life and strength of perfect womanhood, and it may be said that her face was a face to go with one through the years, and to still live in one's dreams when the sap of life is gone, and withered and old. One sits shaking before the fire, a generous, loving mouth, red-lipped, full-arched, with the corners tucked in and perfect teeth between. A womanly chin and nose, with character enough to save them from being pretty, hair dark, showing a touch of gold with umber in the shadows, a brow full broad, set over brown eyes that never had been taught to hide behind their frigid veils, but always looked square out at you with a healthy look of good companionship, a gleam of mirth, or sudden, wide, questioning gaze that revealed the depth of soul within. But what is the use? When all this is written, those who knew Sammy will say, "'Tis a poor picture, for she is something more than all this." Uncle Ike, the postmaster at the Forks, did it much better when he said the preachin' bill the night of doin's at the Cove School. "By dundas, that gal old Jim's Ling just plumb fills the whole house. What? And when she comes riding up to the office on that brown pony burned, I'll be dad burn if she don't pretty nigh fill up the whole outdoors. Bad dundas, what?" And the little shriveled-up old hillsman who keeps the ferry removed his cob pipe long enough to reply, with all the emphasis possible to his squeaky voice, "She sure do, Ike, she sure do. I've often thought it didn't look jest fair for God Almighty to make such a girl without any man attached to her. It makes me feel plumb ashamed of myself to stand around in the same country with her. It sure do, Ike." Greeting the girl, the young man opened the gate for her to pass. "I've been looking for you over," said Sammy, a teasing light in her eyes. "Didn't you know that Mandy was stopping with me? She's been a-dying to see you." "I'm mighty sorry," he replied, fastening the gate and coming to the pony's side. "Why didn't you tell me before? I reckon she'll get over it all right, though," he added with a smile as he raised his arms to assist the girl to dismount. The teasing light vanished as the young woman placed her hands on the powerful shoulders of the giant, and as she felt the play of the swelling muscles that swung her up to the ground so easily, her face flushed with admiration. For the fraction of a minute she stood facing him, her hands still on his arms, her lips parted as if to speak. She then turned quickly away, and without a word walked towards the house, while the boy, pretending to busy himself with the pony's bridle, watched her as she went. When the girl was gone, the big fellow led the horse away to the stable, where he crossed his arms upon the saddle and hid his face from the light. Mr. Matthews, coming quietly to the door a few minutes later, saw the boy standing there, and the rugged face of the big mountaineer softened at the sight. Quietly he withdrew to the other side of the barn, to return later when the saddle and bridle had been removed, and the young man stood stroking the pony as the little horse munched on his generous feed of corn. The elder man lay his hand on the broad shoulder of the lad so like him, and looked so full into the clear eyes. "Is it all right, son?" he asked gruffly, and the boy answered as he returned his father's look, "It's all right, Dad." "Then let's get to the house. Mother called supper some time ago." Just as the little company were seated themselves at the table, the dog in the yard barked loudly. Young Matt went to the door. The stranger, whom Jed had met on the old trail, stood at the gate. Chapter 3. The Voice from Out of the Mist. While young Matt was gone to the corral in the valley to see that the sheep were safely folded for the night, and the two women were busy in the house with their after-supper work, Mr. Matthews and his guest sat on the front porch. "My name is Howitt, Daniel Howitt," the man said in answer of the host's question. But as he spoke, there was in his manner a touch of embarrassment, and he continued quickly as if to prevent further question. "You have two remarkable children, sir. That boy is the finest specimen of manhood I have ever seen, and the girl is remarkable, remarkable, sir. You will pardon me, I am sure. I am an enthusiastic lover of my kind, and I certainly have never seen such a pair." The grim face of the elder Matthew showed both pleasure and amusement. "You're not mistaken, mister. The boy's mine, all right. And he's still all that you say, and more, I reckon. I doubt if there's a man in the hills that can match him today. Not exceeding Josh Gibbs, and he's a mighty good boy, too. But the girl is the daughter of a neighbor, and no kin at all." "Indeed," exclaimed the other. "You have only one child, then?" The amused smile left the face of the old mountaineer as he answered slowly. "There was 6 boys, sir. This one," Grant is the youngest. The others lie over there." He pointed with his pipe to where a clump of pines, not far from the house, showed dark and tall against the last red glow in the sky. The stranger glanced at the big man's face in a quick sympathy. "I only had two, a boy and a girl," he said softly. "The girl and her mother have been gone these 20 years. The boy grew to be a man, and now he has left me." The deep voice faltered. "Pardon me, sir, for speaking of this, but my lad was so like your boy there. He was all I had, and now, I am very lonely, sir." There is a bond of fellowship and sorrow that knows no conventionalities. As the two men sat in the hush of the coming night, their faces turned towards a somber group of trees. They felt strongly drawn to one another. The mountaineer's companion spoke again, half to himself. "I wish that my dear ones had a resting place like that. In the crowded city cemetery, the ground is always shaken by the trampling of funeral processions." He buried his face in his hands. For some time, the stranger sat thus, while his host spoke no word. Then, lifting his head, the man looked away over the ridges, just touched with the lingering light, in the valley below, wrapped in the shadowy mist. "I came away from it because they said I must, and because I was hungry for this." He waved his hand towards the glowing sky and the forest-clad hills. "This is good for me. It somehow helps me to know how big God is. One could find peace here. Surely, sir, one could find it here, peace and strength." The mountaineer puffed hard at his pipe for a while, then said gruffly, "Seems that way, mister, to them that don't know. But many the time I've wished for God I had never seen these here Ozarks. I used to feel like you do, but I can't no more. They mind me now of him that blackened my life. He used to take on powerful about the beauty of the country, and all the time he was a-turning it into a hell for them that had to stay here after he was gone." As he spoke, anger and hatred grew dark in the giant's face, and the stranger saw the big hands clenched and the huge frame grow tense with passion. Then, as if striving to be not ungracious, the woodman said in a somewhat softer tone, "Can't see much of it this evening, though, 'count of the mist. It'll fair up by the morning, I reckon. You can see a long way from here of a clear day, mister." "Yes, indeed," replied Mr. Howitt in an odd tone. "One could see far from here, I am sure. We who live in the city see but a little further than across the street. We spent our days looking at the work of our own and our neighbors' hands. Small wonder our lives have so little of God in them when we come in touch with so little that God has made." "You live in the city, then, when you are at home?" asked Mr. Matthews, looking curiously at his guest. "I did, when I had a home. I cannot say that I live anywhere now." Old Matt leaned forward in his chair as if to speak again, then paused. Someone was coming up the hill, and soon they distinguished the stalwart form of the son. Sammy, coming from the house with an empty bucket, met the young man at the gate, and the two went towards the spring together. In the silence, the men on the porch watched the moon as she slowly pushed her way up through the leafy screen in the mountain wall. Higher and higher she climbed until her rays fell into the valley below, and the drifting mist from ridge to ridge became a sea of ghostly light. It was a weird scene, almost supernatural in its beauty. Then, from down at the spring, a young girl's laugh rose clearly, and the big mountaineer said in a low tone, "Mr. Howitt, you've got education. It's easy to see that. I've always wanted to ask somebody like you, do you believe in haunts? Do you reckon folks ever come back once they're dead and gone?" The man from the city saw that his big host was terribly in earnest, and answered quietly, "No, I do not believe in such things, Mr. Matthews. But if it should be true, I do not see why we should fear the dead." The other shook his head. "I don't know. I don't know, sir. I always said I don't believe, but some things is mighty queer." He seemed to be shaping his thought for further speech, when again the girl's laugh rang clear along the mountainside. The young people were returning from the spring. The mountaineer relighted his pipe, while young Matt and Sammy seated themselves on the step, and Mrs. Matthews, coming from the house, joined the group. "We've just naturally got to find somebody to stay with them sheep, Dad," said the son. "There ain't nobody there tonight, and as near as I can make out, there's 3 ewes and their lambs missing. There ain't a bit of use in us trying to depend on Pete." "I'll ride over the Buck Creek tomorrow and see if I can get that fellow Buck told us about," returned the father. "You find it hard to get help on the ranch?" inquired the stranger. "Yes, sir, we do," answered old Matt. "We had a good enough man till about a month ago. Since then, we've been getting along with the best we could. But with some staying out on the range and not coming in, and the wolves getting into the corral at night, we'll lose mightily nigh all the profits this year. The worst of it is, there ain't much to show to get a man, unless that one over on Bear Creek will come. I reckon, though, he'll be like the rest." He sat there, staring gloomily into the night. "Is the work so difficult?" "Difficult? No. There ain't nothing to do but tending to the sheep. The man has to stay at the ranch of nights, though." Mr. Howitt was wondering what staying at the ranch nights could have to do with the difficulty, when, up from the valley below, from out of the darkness in the mist, came a strange sound. A sound as if somebody were singing a song without words. So wild and weird was the melody, so passionate sweet the voice, it seemed impossible that the music should come from human lips. It was more as though some genie of the forest-clad hills wandered through the mist, singing as he went with the joy of his possessions. Mrs. Matthew came close to her husband's side and placed her hand upon his shoulder. As he half arose from his chair, his pipe fallen to the floor. Young Matt rose to his feet and moved closer to the girl, who was also standing. The stranger alone kept his seat and noted the agitation of the others in wonder. For some moments the sound continued, now soft and low, with the sweet sadness of the wind in the pines, then clear and ringing. It echoed and re-echoed along the mountains, now pleading as though a soul in darkness prayed a gleam of light, again rising, swelling exultingly, as in glad triumph, only to die away once more to that moaning wail, seeming at last to lose itself in the mist. Slowly, old Matt sank back into his chair, and the stranger heard him mutter, "Poor boy, poor boy." Aunt Molly was weeping. Suddenly, Sammy sprang from the steps and running down to the walk to the gate sent a clear, piercing call over the valley. "Oh, Pete!" The group on the porch listened intently. Again the girl called, yet again, "Oh, Pete!" But there was no answer. "It's no use, honey," said Miss Matthews, breaking the silence. "It just ain't no use." And the young girl came slowly back to the porch. Chapter 4. A Chat with Aunt Molly. When the stranger looked from his window the next morning, the valley was still wrapped in its gray blanket. But when he and his host came from the house after breakfast, the sun had climbed well above the ridge, and save a long, loosely twisted rope of fog that hung above the distant river, the mists were gone. The city man exclaimed with delight at the beauty of the scene. As they stood watching the sheep, white specks in the distance, climbing out of the valley where the long shadows still lay, to the higher, sunlit pastures, Mr. Matthews said, "We've all been talking about you this morning, Mr. Howitt, and we'd like mightily well to have you stop with us for a spell. If I understood right, you're just out here for your health anyways, and you'll go a long ways, sir, before you'll find a healthier place than this right here. We ain't got much, as such as you're used to, I know, but what we have is yourn, and we'd be proud to have you make yourself the home for us as long as you'd like to stay. You see, it's been a good while since we've met up with anyone like you. We count it a real favor to have you." Mr. Howard accepted the invitation with evident pleasure, and soon after, the mountaineer rode away to Bear Creek on his quest for a man to herd sheep. Young Matt had already gone with his team to the field on the hillside west of the house, and the brown pony stood at the gate ready for Sammy Lane to return to her home on Dewey Bald. "I'd like the best in the world to stay, Aunt Molly," she said, in an answer to Mrs. Matthews' protest. "But you know there is no one to feed the stock, and besides, Mandy Ford will be back sometime today." The older woman's arms was around the girl as they went down the walk. "You must come over real often now, honey. You know it won't be long till you'll be a-leaving for us for good. How do you reckon you'll like being a fine lady and living in the city with all them big folks?" The girl's face flushed, and her eyes had that wide, questioning look as she answered slowly, "I don't know, Aunt Molly. I ain't never seen a sure enough fine lady. I reckon them city folks are a heap different from us, but I reckon they're just as human. It would be nice to have lots of money and purties, but somehow I feel like there's a heap more than that to think about. Anyhow," she added brightly, "I ain't going for quite a spell yet. And you know what Preachin' Bill says, there ain't no use in worrying about the chopping till the dogs has tread the coon. I'll sure come over every day." Mrs. Matthews kissed the girl, and then, standing at the gate, watched until Pony and the rider had disappeared in the forest. Later, Aunt Molly, with the woman's fondness for quite a chat, brought the potatoes as she was preparing for dinner to sit with Mr. Howitt on the porch. "I declare, I don't know what we'll do without Sammy," she said. "I just can't bear to think of her going away." The guest, feeling that some sort of reply was expected, asked, "Is the family moving from the neighborhood?" "No, sir. There ain't no family to move. Just Sammy and her pa, and Jim Blaine won't never leave this country again. You see, Ollie Stewart's uncle, his brother it is, ain't got no children of his own. And he wrote for Ollie to come live with him in the city. He's to go to school and learn the business, foundry and machine shops or something that it is, and if the boy does what's right, he'll get it all someday. Ollie and Sammy have promised ever since to talk first about his going, but they'll wait now until he gets through his schooling. It'll be mighty nice for Sammy, marrying Ollie, but we'll miss her awful. The whole country will miss her, too. She is just the life of the neighborhood, and everyone knows there will never be another girl like her. Poor child, she ain't had no mother since she was a little trick. She has always come to me for everything, like us being such close neighbors and all. But law, sir, I ain't blaming her a mite for going. With her daddy running with that ornery Wash Gibbs the way he does." Again, the man felt called upon to express his interest. "Is Mr. Lane in the business with this man, Gibbs?" "Ah, no. That is, don't anybody know about any business. I reckon it's all account of those old bald knobbers. They used to hold their meetings up on top of Dewey yonder, and folks do say a man was burned there once because he told some of their secrets. Well, Jim and Wash's daddy and Wash all belonged, though Wash himself wasn't much more than a boy then. And when the government broke up the gang, old man Gibbs was killed, and Jim went to Texas. It was there that Sammy's ma died. When Jim come back, it wasn't long before he was mighty thick again with Wash and his crowd down on the river, and he's been that way ever since. There's them that says it's the same old gang, what's left of 'em, and some thinks, too, that Jim and Wash know about the old Dewey mine. Mr. Howitt, remembering his conversation with Jed Holland, asked encouragingly, "Is this mine a very rich one?" "Don't nobody rightly know about that, sir," answered Aunt Molly. "This is how it was. Way back when the Injuns was making trouble 'cause the government was moving them out west to the territory, this old man Dewey lived up there somewhere on that mountain. He was a mighty queer old fellow. Didn't mix well with the settlers at all, except Uncle Josh Hindley's boy, who wasn't right smart, and didn't nobody know where he come from nor nothing. But all the same, 'twas him that warned the settlers of the trouble, and helped them all through it, scouting and such. One time, when they were all out of bullets and didn't have nothing to make more out of, Colonel Dewey took a couple of men up and some mules up on that mountain yonder at night, and when they got back, they were just loaded down with lead. But he couldn't tell nobody where he got it, and as long as he was with them, the men didn't dare tell. Well, sir, them 2 men was killed soon after by the Injuns, and soon after the trouble was finally over, Dewey disappeared, and ain't nothing's been heard of since. They say the mine is somewhere in a big cave, but nobody's never found it. Though there is some of them that says the bald knobbers used the cave to hide their stuff in it, and that's how Jim Lane and Wash Gibbs know where it is, and it's all mighty queer. You can see for yourself that Lost Creek down yonder just stinks clean of sight all at once. There must be a big hole in there somewhere." Aunt Molly pointed with her knife to a little stream that winds like a thread of light down into the hollow. "I tell you, sir, these hills is pretty to look at, but there ain't much here for a girl like Sammy. And I don't blame her a mite for wanting to leave. It's a mighty hard place to live, Mr. Howitt. It's dangerous, too, sometimes." "The city has its hardships and dangers, too, Miss Matthews. Life there demands almost too much at times. I often wonder if it is worth the struggle." "I guess that's so," replied Aunt Molly, "but it doesn't seem like it could be hard as it is here. I tell Mr. Matthews we've clean forgot the ways of civilized folks. Altogether, though, I suppose we've done as well as most, and we haven't ought to complain." The old scholar looked at the sturdy figure in its plain calico dress, and at the worn heads busy with the homely task, and the patient, kindly face across which time had plowed many a furrow, in which to plant the seeds of character and worth. He thought of other women who had sat with him on hotel verandas at fashionable watering places, women gowned in silks and laces, women whose soft hands knew no heavier task than the flimsy fancy work they toyed with, and whose greatest care, seemingly, was that time should leave upon their faces no record of the passing years. "And this is the stuff," he said to himself, "that makes possible the civilization that produces them." Aloud, he said, "Do you ever talk of going back to your old home?" "No, sir, not now." She rested her wet hands idly on the edge of the pan of potatoes and turned her face towards the clump of pines. "We used to think we'd go back sometime. Seemed like at first I couldn't stand it. Then the children come, and every time we laid one of 'em over there, I thought about less of leaving. Until now we never talk about it no more. Then there was our girl, too, Mr. Howitt. No, sir, we won't never leave these hills now." "Oh, you had a daughter, too. I understood from Mr. Matthews that your children were all boys." Aunt Molly worked for a few moments longer in silence, then arose and turned towards the house. "Yes, sir, there was a girl. She's buried there under that biggest pine you'll see off there a little to one side. We don't never talk about her. Mr. Matthews can't stand it. Seems like he ain't never been the same since it happened. 'Tain't natural for him to be so rough and short. He's just as good and kind inside as any other man was or ever could be. He's real taken with you, Mr. Howitt, and I'm mighty glad you're gonna stop for a spell. With him, it will do him good. If it hadn't been for Sammy Lane running in every day or two, I don't guess he could have stood it at all." I sure don't know what we'll do now that she's going away. Then there's that at the ranch in Mutton Hollow. But I guess I better not try to tell you about that. I wish Mr. Matthews would, though. Maybe he will. You know so much more than us. I know most you could help or tell us about things. Chapter 5. Just Nobody. After the midday meal, while walking about the place, Mr. Howitt found a well-worn path. It led him to a group of pines not far from the house, where 5 rough headstones marked the 5 mounds placed side by side. A little apart from these was another mound, alone. Beneath the pines the needles made a carpet, firm and smooth, figured by the wild woodbine that clambered over the graves. Moss had gathered on the headstones, and the wind in the dark branches above moaned ceaselessly. About the little plot of ground was a rustic fence of poles was built, and the path led to a stile by which one might enter the enclosure. The stranger seated himself on the rude steps. Below and far away he saw the low hills, rolling ridge on ridge like the seas of a great sea, until the blue distance that they were so lost in the sky that he could not say which was mountain and which was cloud. His poet heart was stirred at the sight of the vast reaches of the forest, all shifting light and shadows. Cool depths of the nearby woods with the sunlight filtering through the leafy arches and streaks and patches of gold and green, and the wide sky with fleets of clouds sailing to unseen ports below the hills. The man sat very still, and as he looked, the worn face changed. Once, as if some pleasing memory, he smiled. A gray squirrel with bright eyes full of curious regard peeped over the limb of an oak. A redbird, hopping from bush to bush, whistled to his mate, and a bob-white quick call came from a nearby thicket. The dreamer was aroused at last by the musical tingle of a bell. He turned his face towards the sound, but could see nothing. The bell was coming nearer. It came nearer still. Then he saw here and there through the trees small, moving patches of white. An old ewe, followed by 2 lambs, came from behind a clump of bushes, and the moving patches of white shaped themselves into other sheep feeding in the timber. Mr. Howitt sat quite still, and while the old ewe paused to look at him, the lambs took advantage of the opportunity until their mother was satisfied with her inspection, and by moving on, upset them. Soon the whole flock surrounded him, and, after the first lingering look of inquiry, paid no heed to his presence. Then, somewhere along the trees came the quick, low bark of a dog. The man looked carefully in every direction. He could see nothing but the sheep, yet he felt himself observed. Again came the short bark, and this time a girl's voice, Mr. Howitt thought, said, "It's all right, Brave. Go on, brother." And from behind a big rock not far away from a shepherd dog appeared, followed by a youth of some 15 years. He was a lightly built boy, a bit tall for his age perhaps, but perfectly erect, and his every moment was one of indescribable grace, while he managed somehow to wear his rough backwoods garments with an air of distinct as remarkable as it was charming. The face was finely molded, almost girlish, with the very large gray eyes and its frame of yellow golden hair. It was a sad face when in repose, yet wonderfully responsive to every passing thought and mood. But the eyes, with their strange expression and shifting light, proclaimed the lad's mental condition. As the boy came forward in a shy, hesitating way, an expression of amazement and wonder crept into the stranger's face. He left his seat and started forward. "Howard," he said. "Howard." "That ain't his name, mister. His name is Pete," returned the youth in the low, soft tones. In the voice and manner of the lad, no less than his face and eyes, Mr. Howitt read his story. Unconsciously, he echoed the words of Mr. Matthews. Poor Pete. The dog lifted his head and looked into the man's face, while his tail wagged a joyful greeting. And as the man stooped to pat the animal and speak a few kind words, a beautiful smile broke across the delicate features of the youth. Throwing himself on the ground, he cried, "Come here, Brave!" And taking the dog's face between his hands and in confidential tones, ignoring Mr. Howard's presence, "He's a good man, ain't he, brother?" The dog answered with wagging tail, "We sure like him, don't we?" The dog gave a low bark. "Listen, Brave, listen." He lifted his face to the treetops and turned his ear to the ground, while the dog too seemed to hearken. Again that strange smile illuminated his face. Yes, Brave, we sure like him, and the tree things like him too, brother, and the flowers, the little flower things that know everything, they're all singing to Pete because he's come. Do you see the flower things in his ear and hear the tree things talking in his voice, Brave? And see, brother, the sheep like him too." Pointing towards the stranger, he laughed aloud. The old Ute had come quite close to the man, and one of the lambs was nibbling at his trousers leg. Mr. Howard seated himself on the stile again, and the dog, released by the youth, came to lie down at his feet, while the boy seemed to forget his companions and appeared to be listening to the voices unheard by them, now and then nodding his head and moving his lips in answer. The old man looked long and thoughtful at the youth, his own face revealing a troubled mind. This then was Pete. Poor Pete. "Howard," whispered the man, "the perfect image." And then he said again, half aloud, "Howard." The boy turned his face and smiled. "That ain't his name, mister. His name's Pete. Pete seen you yesterday over at Dewey, and Pete heard the big hills and the woods a-singing when you talked. But Jed, he didn't hear. Jed, he don't hear nothing but himself. He can't. But Pete, he heard all of Pete's people, too, and the gray mist things that come out and dance along the mountain, 'cause they were glad you come. And Pete went with you along the old trail. Of course, though, you don't know. Do you like Pete's people, mister?" He waved his hands to include the forest, the mountains, and the sky, and there was a note of anxiety in the sweet voice as he asked again, "Do you like Pete's friends?" "Yes, indeed, I like your friends," replied Mr. Howard heartedly, "and I would like to be your friend too, if you will let me. What is your other name?" The boy shook his head. Not me, he said. "Do you like Pete?" The man was puzzled. "Are you not Pete?" he asked. The delicate face grew sad. No, he said in a low, moaning tone. "I'm not Pete. Pete, he lives in here." He touched himself on the breast. I am. A look of hopeless bewilderment crept into his eyes. "I don't know who I am. I just nobody. Nobody can have no name, can he?" He stood with a downcast head. Then suddenly he raised his face and the shadows lifted as he said, "Pete knows, mister. Ask Pete." A sudden thought came to Mr. Howard. "Who is your father, my boy?" Instantly the brightness vanished. Again the words were a puzzled moan. "I ain't got no father, mister. I ain't me. Nobody can have no father, can he?" The other spoke quietly. But Pete had a father. Who was Pete's father? Instantly the gloom was gone and the face was bright again. "Sure, mister, Pete's got a father. Don't you know? Everyone knows that. Look." He pointed upward to a break in the trees, to a large cumulus cloud that had assumed a fantastic shape. "He lives in them white hills up there. See him, mister. Sometimes he takes Pete with him up to the sky, and of course I go along. We sail and sail and sail in the big bird things up there while the sky sings, and sometimes we play with the cloud things. All day long in them white hills. Pete says he'll take me away up there where the star things live someday, and we won't never come back again, and I won't be nobody no more. And Aunt Molly, when she says reckon Pete knows, of course, I'd hate mighty much to go away from Uncle Matt and Aunt Molly and Matt and Sammy, 'cause they've been mighty good to me. But I just gotta go where Pete goes, you see, 'cause I ain't nobody, and nobody can't be nothing, can he?" The stranger was fascinated by the wonderful charm of the boy's manner and words. As the lad's sensitive face glowed or was clouded by each wayward thought, and the music of his sweet voice rose and fell, Mr. Howitt told himself one might easily fancy the child some wandering spirit of the woods and hills. Aloud he asked, "Has Pete a mother too?" The youth nodded towards the big pine that grew to one side of the group, and, lowering his voice, replied, "That's Pete's mother." Mr. Howard pointed to the grave. "You mean she sleeps there?" No, not there. There." He pointed up to a big tree itself. "She never sleeps, don't you hear her?" He paused. The wind moaned through the branches of the pine. Drawing nearer to the stranger's side, the boy whispered, "She always talks that way, always. It makes Pete feel bad. She wants somebody. Hear her calling? Callin'. He'll soon come here someday, mister. He sure will. Say, do you know where he is?" The man, startled, drew back. No, my boy, certainly not. What do you mean? Who are you?" Like the moaning of the pines came the reply. "Nothin', mister. Nobody can mean nothin', can they? I'm jest nobody. But Pete lives in here. Ask Pete." "Is Pete watching the sheep?" asked Mr. Howitt, anxious to divert the boy's mind to other channels. "Yes, we're attending them now. They can't trust us, you know. When they call Pete, he just goes, and of course I've got to go along." "Who is it that calls Pete?" "Why, they, don't you know?" "I lowered you know about things. They called Pete last night. The moonlight things was out, and all the shadow things. Didn't you see them, mister? The moonlight things, the wind, the stars, the shadow things, and all the rest played with Pete in the shiny mist. And of course I was along. Didn't you hear him singing? Pete, he always sings that away when the moonlight things is out. Seems like he just can't help it." "But what happens to the sheep when Pete goes away?" Boy shook his head sadly. "Sometimes they get so lost that young Matt can't ever find 'em. Sometimes wolves get 'em. It's too bad, mister, it sure is." Then laughing aloud, he clapped his hands. "There was a feller at the ranch to keep 'em, but he didn't stay. Ho, he didn't stay. You bet he didn't. Pete didn't like 'em. Brave didn't like 'em. Nothing didn't like 'em. The trees wouldn't talk when he was around. The flowers died when he looked at 'em, and the birds all stopped singing when he went over the mountains. He didn't stay, though." Again he laughed. "You bet he didn't stay. Pete knows." "Why did the man go?" asked Mr. Howitt, thinking to solve a part of the mystery at least. But the only answer he could draw from the boy was, "Pete knows. Pete knows." Later, when the stranger returned to the house, Pete went with him. At the gate they met Mr. Matthews, returning unsuccessful from his trip. "Hello, boy," said the big man. "How's Pete today?" The lad went with his glad face to the giant mountaineer. It was clear that the two were the warmest friends. "Pete's mighty glad today, 'cause he's come." He pointed to Mr. Howitt. "Does Pete like him?" Boy nodded. "All Pete's people like him. Ask him to keep the sheep, Uncle Matt. He won't be scared at the shadow things in the night." Mr. Matthews smiled as he turned to his guest. "Pete never makes a mistake in his judgment of men, Mr. Howitt. He's different from us ordinary folks, as you can see, but in some things he knows a heap more. I'm mighty glad he took up with you, sir. All day I've been thinking I'd tell you about some things I don't like to talk about. I feel after last night you'd understand, maybe, and might help me. You having education, but still I think I'm a little afraid of us being such strangers. I know I'm right now, 'cause Pete says so. If you weren't the kind of man I think you are, he'd never took to you like he has." That night, the mountaineer told the stranger from the city the story that I have put down in the next chapter. Chapter 6. The Story. Slowly, the big mountaineer filled his cob pipe of strong, homegrown tobacco, watching his guest keenly the while from under heavy brows. Behind the dark pines, the sky was blood red, and below, Mutton Hollow was fast being lost in the gathering gloom. When his pipe was lighted, old Matt said, "Well, sir, I reckon you think some things you've seen and heard since you came last night are mighty queer. I ain't saying neither, but what you got reasons for thinking so?" Mr. Howitt made no reply, and after puffing a few moments in silence, the other continued. "If it weren't for what you said last night making me feel like I wanted to talk to you, and Pete taking up with you the way he has, I wouldn't be telling you what I'm going to now. There's some trails, Mr. Howitt, that ain't pleased to go back over. I didn't know to ever go over this one again. Did you and Pete talk much this afternoon?" In a few words, Mr. Howitt told of his meeting with the strange boy and their conversation. When he had finished, the big man smoked in silence. It was as if he found it hard to begin. From a tree on the mountainside below, a screech owl sent up his long, quivering call. A bat darted past in the dusk, and away over on Compton Ridge a hound bayed. The mountaineer spoke. "That's Sam Wilson's dog. Ranger must be starting to fox." The sound died away in the distance. Old Matt began his story. "Our folks all live back in Illinois. If I do say so, they are as good a stock as you'll ever find anywhere. But there was a lot of us, and I always had a notion to settle in a new country where there was more room, like the land wasn't so dear. So when wife and I was married, we come out here. I recollect we camped below Jim Lane's cabin on yon side of Old Dewey there. That was before Jim was married, and a wild young buck he was too, as you ever see. Next day, wife and I rode along the trail till we stuck up this gap, and we've been here ever since. We've had our ups and downs like most folks, sir, and sometimes it looked like they were mostly downs, but we got along. And last fall, I bought in the ranch down there in the hollow. The boy was just 18, and we thought then that he'd be making his home there someday. I didn't know how that would be now, but there was another reason too why we wanted the place. You'll see when I get to it. There was 5 other boys, as I told you last night. The oldest 2 would have been men now. The girl," his voice broke, "the girl came third. She was 20 when we buried her over there. That was 15 years ago, come the middle of next month. Everybody lowed that she was a mighty pretty baby, and, being the only girl, I reckon we made her more than we did the boys. She growed up into a mighty fine young woman, too, strong and full of fire and go, like Sammy Lane. Seems the wife and me, when Sammy's around, that it's our own girl come back again. We've always hoped that she and Grant would take the ranch down yonder. I reckon that's all over now that Ollie Stewart has come into such fine thing in the city. Anyway, ain't got nothing to do with that, I'm a-telling you. She didn't seem to care about nothing at all for none of the neighbors' boys like most girls do. She'd go with them and have a good time then, all right, but that was it. Appeared like she'd rather be with her brothers or her mother or me. Well, one day, when we was out on the range a-riding for stock, she'd go with me that way. We met a stranger over there at the deer lick in the big, low gap, coming along the old mountain trail. He was a fine-looking a man as you'd ever see, sir, big and grand-like, with lightish hair kind of wavy and a big mustache like his hair, and fine white teeth showing when he smiled. He was sure good-looking, damn him. With his fine store clothes and a smooth, easy way of talking and acting he had, 'tain't no wonder she took up with him. We all did. I used to think God never made a finer body for a man. I now know that hell don't hold a meaner heart than the one in that same fine body. That's something that bothers me a heap, Mr. Howitt. As I say, our girl was built like Sammy Lane, and so far as looks she was his dead match. I used to wonder when I'd look at them together if there was ever such another fine-looking pair. I ain't gonna tell you his name, there ain't no call to, as I can see. It might be some decent man named the same, but he was one of these here artist fellows had come into the hills to paint, he said. A smothered exclamation burst from the listener. Mr. Matthew, not noticing, continued. He sure did make a lot of pictures, as they seemed mighty nice to us, though of course we didn't know nothing about such things. There was one big one he made of Maggie that was natural as life. Was as always drawing of her in one way or another, and had a lot of little pictures that didn't amount to much, and that he never did finish. But this big one he worked on off and on all summer. It was sure fine, with her a-standing by the ranch spring holding out a cup of water and smiling like she was offering you a drink. It was well that night had fallen. At old Matt's word, the stranger shrank back in his chair, his hand raised as if to ward off a deadly blow. He made a sound in his throat as if he would cry out, but could not from horror or fear. But the darkness hid his face, and the mountaineer, with mind intent upon his story, did not heed. He took an old cabin at the foot of the hill near where the sheep corral is now, and fixed it up to work in. The shack had been built first by old man Dewey, him on that mountain named after. It was down there he painted the big picture of her standing by a big spring. Never thought nothing about her being with him so much. Though we ought to have knowed better. We ought to have knowed better. The old giant paused for some time, sat with his head bowed, his forgotten pipe on the floor. Well, he began again. He stopped with us all that summer, and then one day he went out as usual and didn't come back. We hunted the hills out for signs, thinking maybe he had met up with some trouble. He had sent all of his pictures away the week before. Jim Lane hauled them to the nearest settlement for him. The girl was nigh about wild and rode with me all during the hunt. And once, when we saw some buzzards circling, she gave a little cry and turned so white that I suspicioned maybe she got to thinking more of him than we knew. And one afternoon, when we were down yonder in the hollow, she says, all of a sudden like, Daddy, it ain't no use a riding no more. He ain't made up with no trouble. He's left all the trouble with us. She looked so peaked, and her eyes were so big and staring that it never come over me in a flash what she meant. She saw in a minute that I sensed it, and just hung her head, and we come home. She just kept getting worse and worse, Mr. Howitt. Peered to fade away like I watched them big glade lilies do when the hot weather comes. About the only time she would show any life at all is when someone would go for the mail, when she would always be at the gate a-waiting for us. Then one day a letter come. I brung it myself. She would give a little cry when I handed it to her, and run into the house most like her old self. I went out to the barn to put up my horse, thinking maybe it was going to be all right after all. But pretty soon I heard a scream and then a laugh. For God, sir, that laugh's a ringing in my ears still. She was raving mad when I got to her, a-laughing and screeching and trying to hurt herself, all the while calling for him to come. I read the letter afterwards. It told over and over how he loved her, and how no woman could ever be to him what she was. She said they were made for each other and all that, and then it went on to say how he could never see her again, and told about what a grand old family his was, and how his father was so proud and expected great things from him, that he didn't dare tell, them being the last of his here old family, and her being a backwoods girl without any schooling or nothing. My God. Oh, my God, faltered the stranger's voice into the darkness. Old Matt talked in a hard, easy tone. Of course, it was all rode out nice and smooth like how he talked, but that's just the sense of it. He finished it by saying that he would be on his way to the old country when the letter reached her, that it would be of no use trying to find him. The girl quieted down after a spell, but her mind never come back. She wasn't just to say plumb crazy, but she seemed kind of dazed and lost like, and wouldn't take no notice of nobody. Acted all the time like she was expecting him to come. And she'd stand out there by the gate for hours at a time, watching the old trail and talking low to herself. Pete is her boy, Mr. Howitt. As you have seen, he ain't just right. Just like he was marked by some way in his mind like you've seen other folks marked in their bodies. We have done our best by the boy, sir, but I don't guess he'll ever be any better. Once for a spell we tried keeping him to home, but he got right sick and would have died for sure if I wouldn't let him go. It was pitiful to see him. Everyone knows there's nothing in the woods hurt him nohow, so we let him come and go as he likes. He just stops with the neighbors whenever he happens in. Folks are all as good to him as they can be, 'cause everybody knows how it is. You see, sir, people here don't think nothing of a woods cult nohow, but we was raised different. His wife says we've most forgot civilized ways, but of course there's some things that a man's been raised right can never forget. She died when Pete was born, and the last thing she said was, "He'll come, Daddy. He'll sure come." Pete says the wind singing is the big pine over there is her calling for him yet. Mighty queer how the boy got that notion. But you see, that's the way with him. And that ain't all, sir. The big man moved his chair nearer the other and lowered his voice to a hoarse whisper. Folks say she's come back. That there them swears they've seen her round the old cabin where they used to meet up where he painted her picture, the big one, you know. Just before I bought the ranch, it was first, and that's why we can't get no one to stay with the sheep. I don't know, Mr. Howitt, I don't know. I've thought a heap about it. I ain't never seen it myself, and it 'pears to me that if she could come back at all, she'd sure come to her old daddy. And again, I figure that it being took the way she was, part of her dead, so to speak, from the time she got that letter, her mind was so set on his coming back that maybe somehow, you see, that maybe she's a sort of waiting for him there. Maybe the time I have prayed all night that God would come and let me meet him just once more, or that proud father of his just once, sir, I'd go to hell if I could only meet them first. If she is waiting for him down here, he'll come. He'll sure come. Hell couldn't hold him against such as that, and when he comes... Unconsciously, as he spoke the last sentences, the giant's voice took a tone of terrible meaning, and he slowly rose from his seat. When he uttered the last words, he was standing erect, his muscles tensed, his powerful frame shaken with passion. There was an inarticulate cry of horror as the mountaineer's guest startled to his feet. A moment he stood, then sank back into his chair, a cowering, shivering heap. Long into the night, the stranger walked the floor of his little room under the roof, his face drawn and white, whispering half-aloud things that would have startled his unexpecting host. My boy, mine, to do such a thing as that. Howard, oh Christ, I should live to be glad that you are dead. That picture, his masterpiece, the picture that made his fame, the picture he would never part with, that we could never find. I see it all now. Just God, what a thing to carry in one's soul. Once he paused to stand at the window, looking down upon the valley. The moon had climbed high above the mountain, but beneath the floor of silver light the shadows lay dark and deep in Mutton Hollow. Then, as he stood there, from the shadowy gloom came the wild, weird song that they had heard the evening before. The man at the window groaned. The song sank to a low, moaning wail. He seemed to hear again the wind in the pine above the grave of the murdered girl. She was calling. Would he come back? Back from the grave. Would he come? Words of the giant mountaineer seemed burned into the father's brain. Hell couldn't hold him against such as that. Then the man with the proud face of a scholar and a poet, drew back from the window. shaking with the fear he could not control. He crept into the corner and crouched upon the floor. With wide eyes, he stared into the dark. He prayed. And this is how it came about that the stranger, who followed the old trail along the higher unlit ground, followed also the other trail down into the valley where the gloomy shadows are, there to live at the ranch near the Honda cabin, the shepherd of Mutton Hollow. Chapter 7. What is Love? Sammy Lane rode very slowly on her way home from the Matthews place that morning after the stranger had arrived. She started out at her usual reckless gant, but that was because she knew the young Matt was watching her. Once in the timber, the brown pony was pulled to a walk, and by the time they came out into the open again, the little horse, unrebuked by his mistress, was snatching mouthfuls of grass as he strolled along the trail. Sammy was thinking very seriously. Aunt Molly's parting question had stirred the girl deeply. Sammy had seen a few people who did not belong to the backwoods. The strangers she had met were hunters or cattlemen, and all these had been, in dress and manner, not unlike the natives themselves. This man, who had so unexpectedly come out of the mist the night before, was unlike anyone the young woman had ever known. Like Jed Holland, she felt somehow as if he were a superior being. The Matthews family were different in many ways from those born and raised in the hills. And Sammy's father, too, was different. But this stranger, it was quite as though he belonged to another world. Coming to the big, low gap, the girl looked far away to the blue line of hills, miles and miles away. The stranger had come over from these, she thought. And then she fell into wondering what the world beyond the farthest cloud-like ridge was like. Of all the people Sammy had ever known, young Stuart was the only one who had seen even the edge of that world to tell her about it. Her father and her friends, the Matthews, never talked of the old days. She had known Ollie from a child. With young Matt, they had gone to and from the log schoolhouse along the same road. Once, before Mr. Stewart's death, the boy had gone with his father for a day's visit to the city, and ever after had been a hero to his backwoods schoolmates. It was this distinction, really, that first won Sammy's admiration and made them sweethearts before the girl's skirts had touched the tops of her shoes. Before the woman in her was fairly awake, she had promised to be his wife, and they were going away now to live in that enchanted land. Spying an extra choice bunch of grass a few steps to one side of the path, Brownie turned suddenly towards the valley, and the girl's eyes left the distant ridge for the little cabin in the sheep corral in Mutton Hollow. Sammy had always spoke of that cabin as young Matt's house, and, all uninvited now, the thought came, who would live with the big fellow down there in the valley when she had gone far away to make her home with Ollie and his people in the city? An impatient tug at the reins informed Brownie that his mistress was aware of his existence, and for a time the pony was obliged to pass many a luscious bunch of grass. But soon the reins fell slack again. The little horse moved slowly, and still more slowly until, by the relaxed figure of his rider, he knew it was safe again to browse on the grass along the path. So, wondering, dreaming, Sammy Lane rode down the trail that morning, the trail that nobody knows how old. And on the hill back of the Matthews house, a team was standing idle in the middle of the field. At the big rock on the mountainside, where the trail seemed to pause a moment before starting down to the valley, the girl slipped on her saddle and, leaving Brownie to wander at will, climbed to her favorite seat. Half reclining in the warm sunshine, she watched the sheep feeding near, and laughed aloud as she saw the lambs with wagging tails greedily sucking at their mother's sides. Nearby in a blockhaw bush, a mother bird sat on her nest. A gray mare with a week-old colt following her on unsteady legs came over to the ridge, and not far away a mother sow with 10 squealing pigs came out of the timber. Keeping, Very still, the young woman watched until they disappeared around the mountain. Then, lifting her arms above her head, she stretched her lithe form out upon the warm rocky couch with the freedom and grace of a wild thing of the woods. Sammy Lane knew nothing of the laws and customs of the so-called best society. Her splendid young womanhood was not the product of those social traditions and rules that kill the instinct of her kind before it is fairly born. She was as free and physically perfect as any of the free creatures that lived in the hills, and keenly alive to the life that throbbed and surged about her, her woman's heart and soul responded to the spirit of the season. The droning of the bees and the blossoms that grew in a cranny of the rock, the tinkle of the sheep bells as the flock moved slowly in their feeding, and the soft breathing of Mother Earth was in her ears, while the gentle breeze that stirred her hair came heavy with the smell of growing things. Lying so, she looked far up into the blue sky, where a buzzard floated on lazy wings. If she were up there, she perhaps could see the world beyond the hills. Then suddenly a voice came to her, Aunt Molly's voice. "How do you reckon you'll like being a fine lady, Sammy, and living in the city with all the big folks?" The girl, turning on her side, and raising one elbow, looked up again at Mutton Hollow, with its little cabin half hidden in the timber. And as she looked, slowly her rich red, life-colored cheek and neck and brow. With the hidden gesture of impatience, Sammy turned away to her own home on the southern slope of the mountain, just in time to see a young woman ride into the clearing and dismount before the cabin door. It was her friend, Mandy Ford. The girl on the rock whistled to her pony and, mounting, made her way down the hill. All that day, the strange guest at the Matthews place was the one topic of conversation between the two girls. "Shucks," said Mandy, when Sammy had finished a very minute description of Mr. Howitt. "He's just some revenue, like's not." Sammy tossed her head. "Revenue? You ought to see him. Revenues don't come in no such clothes as them. And they don't talk like him, neither." "Can't tell about no revenues," retorted the other. "Don't you mind how that foolin' everybody over there in the bend last year? He was just as common, and all the folks lowered he was just one of them. But this one ain't like anyone we had ever met up with, and that's just it," returned Sammy. Mandy shook her head. "You say he ain't huntin'. He sure ain't buying cattle this time o' year, and he ain't a wantin' locate a comin' in on foot. What else can he be but a revenue?" To which Sammy replied with an unanswerable argument. "Look-a here, Mandy Ford, you just tell me, would a low-down revenue ask a blessin' like Parson Bigelow does?" At this, Mandy gave up the case, saying in despair, "Well, what is he a-doin' here, then? 'Tain't like he's comin' down into the woods for nothin'." "He told old Matt that he was sick and tired of it all," answered the other. "Did he look like he was an ailin'?" Sammy replied slowly, "I don't reckon it's that kind of sickness he meant, but when you look right close into his eyes, he does 'pear kind o' used up like." In connection with this discussion, it was easy to speak of Miss Lane's fairly prospects, for it was not the stranger from the city, and was not Sammy going to live in that land of wonders? The two girls were preparing for the night when Sammy, who was seated on the edge of the bed, paused, with one shoe off, to ask thoughtfully, "Mandy, what is love, anyhow?" Mandy looked surprised. "I reckon you ought to know," she said with a laugh. "Ollie's been a-hangin' around you ever since I can remember." Sammy was struggling with the knot in the other shoelace. "Yes," she admitted slowly. "I reckon I ought to know, but what do you say it is, Mandy?" "Why, it's just a-carin' for somebody more'n for ary one else in the whole world." "Is that all?" The knot was still stubborn. "No, it ain't all. It's going to live with somebody and letting him take care of you instead of your folks. Sammy was still struggling with the knot. And it's a cooking and a scrubbing and a mending for him. And sometimes it's a splitting wood and doing chores too. And I reckon that's all. Here the knot came undone, and the shoe dropped to the floor with a thud. Sammy sat upright. No, it ain't, Mandy. It's a heap more than that. It's nursing babies and taking care of 'em till they're full grown up. And then, when they're big enough to take care of themselves, you're old enough in the way, like Grandma Bowles. It's a looking back over it all, and being glad you done married the man you did. It's a heap more in living with a man, Mandy. It's a doing all that without ever once wishing he was somebody else. This was too much for Mandy. She blushed and giggled, then remarked as she gazed admirably at her friend, "You'll look mighty fine, Sammy, when you get fixed up with all them pretties you'll have when you and Ollie get married. I wish my hair was bright and shiny like yourn. How do you reckon you'll like being a fine lady, anyhow?" Here it was again. Sammy turned upon her helpless friend with, "How do I know if I would like it or not? What is being a fine lady, anyhow?" "Why, being a fine lady is a living in a big house with carpets on the floor and looking glasses and not having no work to do and wearing pretty clothes with lots of rings and things and she paused and finished in triumph, "and riding in a carriage." That wide, questioning look was in Sammy's eyes as she returned, "It's a heap more'n that, Mandy. I don't jest sense what it is, but I know 'tain't all them things that make a sure enough lady. 'Tain't the clothes he wears that make Mr. Howitt different from the folks we know. He don't wear no rings. He walks. He's just different 'cause he's different, and would be no matter what he had on or where he was." This, too, was beyond Mandy. Sammy continued as she finished her preparations for retiring. "This here house is pretty big for me. At least it would be if it had one more room, like the cabin in Mutton Hollow. Carpets would be mighty dirty and unhandy to clean when the menfolk come trampling in with their muddy boots. I wouldn't want to wear no dresses so fine I couldn't knock around in the bush with them, and it would be awful to have nothing to do. As for a carriage, I wouldn't swap Brownie out for a whole city of carriages." She slipped into bed and stretched out luxuriously. "Do you reckon I could be a fine lady and be as I am now, a-living here in the hills?" The next day, Mandy went back to her home on Jake Creek, and in the evening Sammy's father, with Wash Gibbs, returned, both men and horses showing the effects of a long, hard ride. Chapter 8. Why Ain't We Got No Folks? Preachin' Bill says, "There is a heap of difference in most men, but Jim Lane now, he's more different than ary man you ever seed. Ain't no better neighbor than Jim anywhere, right out of his way any time to do you a favor. But you bet there aren't ary men lives can ask Jim any full questions while Jim's a-looking at him. Tried it once myself. Jim was a-waiting at the ferry for Wash Gibbs, and we was a-talking along right pert about crops and the weather and such, when I says hi like a dumb old fool, 'How'd you like it down in Texas, Jim, when you was there at that time?' Hi, coonies. His jaw sheet with a click like he had cocked a pistol, and that look o' his'n, like he was a-seeing a plumb through you, come into his eyes, and he says he quite like, 'D, you reckon that rain over James yesterday raised the river much?' And 'fore I knowed it, I was a-telling him how much that old red bull of mine tread the Perkins boys when they was a-possum hunting. Many stories of the bald knobber's days, when the law of the land was the law of the rifle and the rope, were drifting about the countryside, and always, when these tales were recited, the name of Jim Lane was whispered, while the bolder ones wondered beneath their breath where Jim went so much with that Wash Gibbs, whose daddy was killed by the government. Mr. Lane was a tall man, well set up, with something in his face and bearing that told of good breeding. Southern blood, one would say, by the dark skin and the eyes, hair, and drooping mustache of black. His companion, Wash Gibbs, was a gigantic man, taller and heavier even than the elder Matthews, but more loosely put together than old Matt, with coarse, heavy features, and, as Grandma Bull said, the look of a sheep-killing dog. Grandma, being very near her journey's end, could tell the truth even about Wash Gibbs, but others spoke of the giant only in whispers, save when they spoke in admiration of his physical powers. As the two men swung stiffly from their saddles, Sammy came running to greet her father with a kiss of welcome. This little exhibition of affection between parent and child was one of many things that marked the Lanes different from the natives of that region. Your true backwoodsman carefully hides every sign of his love for either family or friends. Wash Gibbs stood looking on with an expression upon his brutal face that had very little of the human in it. Releasing his daughter, Mr. Lane said, "Got anything to eat, honey? We're powerful hungry. Wash load we'd better tie up at the river, but I knew you'd be watching for me. The horses are plumb beat." And Gibbs broke in with a coarse laugh. "I wouldn't mind killing a hoss either, if I wouldn't get what you would do at the end of the ride." To this, Jim made no reply, but began loosening the saddle's girths, while Sammy only said as she turned towards the house, "I'll have supper ready for you directly, Daddy." While the host was busy caring for his tired horse, the big man, who did not remove the saddle from his mount, followed the girl into the cabin. "Can't you even tell a feller howdy?" he exclaimed, as he entered the kitchen. "I did tell you howdy," replied the girl sharply, staring at the fire. "'Pears like you might have been a grain warmer about it," growled the other, seating himself where he could watch her. "If I'd been young Matt or that skinny old Ollie Stewart, you would have been keen enough." Sammy turned and faced him with angry eyes. "Look-a-here, Wash Gibbs. I done told you last Thursday when you come for Daddy that you better leave me alone. I don't like you, and I don't aim to ever have anything to do with you. You done fixed yourself with me that time at the Cove picnic. I'll tell Daddy about that if you don't mind. I don't want to make no trouble, but you've just got to quit pestering me." The big fellow sneered. "I'd load you might change your mind about that some day. Jim ain't gonna say nothing to me, even if he did. Words don't break no bones. I'm a heap the best man in this neck of the woods, and your pa knows it. You know it too." Under his look, the blood rushed the girl's face in a burning blush. In spite of her anger, she dropped her eyes and, without attempting a reply, returned to her work. A moment later, Mr. Lane entered the room. A single glance at his daughter's face, a quick look at Wash Gibbs as the bully sat following with wolfish eyes every movement of the girl, and Jim stepped quietly in front of his guest. At the same moment, Sammy left the house for a bucket of water, and Wash turned towards his toast with a start to find the dark-faced man gazing at him with the look that few men could face with composure. Without a word, Jim's right hand crept steadily inside his hickory shirt, where a button was missing. For a moment, Gibbs tried to return the look. He failed. Something he read in the dark face before him, some meaning and light of those black eyes, made him tremble, and he felt, rather than saw, Jim's hand resting quietly now inside the hickory shirt near his left armpit. The big man's face went white beneath the tan. His eyes waved and shifted. He hung his head and shuffled his feet uneasy, like an overgrown schoolboy brought sharply to task by the master. Then Jim, his hand still inside his shirt, drawled, softly, but with a queer metallic ring in his voice, "Do you reckon it's gonna storm again?" At the commonplace question, the bully drew a long breath and looked around. "We might have a spell of weather," he muttered, "but I don't guess it'll be tonight." Then Sammy returned, and they had supper. Next to his daughter, Jim Lane loved his violin, with no good reason. for the instrument had once belonged to his great-grandfather, who, tradition says, was a musician of no mean ability. Preachin' Bill, Lord, there was a heap o' difference between playing the violin and just fiddling. You wouldn't know some fellers were making music if you didn't see 'em a-patting their foot, but you hit that ain't a way with Jim Lane. He sure do make music, real music. As no one ever questioned Bill's judgment, it is safe to conclude that Mr. Lane inherited something of his great-grandfather's ability, along with his treasured instrument. When supper was over and Wash Gibbs had gone on his way, Jim took the violin from its peg above the fireplace, and tucking it lovely under his chin, gave himself up to his favorite pastime, while Sammy moved busily about the cabin, putting things right for the night. When her evening tasks were finished, the girl came and stood before her father. At once the music ceased, and the violin was laid carefully aside. Sammy seated herself on her father's knee. "La, child, but you're sure grown up," said Jim, with a mock groan at her weight. "Yes, Daddy, I reckon I'm about growed. I'll be 19 come Christmas." "Oh, shucks," ejaculated the man. "It wasn't more than last week that you was a-washing doll clothes down by the spring." The young woman laughed. "I didn't wash no doll clothes last week," she said. Then her voice changed, and that wide, questioning look, the look that made one think so of her father, came into her eyes. "There's something I want to ask you, Daddy, Jim. You know, Ollie's going away, and I was thinking about it all day yesterday, and, Daddy, why ain't we got no folks?" Mr. Lane stirred uneasily. Sammy continued, "There's the Matthews. They've got kin back in Illinois. Mandy Ford's got uncles and aunts over in Lane's Creek. Jed Holland's got a granddad and ma, and even Preachin' Bill talks about a pack of kins over in Arkansas. Why ain't we got no folks, Daddy?" The man gazed, long and thoughtful, at the fresh young face of his child, and the black eyes looked into the brown eyes keenly, as he answered her question with another question. "Do you reckon you'll love him right smart, honey? Are you sure, dead sure, you ain't thinking of what he's got instead of what he is? I know it'll be mighty nice for you to be one of the fine folks, and there's big reasons why you ought. But it's gonna take a mighty good man to match you. A mighty good man. And it's the man you've got to live with, not his money." "Ollie's good, Daddy," she returned in a low voice, her eyes fixed upon the floor. I know, replied Jim. "He wouldn't do nobody no harm. He's good enough that way, and I ain't a faultin' him. But you ought to have a man, a sure enough good man." "But tell me, Daddy, why ain't we got no folks?" The faintest glimmer of a smile came into the dark face. "You're sure growed up, girl. You sure growed up, girl. You sure are. And I reckon you might as well know." Then he told her. Chapter 9. Sammy Lane's Folks. It began on a big southern plantation where there were several brothers and sisters, with a gentleman father of no little pride, and a lady mother of equal pride and great beauty. With much care for detail, Jim drew a picture of the big mansion with its wide lawns, flower gardens, and tree-bordered walks, with its wealth of culture, its servants, and distinguished guests. For he said, "When you get to be a fine lady, you ought to know that you got as good blood as the best of the thoroughbreds." And Sammy, interrupting his speech with a kiss, bade him to go on with his story. Then he told how the one black sheep of that proud southern flock had been cast from the beautiful home while it's still hardly grown, and how, with his horse, gun, and violin, the wanderer had come into the heart of the Ozark wilderness, when the print of moccasined feet was still warm on the old trail. Jim sketched broadly here, and for some reason did not fully explain the cause of his banishment, neither did he comment in any way upon its justice or injustice. Time passed, and a strong, cleared-eyed, clean-limbed, deep-bosomed mountain lass, with all the mastering passion of her kind, mated the free, half-young hunter, and they settled in the cabin by the spring on the southern slopes of Dewey. Then the little one came, and in her veins there was mingled the blue blood of the proud Southerners and the warm red life of her wilderness mother. Again Jim's story grew rich in detail. Holding his daughters at arm's length and looking at her through half-closed eyes, he said, "You're like her, honey. You're mighty like her. Same eyes, same hair, same mouth, same build, same way of moving, strong but smooth and free-like. She could run clean to the top of Dewey or sit in a horse all day. Do you ever get tired, girl?" Sammy laughed and shook her head. "I've run from here to the signal tree lots of times, Daddy." "You're just like the old folks, too," mused Jim. "Like them in what you think and say." "Tell me more," said the girl. "Seems like I remember being there in a big wagon, and there was a woman there, too. Was she my mother?" Jim nodded and unconsciously lowered his voice as he said, "It was in the old Bod Knobber time. Things happened in them days, honey. Many the nights I've seen the top of Old Dewey yonder black with men. It was when things was a-broken up that your mother and me thought we could do better in Texas, so we went." Jim was again sketching broadly. "Your mother left us there, girl. Seemed like she couldn't stand it, being away from the hills or something, and she just gave up. I never did rightly know how it was. We buried her there, way out in the big plains." "I remember her a little," whispered Sammy. Jim continued, "Then after a time you and me came back to the old place. Your mother named you Samantha, but being as there was no boy, I always called you Sammy. It seemed right enough that way now, for you sure been more than a son to me since we've been alone, and that's one reason why I learned you to ride and shoot with the best of them. There's them that says I ain't done right by you, bringing you up without our woman about the place. I don't know how I have, but somehow I couldn't never think of no woman as I ought, after living with your mother. And then there was Aunt Molly to learn you how to cook and do things about the house. I counted a good bit, too, on the old stock, and it sure showed up right. You're like the old folks, girl, in the way you think, but you're like your mother in the way you look." Sammy's arms went around her father's neck. "You're a good man, Daddy Jim, the best daddy a girl ever had, and if I ain't all bad, it's on account of you." There was a queer look on the man's dark face. He had sketched some parts of his tale with a broad hand indeed. The girl raised her head again. "But, Daddy, I wish you'd do something for me. I don't like Wash Gibbs to be coming to here. I wish you'd quit riding with him, Daddy. I'm afeard of him. He looks at me so. He's a sure bad one. I know he is, Daddy." Jim laughed, and again there was that odd metallic note in his voice. "I've knowed him for a long time, honey. Me and his daddy was together when he died, and you used to sit and wash his knee when you were a little tad. Now that he's so mighty much older than you, but he was a man's size at 15. You don't understand, girl, but I've got to go with him sometimes. But don't you fret. Wash Gibbs ain't gonna hurt me, and he won't come here more'n I can help either." Then he changed the subject abruptly. "Tell me what you've been doing while I was away." Sammy told her of her visit to her friends at the Matthews place, and of the stranger who had come into the neighborhood. As the girl talked, her father questioned her carefully, and several times a metallic tone crept into his soft, drawling speech, while into his eyes came that peculiar, searching look, as if he would draw from his daughter even more than she knew of the incident. Once he rose, and going to the door, stood looking out into the night. Sammy finished with her answer demanding Ford's opinion of the stranger. "You don't reckon a revenue would ask for a blessing, do you, Daddy? Seems like he just naturally wouldn't dast. God would have made the fiddles stick in his throat and choke him, sure." Jim laughed as he replied, "I don't know, girl. I never heard of a revenue doing such, but a feller can't tell. When Sammy left him to retire for the night, her father picked up the violin again and placed it beneath his chin as if to play. But he did not touch the strings, and soon hung the instrument in its place above the mantel. Then, going to the doorway, he lighted his pipe, and, for a full hour, sat looking up the old trail towards the Matthews place, his right hand thrust into the bosom of his hickory shirt, where the button was missing. Chapter 10. A Feat of Strength and a Challenge. What the club is to the city man, and the general store or post office to the citizens of the country village, the mill is to the native of the backwoods. Made to saw the little rough lumber he needs in his primitive building, or to grind his corn into the rough meal that is his staff of life, the mill does more for the settler than this. It brings together the scattered population. It is the news center, the heart of social life, and the hub of the industrial wheel. On grinding day, the Ozark mountaineer goes to the mill on horseback, his girths in a sack behind the saddle, or indeed taking place at the saddle itself. The rule is first come, first served. So, while waiting his turn or waiting for a neighbor who will ride in the same direction, the woodsman has time to contribute his share to the gossip of the countryside, or to take part in discussions that are more or less vital interest. When the talk runs slow, there are games. Pitching horseshoes, borrowed from the blacksmith shop. There is always a blacksmith shop nearby. Running or jumping contest, or wrestling or shooting matches. Fall Creek Mill, owned and operated by Mr. Matthew and his son, was located on Fall Creek in the deep, narrow valley, about a mile from their house. A little old threshing engine, one of the very first to take the place of horsepower, in itself in turn already pushed to the wall by improved competitors, rolled the saw or burr. This engine, which had been rescued by Mr. Matthews from the scrap pile of Springfield machine shop, was accepted as evidence beyond question of the superior intelligence and genius of the Matthews family. In fact, Fall Creek Mill gave the whole Mutton Hollow neighborhood such a tone of up-to-date enterprise that folks from the Bend or the mouth of the James looked upon the Mutton Hollow people with no little envy and awe, not to say even jealousy. The settlers came to the Matthews Mill from far up the creek, crossing and recrossing the little stream, from Iron Spring and from Gardner, beyond Sand Ridge, following faint, twisting, brittle paths through the forest, from the other side of Dewey Bald, along the old trail from the cove and from the post office at the Forks, down the wagon road, through the pinery, and from Wolf Ridge and the head of Indian Creek beyond, climbing the rough mountains. Even from the river bottoms they came, yellow and shaking with the goo, to swap tobacco and yarns, and to watch with never-failing interest the crazy old engine, as young Matt patted and coaxed and flattered her into doing his will. They began coming early that grinding day, 2 weeks after Mr. Howitt had been installed at the ranch. But the young engineer was ready with a good head of steam in the old patch boiler, and the smoke was rising from the rusty sack in a long, twisting line above the motionless treetops. It was a great day for young Matt, great because he knew that Sammy Lane would be coming to the mill. He would see her and talk with her, and perhaps if he were quick enough, he might even lift her from the brown pony. It was a great day, too, because Ollie Stewart would be saying goodbye, and before tomorrow would be in on his way out of the hills. Not that it mattered what Ollie went or not. It was settled that Sammy was going to marry young Stewart. That was what mattered. And young Matt had given her up. And as he told his father in the barn that day, it was all right. But still, it was a great day because Ollie would be saying goodbye. It was a great day in young Matt's life, too, because on that day he would issue his challenge to the acknowledged champion of the countryside, Wash Gibbs. But young Matt did not know this until afterwards, for it all came about in a very unexpected way. The company had been discussing the new arrival in the neighborhood and speculating as to the probable length of Mr. Howitt's stay at the ranch, and while young Matt was in the burr house of his father, they had gone over yet again the familiar incidents of the ghost story. How Bud Wilson seen her as close from here to shop yonder. How Joe Gardner's mule had gone plumb hog wild when he tried to ride past the old ruins near the ranch. And how Lem Wheeler, while out hunting that roan steer o' his'n, it had heard a moaning and a wailing under the bluff. Upon young Matt's returning to his engine, the conversation had skillfully changed to Ollie Stewart and his remarkable good fortune. From Ollie and his golden prospects, it was an easy way to Sammy Lane and her coming marriage. Buck Thompson was just concluding a glowing tribute to the girl's beauty of face and form when young Matt reached for an axe lying near the speaker. Said Buck, "Preachin' Bill lowered the other day, it don't make no difference how much money the old man left Ollie, he'd be a poor sort of man anyhow. And that there's a heap better man than him right here in the hills that Sammy could ha' had for the asking. How about that, Matt?" called a young fellow from the river. Big man's face flushed at the general laugh which followed, and he answered hotly as he swung his axe, "You better ask Wash Gibbs. I hear he says he's the best man in these woods. I reckon as how Wash can back his judgment there," said Joe. "Wash is sure a good man," remarked Buck, "but there's another not so mighty far away that pretty nigh hold him level." He looked significantly to where young Matt was making the big chips fly. "Huh," grunted Joe. "I'll tell you, gentlemen, that man there, Gibbs, is powerful. Yes, sure he is. Tell you what I'd see him do." Joe pulled a twist of tobacco from his hip pocket and settled down upon his heels, his back against a post. "Wash and me was going to the settlement last fall, and just this side of the camp house on the Wilderness Road, we struck a threshing crew truck stuck in the mud with their engine. Had a breakdown o' some kind, something the matter with the hind wheel. And just as Wash and me drove up, the boss of the outfit was a-telling them to cut a big hole for the pry to lift the H&X, so as they could block it up and fix the wheel. Wash, he looked at him a minute and says he, 'Hold on, boys. You don't need airy pole.' 'What do you know about an engine, you darn hillbilly?' says the old man kind o' short. 'I don't know nothing about an engine, you prairie hopper,' says Wash, 'but I know you don't need no pole to lift that thing.' 'How'd you lift it then?' says the other. 'Why, I just catch a holt and lift,' says Wash. Gang like burst themselves laughing. 'Why, you blame fool,' says the boss. 'Do you know what that engine'll weigh?' 'Don't care a cuss what she'll weigh,' says Wash. 'She ain't planted there, is she?' And with that he climbs down from the wagon, and dum burn me if he didn't take hold of that hind X and lift one whole side of that there engine clean off the ground. Them fellers just stood around and looked at him to beat the sir. 'Well,' says Wash, still a-keepin' his holt side a block under her, 'I'll mosey along.' That boss didn't say a word till he got a bottle from the box on that wagon and handed it to Wash, and then he says kind of scared like, 'Where in the hell are you from, mister?' 'Oh, I just a kid from over the Wark,' says Wash, handing the bottle to me. 'You ought to see some of the men in my neighborhood.' Then we went on. When the speaker had finished, there was quiet for a little, and then the young man from the river drawled, 'How much did you say that engine there weighed, Joe?' There was a general laugh at this, which the admirer of Gibbs took good-naturedly. 'Don't know what she weighed, but she was about the size o' that one there,' he answered. With one accord, everyone turned to inspect the mill engine. 'Pretty good lift, Joe.' 'Let you and me take a pull at her, Bud,' remarked Lem Wheeler. The two men lifted and strained at the wheel. Then another joined them, and amid the laughter and good-natured raillery of the crowd, the three men tried in vain to lift one of the wheels, while Mr. Matthew, seeing some of the unusual movement, came into the shed and stood with his son, an amused witness of their efforts. "Sure this engine ain't bigger into the other one, Joe?" asked one of the group. "Don't believe she weighs a pound more," replied the mountaineer with conviction. "I tell you, gentlemen, that man Gibbs is a wonder, he sure is." Old Matt and his son glanced quickly at each other, and the boy shook his head with a smile. This little byplay was lost on the men who were interested in the efforts of the different ones, in groups of three, to move the wheel. When they had at last given up, the young man from the river drawled, "You're right sure hid weren't after the boss to give you that bottle that Wash lifted her, are you, Joe? Or was it hid on the way home from the settlement?" When the laugh at his insinuation had died out, Buck said thoughtfully, "Tell you what, boys, I'd like to see young Matt try that there lift." Mr. Matthew, who was just staring back to the Burr house, paused in the doorway. All eyes were fixed upon his son. "Try her, Matt. Show us what you can do," called the men in chorus. But the young man shook his head and found something that needed his immediate attention. All that morning, at intervals, the mountaineers urged the big fellow to attempt the feat, but he always put them off with some evasive reply or was too busy to gratify them. But after dinner, while the men were pitching horseshoes in front of the blacksmith shop, Buck Thompson approached the young engineer alone. "Look here, Matt," he said, "why don't you try that lift? Darn me if I didn't believe you'd fetch her." The giant looked around. "I know I can, Buck. I lifted her yesterday while Dad fixed the blocking. I always do it that way." Buck looked at him in amazement. "Well, why in thunder don't you show the boys then?" he burst forth at last. "'Cause if I do, Wash Gibbs will hear of it sure, and I'll have to fight him to settle which is the best man." "Good Lord," ejaculated Buck with a groan. "If you're afraid o' Wash Gibbs, it's the first thing I ever knowed you to be scared of." Young Matt looked at his friend steadily in the eyes as he replied, "I ain't afraid of Wash Gibbs. I'm afraid of myself. Mr. Howitt says, no man needn't to be afraid of nobody but himself. I've been a-thinkin' lately, Buck, and I see some things I'd never see before. I figure it that if I fight Wash Gibbs or anybody else just to see which is the best man, I ain't no better'n he is. I reckon I'll have to whip him some day, all right, and I ain't a-carin' much how soon it comes, but I ain't gonna hurt nobody for nothin' just 'cause I can." Buck made no reply to this. Such sentiment was a little too much for his primitive notions. He went back to the men by the blacksmith shop. It was not long, however, until the players left their game to gather once more about the engine. Lem Wheeler approached the young Matt with a serious air. "Look-a-here," he said, "all we want is to see you try that lift." "I ain't got no time for foolin'," replied the young man. "Dad's just a-pushin' to get done before dark." "Shucks," retorted the other. "It won't take a minute to try. Just catch and hold and show us what you can do." "What are you all so keen about my lifting for, anyhow?" demanded the big fellow suspiciously. "I ain't never set up a strong man in this country." "Well, you seen it this way. Buck done bet me his mule called agin mine that you could lift her, and we want to settle the bet," exclaimed Lem. Young Matthew shot a glance at the mountaineer, who grinned joyously. "Yep," said Buck, "that's how it is. I'm a-backing you. I don't want to hurt yourself for me, but I sure do need that colt, old limbs. It's a dead match for sure." The giant looked at his friend for a moment in silence, then burst into a laugh of appreciation at Buck's hint. "Seeing how you were backing me, Buck, I'll have to get you that mule if I can." He shut off steam and, as the engine came to a stop, stooped and, with an apparent ease, lifted the rear wheel a full 4 inches from the ground. Loud exclamations of admiration came from the little group of men in the shed. Lem turned with a long face. "Them colts will make a fine team, Buck," he said. "You bet. Come on, help me break 'em," replied Buck with another grin of delight. "Wait till Wash Gibbs hears about this, and he'll sure be a breaking young Matt," put in another. "Better get your fighting clothes on, Matt. Wash will never rest easy till you've done showed him." These and similar remarks revealed the general view of the situation. While the men were discussing the matter, a thin, high-pitched voice from the edge of the crowd broke in. "That there's a good lift, all right, but it ain't nothing to what I seed when I was in the circus in the city." Who had started the engine again turned quickly. Ollie Stewart was sitting on a horse nearby, and at his side, on the brown pony, was Miss Sammy Lane. They had evidently ridden up just in time to witness the exhibition of the giant's strength. Chapter 11. Ollie Stewart's Goodbye. Beside the splendidly developed young woman, Ollie Stewart appeared but a weakling. His shoulders were too narrow as he stooped, his limbs were tiny, his black hair straight, and his eyes dull. As young Matt stepped forward, Ollie dismounted quickly, but the big fellow was the first at the brown pony's side. Sammy's eyes shone with admiration, and as the strong man felt their light, he was not sorry at all that he had won the mule colt for Buck. "No," she said, declining his offered assistance. She did not wish to get down. They were going to the post office and would call for the mule on their way home. Young Matt lifted the sack of corn from Brownie's bag and carried it to the shed. When he returned to the group, Ollie was saying in his thin voice, "In the circus I seen in the city was a feller that lifted a man, big as Jet here, clean above his head with one hand." Buck turned to his big friend. His long look was met by a grim smile that just touched the corners of the lad's mouth, and there was a gleam in the blue eyes that betrayed the spirit within. The lean mountaineer again turned to the company, while the boy glanced at Sammy. The girl was watching him and had caught the silent exchange between the two friends. "Shucks," said Buck. "Matt could do that easy. Try it, Matt. Try Jet there." "Try hit once," called the chorus. This time the big fellow needed no arguing. With Sammy looking on, he could not resist the opportunity of Ollie himself had presented. Without a word, but with a quick tightening of the lips, he stepped forward and caught Jed by the belt with his right hand, and then, before anyone could guess his purpose, he reached out with his other hand and grasped Ollie himself in the same manner. There was a short step forward and a quick upward swing, and the giant held a man in each hand at full arm's length above his head. Amid the shouts of the crowd, still holding the men, he walked deliberately to the blacksmith shop and back, and then lowering them easily to their feet, turned to his engine. Ollie and Sammy rode away together, up the green arched road, and the little company in the mill shed stood watching them. As the finely formed young woman and her inferior escort passed from sight, a tall mountaineer from the other side of Compton Ridge remarked, "I done heard Preachin' Bill say the other day that mighty nigh all the here gee-hawkin', balkin', and kickin' amongst the married folk comes 'cause the teams ain't matched up right. Bill, he lowed God Almighty fixed it somehow so the birds and the vermins don't make no mistake, but left it plumb easy for men and women to be darned fools of themselves." Everybody grinned in appreciation, and another spoke up. "According to that, I'll bet 4 bits if them two yonder ever do get in the double harness, there'll be pieces of the outfit strung from the parsons clean to the burying ground." When the laughter had subsided, Buck turned to see young Matt just stand outside the shed, ostensibly doing something with his belt that led to the burr, but in reality looking up the creek. "Law," ejaculated Buck under his breath, "what a team they'd make." "Who?" said Lem, who was standing nearby. "Them mule colts," returned Buck with a grin. "They sure will, Buck. There ain't two better in the country. They're a dead match. I'll come over and help you break 'em when they're big enough." And then he wondered why Buck swore with such evident delight. One by one the natives received their meal, and singly, or in groups of 2 or 3, were swallowed up by the great forest. Already the little valley was in the shadow of the mountain, though the sun still shone brightly in the treetops higher up when Ollie and Sammy returned from the forks. Mr. Matthew had climbed the hill when the last grist was ground, leaving his son to cool down the engine and put things right about the mill. "Come on, Mac," said Ollie as the big fellow brought out the meal. "It's time you was going home." The young giant hung back, saying, "You folks better go on ahead. I'll get home all right." "Didn't think nothing would get you," laughed Ollie. "Come on, you might as well go along with us." The other muttered something about being in the way and started to back into the shed. "Hurry up," called Sammy. "We're waiting." After this, there was nothing else for the young man to do but join them, and the 3 were soon making their way up the steep mountain road together. For a time, they talked of commonplace things. Then young Matt opened the subject that was on all their hearts. "I reckon, Ollie, that this here is the last time you'll ever be a climbing this old road." As he spoke, he was really thinking of the time to come when Sammy would climb the road for the last time. "Yes," returned Stuart. "I'll go tomorrow, for sure sunup." The other continued, "It'll sure be fine for you to live in the city and get your schooling and all that. Us folks here in the woods don't know nothing. We ain't got no chance to learn. You'll be forgetting us all mighty quick, I reckon, once you get to living with your rich kin." "'Deed I won't," returned Ollie warmly. "Sammy and me, we've been talking about that this evening, and we aim to always come back to Mutton Hollow once a year, just like the other folks, don't we, Sammy?" Brown Pony, stepping on a loose stone, stumbled towards the man walking by his side. The big fellow put out his hand quickly to the little horse's neck. For an instant, the girl's hand rested on the giant's shoulder, and her face was close to his. Then Brownie recovered his footing, and young Matt drew further away. Ollie continued, "We'd aim for you to come to the city after a while. I'm going to get Uncle Dan to give you a shop in the city if you can get out to these hills and be somebody like Worms." The tone was unmistakably patronizing. The big mountaineer lifted his head proudly and turned towards the speaker. But before he could reply, Sammy broke in eagerly. "Law, but you would sure be fine, wouldn't it, Matt? I know you'd do something big if you only had the chance. I just know you would. You're so kind o' big every way," she laughed. "It's a plumb shame for you to be buried alive in these hills." There was nothing said after this, until, coming to the top of the ridge, they stopped. From here, Ollie and Sammy would take the old trail to the girl's home. Then, with his eyes on the vast sweep of the forest-clad hills and valleys, over which the blue haze was fast changing to the purple in the rays of the sun, young Matt spoke. "I don't guess you better figure on that. Some folks are made to live in the city, and some ain't. I reckon I was built to live in these hills. I don't somehow feel like I could get along without them. Besides, I'd always been knocking against something there." He laughed grimly and stretched out his huge arms. "I've got to have room. Then there's the folks yonder." He turned his face towards the log house, just showing through the trees. "You know how it is, me being the only one left and Dad getting old. No, I don't guess you need to count on me being more than I am." Then, suddenly, he wheeled about and looked from one face to the other. There was a faint hint of defiance in his voice as he finished. "I've got an idea, too, that the backwoods needs men the same as the cities. I don't see how there could ever be a city, even, if it wasn't for the men that cleared the brush. Someone's got to lick Wash Gibbs someday, or there just naturally won't be no decent living in the neighborhood ever." He held up his big hand to the man on the horse. "Goodbye, and good luck to you, Ollie." The horses turned down the old trail with their riders, passed from sight. That night, Sammy Lane said farewell to her lover, and with many promises for the future, Ollie rode away to his cabin home to leave the next morning for that world that lies so far away from the world of young Matt and his friends, the world that is so easy to get into after all, and so impossible to get out of forever. Chapter 12. The Shepherd and His Flock. All that spring and summer things went smoothly in the Mutton Hollow neighborhood. The corn was ready to gather, and nothing had happened at the ranch since Mr. Howitt took charge, while the man who appeared to be so strangely in their midst made a large place for himself in the hearts of the simple mountaineers. At first they were disposed to regard him with some distrust, as one part he was so unlike themselves. But when he had changed his dress for the rough garb of the hillsmen, and, meeting them kindly upon their own ground, had entered so readily into their life, the people by common consent dropped the distinguishing title Mr. for the more familiar one of the backwoods, Dad. Not that they lacked in respect or courtesy, it was only their way. And the quiet shepherd accepted the title with a pleasant smile, seeming to find in the change an honor to be received not lightly. But while showing such interest in all that made up their world, the man never opened the door for anyone to enter his past. They knew no more of his history than the hints that he had given Mr. Matthews the night he came out of the mist. At the occasional religious meetings in the schoolhouse of the Forks, Mr. Howitt was always present, an attentive listener to the sermons of the backwoods preacher. And then, seeing his interest, they asked him to talk to them one day when Parson Bigelow failed to make his appointment. "He didn't holler so much as a regular parson," said Uncle Joe Hensley, "but he sure talks so we can understand." From that time, they always called upon him at their public gatherings. So the scholar from the world beyond the ridges slipped quietly into the life of the mountain folk and took firm root in their affections. And in his face, so Preachin' Bill said, was the look of one who had fought to fight to a finish, and wore too dead beat to even be glad it wore all over. Between the giant and Mr. Matthew and his shepherd, the friendship begun that night grew always stronger. In spite of the difference in education and training, they found much in common. Some bound of fellowship, unknown to the mountaineer, at least drew them close, and the two men spent many evenings upon the front porch of the log house in quiet talk, while the shadows crept over the valley below, and the light went from the sky back to the clump of pines. From the first, young Matt was strongly drawn to the stranger, who was to have such influence over his life, and Pete said that God lived with Dad Howitt in Mutton Hollow. Pete somehow knew a great deal about God these days. A strange comradeship had come to be between the thoughtful gentleman who cared for the sheep and the ignorant, sorely afflicted, and the nameless backwoods boy. The two were always together, out on the hillside and in the little gleens and valleys, during the day with the sheep or at the ranch in Mutton Hollow, when the flock was safely folded and the night slipped quietly over the timbered ridges. Mr. Howitt had fixed a bunk in his cabin for the boy so that he could come and go at will. Often the shepherd awoke in the morning to find that some time during the night his strange friend had come in from his rovings. Again, after seeing the boy soundly sleeping, the shepherd would arise in the morning to find the bunk empty. Sammy Lane, too, had fallen under the charm of the man with the white hair and the poet's face. Sammy was not so often at the Matthews place after Ollie had gone to the city. The girl could not have been told why. She had a vague feeling that it was better to stay away. But this feeling did not prevent her from climbing the old trail to the lookout on the shoulder of Dewey, and she spent hours at the big rock, looking over the valley to where the smoke from Aunt Molly's kitchen curled above the trees. And sometimes, against the sky, she could see a man and a team moving slowly to and fro the back field of the house. When this happened, Sammy always turned quickly away to where far off of the hills lay like a long, low cloud against the sky. Every week, the girl rode her brown pony to the post office at the Forks, and when she had a letter, things were different. She always stopped then at the Matthews home. One day, when this happened, Dad and Pete were on the ridge above the old trail, just where the north slope of the dewy shades into the rim of the hollow. The elder man was seated on the ground in the shade of an oak, with his back against the trunk of the tree, while the boy lay full length on the soft grass, looking up into the green depths of foliage where a tiny brown bird flitted from bough to bough. In his quaint way, Pete was carrying on a conversation with his little friend in the treetop, translating freely the white for his less gifted but deeply interested companion on the ground below, when Brave, the shepherd dog, lying near, interrupted the talk by a short bark. Looking up, they saw young Matt riding along the summit of the ridge. The young man paused when he heard the dog and caught sight of the two under the tree. Then he came to them and seated himself on the grass at Pete's side. He spoke no word of greeting, and the look on his face was not good to see. Pete's eyes went wide with fear at the manner of his big friend, and drew back as if to run. When young Matt, throwing himself over the grass, had hidden his face, a half-sad, half-knowing look came into the lad's delicate features. Reaching forth a hand, as slim as a girl's, he stroked the shaggy red-brown head, and murmured softly, "Poor Matt, poor Matt. Does it hurt? Is it hurt, Matt? It's better to be by and by." The great form on the grass stirred impatiently. The shepherd spoke no word. Pete continued, stroking the big head and talking in a low, soothing tones as one would hush a child. "Pete don't know what's hurting young Matt, but he'll be all right some day. Ain't nothing won't grow over after a while, 'cause God says so." Still, the older man was silent. And then the giant burst forth in curses, and the shepherd spoke. "Don't do that, Grant. It's not like you, lad. You cannot help your trouble that way." Young Matt turned over to face his friend. "I know it, Dad," he growled defiantly, "but I just got to say something. I ain't meaning no disrespect to God Almighty, and I reckon He ought to know it, but—" He broke forth again. Pete drew back in alarm. "Look your trouble in the face, lad," said the shepherd. "Don't let it get you down like this." "Look it in the face," roared the other. "Good God, that just it. Ain't I a-looking in the face every day? You don't know about it, Dad. If you did, you'd cuss too." He started in again. "I know more than you think, Grant," said the other, when the big fellow had stopped swearing to get his breath. While he spoke, the shepherd was looking away along the old trail. "There comes your trouble now," he added, pointing to a girl on a brown pony, slowly coming out of the timber near the deer lick. The young man made no reply. Pete, at the sight of the girl, started to his feet, but the big fellow pulled him down again and made the boy understand that he must not betray their position. When Sammy reached the sheep, she checked her pony and searched the hillside with her eyes while her clear call went over the mountain. "Oh, Dad." Young Matt shook his head savagely at his companion, and even Brave was held silent by a low, "Be still," from his master. Again Sammy looked carefully on every side, but laying on the higher ground and partly hidden by the trees, the little group could not be seen. When there was no answer to her second call, the girl drew a letter from her pocket and, permitting the pony to roam at will, proceeded to read. The big man, looking on, cursed again under his breath. "It's from Ollie," he whispered to his companions. "She's stopped at the house. He says his uncle will give me a job in the shops, and that it'll be fine for me, 'cause Ollie will be my boss himself. He my boss. My dad burn his sneaking little soul, I could crunch him with one hand. I see him in hell before I take orders from him. I told her so, too," he finished savagely. "And what did she say?" asked the shepherd quietly, his eyes on the girl below. "Just said kind of short like that she reckoned I could. Then I come away." The girl finished her letter and after another long call for Dad, moved on over the shoulder of the mountain. Pete, who had withdrawn a little way from his companions, was busily talking in his strange manner to his unseen friends. Then young Matt opened his heart to the shepherd and told him all. It was the old story. And, as Mr. Howitt listened, dreams that he had thought dead with the death of his only son stirred again in his heart, and his deep voice was vibrant with emotion as he sought to comfort the lad who had come to him. While they talked, the sun dropped until its lower edge touched the top of the tallest pine on Wolf Ridge, and the long shadows lay over the valley below. "I'm mighty sorry I let go and cuss Dad," finished the boy, "but I keep holding in until I'm plumb wild, and something happens like that letter, and I go out on the range and bust. I've often wished you've knowed. It seems like you're just a knowing about it will help me to hold on. Get scared of myself sometimes, Dad. I do, honest." "I'm glad, too, you have told me, Grant. Means more to me than you can guess. I had a boy once, you know. He was like you. He would have come to me this way if he had lived." The sheep had begun working towards the lower ground. The shepherd rose to his feet. "Take them home, Brave. Come on, boys. You must eat with me at the ranch tonight." Then the three friends, the giant mountaineer and the strangely afflicted youth, and the old scholar went down the mountainside together. As they disappeared into the timber on the lower level, the bushes, near which they had been sitting, parted silently, and a man's head and shoulders appeared from behind a big rock. The man watched the strange companions out of sight. Then the bushes swayed together, and the mountains seemed to have swallowed him up. The three friends had just finished their supper when Pete saw Sammy entering the ranch clearing. Young Matt caught up his hat. At the rear door he paused. "I've got to go now, Dad," he said awkwardly. "I can't see her any more today. But if you'll let me, I'll come again when things get too hot." The shepherd held out his hand. "I understand. Come, always, my boy." The big fellow of Pete skipped away into the timber at the rear of the cabin. A moment before Sammy appeared at the open door in front. Chapter 13. Sammy Lane's Ambition. "Law sakes," cried Sammy, looking at the table. "You didn't use all them dishes, did you, Dad? You sure must eat a lot." "Oh, I eat enough," laughed Mr. Howitt, "but it happens that I had company this evening. Young Matt and Pete were here for supper. He brought 2 chairs outside the cabin." "Shucks," exclaimed Sammy, as she seated herself and removed her sunbonnet. "They must have eaten and run. Wish I'd gotten here sooner. Young Matt run away from me this afternoon. I wanted to see him about Mandy Ford's party next week. I done promised Mandy that I'd bring him. I reckon he'd go with me if I asked him." "There is not the least doubt about that," observed the man. "I'm sure anyone would be glad for such charming company." The girl looked up suspiciously. "Are you a-jokin'?" she said. "Indeed, I am not. I am very much in earnest." Then, taking a cob pipe from his pocket, he added, politely, "May I smoke?" "Huh? Oh, law, yes. What'd you ask me for?" She watched him curiously as he filled and lighted the pipe. "I reckon that's because you was raised in the city." He added slowly, "Folks smoke here sometimes, do they not?" he returned between puffs. "I don't mean that. Of course they smoke and chew, too. And the woman diffs snuff, some of 'em. Aunt Molly Matthews don't, though, and I ain't never going to, 'cause she don't. But nobody don't ask me if they can. They just go ahead. That ain't the only way you're different from us, though, she continued, looking at Mr. Howitt with that wide, questioning gaze. You're a different a heap o' ways. 'Tain't that you wears different clothes, for you don't no more. Nor 'tain't like you act like you were any better'n us. I just don't know what it is, but it's something. Take your staying here in Mutton Hollow now, honest, Dad. Ain't you afeard to stay here all alone at nights? Afraid? Afraid of what? He looked at her curiously. Haunts, said the girl, lowering her voice. Down there. She pointed down towards the old ruined cabin under the bluff. She's sure been seen there. What if he was to come too, Dad? Don't you believe in haunts? The shepherd's face was troubled as he answered. I don't know, Sammy. I scarcely know what I believe. Some marvelous experiences are related by apparent reliable authorities, but I have always said that I could not accept the belief. I am not so sure now. After all, the unseen world is not so very far away. Strange forces of which we know nothing are about us everywhere. I dare not say that I do not believe. But you ain't scared. Why should I fear? Sammy shook her head. Ain't another man or woman in the whole country would dash spend the night here, Dad, except Pete, of course. Not even young Matt nor my daddy would do it. And I don't guess that they're afraid of anything. Anything that's alive, I mean. You're sure different, Dad, plumb different. I reckon it must be the city that does it. And that's what I've come to see you about this evening. You see, Ollie's been a-telling me a lot about folks and things way over there. She waved her hand towards the ridges that shut in the hollow. Ollie, he's changed a heap himself since he went there to live. I got a letter today, and when I went home, I hunted up the first one he wrote, and I can tell you there's a right smart difference already. You know all about Ollie and me going to get married, I reckon. Mr. Howitt admitted that he had heard something of that nature, and Sammy nodded. I lowered, you know, but you don't know how mightily proud and peculiar Ollie always is. I fear that being in the city with all them one folk ain't gonna make him any less than the way than he was. And if he stays there and keeps on a-changin', and I stay here, and I don't change none, why, it might be that I... She faltered and came to a dead stop, twisting her bonnet strings nervously in her confusion. Ollie, he ain't like young Matt nohow, she said again. Such as that wouldn't make no difference with him, but Ollie... Well, you see, there was a twinkle now in the shepherd's eye as he answered. Yes, I see. I am quite sure that I see. The girl continued. You know about all these things, Dad, and there ain't nothing nobody else here that does. Will you learn me to be a sure enough lady so Ollie won't... So he won't... Again she paused in confusion. It was evident from the look on Mr. Howitt's face that whatever he saw, it was not this. I somehow feel like I could do it if I had a chance, she murmured. There was no answer. After a time, Sammy stole a look from her quiet companion. What could the man in the chair be thinking about? His pipe was neglected, his gray head bowed. Of course, said the young woman, with just a little lifting of her chin. Of course, if I couldn't never learn, there ain't use to try. The old scholar raised his head and looked long at the girl. Her splendid form, glowing with the rich life and strength of the wilderness, showed in every line proud old Southern blood. Could she learn to be a fine lady? Mr. Howitt thought of the woman of the cities, pale, sickly, colorless, hothouse posses beside this mountain flower. What would this beautiful creature be had she their training? What would she gain? What might she not lose? Aloud he said, My dear child, Do you know what it is that you ask? Sammy hung her head, abashed at his serious tone. I lowed it'd be right smart trouble for you, she said, but I could let you have Brownie in pay. He ain't only 5-year-old, and he is as sound as a button. He's all I've got, Mr. Howard. But I'd be mighty proud to swap him to you. My girl, said the shepherd, you misunderstand me. I did not mean it like that. It would be a pleasure to teach you. I was thinking how little you realize what the real life of the city is like, and how much you have that the fine ladies, as you call them, would give fortunes for, and how little they have after all that could add one ray of brightness to your life. Sammy laughed aloud as she cried, Me got anything that anybody would want. Why, Dad, I ain't got nothing but Brownie and my saddle, and that's all. I sure ain't got nothing to lose. The man smiled in sympathy. Then slowly a purpose formed in his mind. And if you should lose, you will never blame me, he said at last. Never, never, she promised eagerly. All right, it is a bargain. I will help you. The girl sprang to her feet. I knew you would, I plumb sure you would, she cried, fairly quivering with her life and excitement. It's got to be a sure enough lady, Dad. I want to be a truly fine lady, like them Ollie tells about in his letters, you know. Yes, Sammy, I understand. A sure enough lady, and we will do it, I am sure. But it will take a great deal of hard work on your part, though. I reckon it will, she returned soberly, coming back to her seat. Then drawing in her chair a little closer, she leaned towards her teacher. Begin now, she commanded. Tell me what I must do first. Mr. Howitt carefully searched his pockets for a match and lighted his pipe again before he said, First, you must know what a sure enough lady is. You see, Sammy, there are several kinds of women who call themselves ladies, but are not real ladies after all. And they all look very much like the sure enough kind. That is, they look like them to most people. Sammy nodded. Just like them Thompsons down by Flat Rock. They're all mighty proud 'cause they come from Illinois the same as the Matthews. You would think to hear 'em that old Matt couldn't near run the ranch without 'em, and some folks, strangers like, might believe it. But we all know they ain't nothing but just low-down trash all the time, and no better than some of them folks over on the bend. The shepherd smiled. Something like that. I see you understand. Now, a real lady, Sammy, is a lady in 3 ways. First, in her heart. I mean just to herself, in the things that no one but she could ever know. A sure enough lady does not pretend to be. She is. Again, the girl broke in eagerly. That's just like Aunt Molly, ain't it? Couldn't no one ever have a finer lady heart than her? Indeed, you are right, agreed the teacher heartedly. And that is the thing that lies at the bottom of it all, Sammy. The lady heart comes first. I won't never forget that, she returned. I couldn't forget Aunt Molly nohow. Tell me more, Dad. Next, the sure thing, lady, must have a lady mind. She must know how to think and talk about all the things that really matter. All the fine dresses and jewels in the world can't make a real lady if she does not think, or if she only thinks of all the things that are of no value. Do you see? Again, the girl nodded, and with a knowing smile answered quickly, I know a man like that, and I see now that that is what makes him so different from other folks. It's the things he thinks about all to himself that does it. But I've got a heap to learn. I sure have. I could read all right if I had something to read, and I reckon I could learn to talk like you if I tried hard enough. What else is there? Then continued the shepherd, a lady will keep her body as strong and as beautiful as she can, for this is one way she expresses her heart and mind. Do you see what I mean? Sammy answered slowly. I reckon I do. You mean I mustn't get stooped over and thin-chested and go slouching around like so many of the girls and women around here do. I mustn't let my clothes go without buttons because I am in a hurry, and I must always comb my hair and keep my hands as white as I can. Is that it? That's the idea, said the shepherd. Sammy gazed ruefully at a large rent in her skirt and at her shoe half-laced. Then she put a hand up to her tumbled hair. I didn't think it made any difference when only home folks was around, she says. That's just it, my child, said the old man gently. I think a sure enough lady would look after these things whether there was anyone to see her or not, just for herself, you know, and this is where you can begin. I will send for some books right away, and when they come we will begin to train your mind. But the heart, how will I get a lady's heart, Dad? How does the violet get its perfume, Sammy? Where does the rose get its color? How does the bird learn to sing its song? For a moment she was puzzled. Then her face lighted. I see, she exclaimed. I'm just going to catch it from folks like Aunt Molly and someone else I know. I'm just to be not to make believe or let on like I was, but to be a real lady inside. And then I'll learn how to talk and look like I know myself to be. She drew a long breath as she rose to go. It'll be mighty hard, Dad, in some ways, but it'll sure be worth it when I get all among the folks. I'm mighty thankful to you, I sure am. I sure hope you won't never be sorry you promised to help me. As the girl walked swiftly away through the thickening dusk of the evening, the shepherd watched her out of sight, then turned towards the corral for the last look at the sheep to see that all was right for the night. Brave old fellow, he said to the dog who trotted by his side. We are going to make another mistake, do you think? We have made so many, you know. Brave looked up into the master's face and answered with his low bark, as though to declare his confidence. Well, well, old dog, I hope you are right. The child has a quick mind and a good heart, and, if I'm not mistaken, good blood. We shall see. We shall see. Suddenly the dog whirled about, the hair on his back bristling as he gave a threatening growl. A man on a dun-colored mule was coming up the road. Chapter 14. The Common Yeller Kind. Mr. Howitt stood quietly by the corral gate when the horseman rode up. It was Wash Gibbs on his way home from an all-day visit with his friends on the river. When the big mountaineer took the short cut through Mutton Hollow, he thought to get well past the ranch before the light failed. No matter how well fortified with the courage distilled by his friend Jennings, the big man would never have taken the trail by the old ruined cabin alone after dark. He had evidently been riding at a good pace, for the mule's neck and flanks were wet with sweat. Gibbs himself seemed greatly excited, and one hand rested on the pistol on his hip as he pulled up in front of the shepherd. Without returning Mr. Howitt's greeting, he pointed towards the two empty chairs in front of the house, demanding roughly, "Who was that with you before you heard me comin'?" "Sammy Lane was here a few minutes ago," replied the shepherd. Gibbs uttered an oath. "She was she? Well, who was the man?" "There was no man," returned the other. "Young Matt and Pete were here for supper, but they went as soon as the meal was finished before Sammy came." "Don't you try to lie to me," exclaimed the big man with another burst of language and a threatening movement with the hand that rested on the pistol. Mr. Howitt was startled. Never in his life before had such words been addressed to him. He managed to reply with quiet dignity, "I have no reason for deceiving you, or anyone else, Mr. Gibbs. There has been no man here but myself, since Matt and Pete left after supper." The shepherd's manner carried conviction, and Gibbs hesitated, evidently greatly perplexed. During the pause, Brave growled again and faced towards the cliff below the corral, his hair bristling. "What's the matter with that dog?" said Gibbs, turning uneasy in his saddle to face in the direction the animal was looking. "What is it, Brave?" said Mr. Howitt. The only answer was an uneasy whine, followed by another growl, all of which said plainly in dog talk, "I don't know what it is, but there's something over there in that cliff that I don't like." "It must be some animal," said the shepherd. "Ain't no animal that makes a dog act like that. Did anybody pass while you was a-sitting there just before I come in sight?" "Not a soul," said the other. "Did you meet somebody down the road?" The big man looked at the shepherd hard before he answered, in a half-frightened, half-bullying tone. "I'd seed something in the road yonder, and it disappeared right by the old shack under the bluffs." He twisted around in his saddle again, facing the cliff with its dense shadows and dim twilight forms, as he muttered, "If I was only right sure I'd—" Then, swinging back, he leaned towards the man on the ground. "Look a-here, mister. There's them lows, there's some things in this here holler to be afeared of, and I reckon it's so. There's some sure hell to pay there at the cabin down yonder. I ain't a-saying what hit was I seed, but if it were anywhere else, I'd say it was a man. But if it was a man, I don't know why you didn't see him when you come past, or else you're a-lying. I just wanted to tell you, you're right smart of a stranger in these here parts, even if you have been a-working for old Matt all summer. You're to blame careful about talking about yourself, or telling where you come from, to suit some folks. Some strangers all right, and again some ain't. But we don't aim to have nobody in this here neighborhood what jumps into the bush when they see an honest man a-comin'." After he finished speaking, Gibbs straightened himself in the saddle, and before Mr. Howitt could reply, the dun mule at the touch of the spur had dashed away up the road in the direction taken by Sammy Lane. It was quite dark in the heavy timber of the hollow by the time Sammy had reached the edge of the open ground on the hillside, but once on the higher level, clear of the trees, the strong glow of the western sky still lighted the way. From here, it was not too far to the girl's home, and as she climbed to a spur of Dewey, Sammy saw the cabin and heard distinctly the sweet strain of her father's violin. On the top of the rise, the young woman paused a moment to enjoy the beauties of the evening, which seemed to come to her with a new meaning that night. She stood there, with her strong young figure was clearly outlined against the sky to the man who was riding swiftly along the road over which she had just passed. Sammy turned when she heard the quick beating of the mule's feet. Then, recognizing the huge form of the horseman as he came out of the woods into the light, she started quickly away towards her home. But the mule and its rider were soon beside her. "Howdy, Sammy." Gibbs leaped from the saddle and with the bridle rein over his arms came close to the girl. "Fine evening for a walk." "Howdy," returned the young woman coolly, quickening her pace. "You needn't be in such a powerful hurry," growled Wash. "If you've got time to talk that old cuss at the ranch, you got time to talk to me." Sammy turned angrily. "You better get back on your mule and go about your business, Wash Gibbs. When I want you to walk with me, I'll let you know." "That's all right, honey," exclaimed the other insolently. "I'm a-going your way just the same, and we'll mosey along together. I was going home, but I've got business with your pa now." "Worst thing for Daddy, too," flashed the girl. "I wish you would stay away from him." Wash laughed. "Your daddy couldn't keep the house, though, without me nohow. Who was that feller talking with you, the old man down yonder?" "There wasn't nobody talking to us," replied Sammy shortly. "That's what he said, too," growled Gibbs, "but I sure seed somebody sneaking into the brush when I rode up." I thought, when I was down there, that hit might o' been a haunt, but I know hit was a man now. There's something mighty funny going on around here since that feller come into the neighborhood, and he'll sure find something in Mutton Hollow more alive than old Matt's gal if he ain't careful." The girl caught her breath quickly. She knew the big ruffian's methods, and with good reason feared for her old friend, should he even unconsciously incur the giant's displeasure. As they rode near the house, Wash continued, "Young Matt, he was there too. Let me tell you, I ain't forgot about his big show at the mill last spring. He'll have to do a heap more better'n he done then when I get around to him." Sammy laughed scornfully. "'Pears like you ain't been in no hurry to try it on. I ain't heard of young Matt leaving the country yet. You better stay away from Jennings still, though, when you do try it." Then, while the man was tying his mule to the fence, she ran to the cabin to greet her father with a hysterical sob that greatly astonished Jim. Before explanations could be made, a step was heard approaching the door, and Sammy had just the time to say, "Wash Gibbs," in answer to her father's inquiring looks. When the big man entered, Mr. Lane arose to hang his violin on its peg. "Don't stop for me, Jim," said the newcomer. "Just let her go. Me and Sammy have been having a nice little walk, and some right pert music would sound mighty fine." Gibbs was angered beyond reason at Sammy's last words, or he would have exercised greater care. Sammy's father made no reply until the girl had left the room. But whatever it was that his keen eye read in his daughter's face, it made him turn to his guest with anything but a cordial manner, and there was that in his voice that should have warned the other. "So you and Sammy went on a walk, did you?" "She was coming home from the sheep ranch, and I caught up with her," explained Gibbs. "I 'lowed how she needed company, so I came along. I seemed to be about as welcome as usual," he added with an ugly grin. "Meanin', my girl didn't want your company and told you so?" asked the other softly. Wash answered with a scowl. "Sammy's getting too dag-bun girt for me since Ollie's uncle took him in. And now this here old man from nowhere's come. It's worse than ever. She'll put up a rope around our necks the first thing you know." Jim's right hand slipped quietly inside his hickory shirt, where the button was missing, as he drawled, "My girl always was too good for some folks, and it's about time you was finding it out. She can't help it. She was born that way. She's got mighty good blood in her veins, that girl has. I don't aim to ever let it be mixed up with none of them low-down common yeller kind." The deliberate purpose of the speaker was too evident to be mistaken. The other man's hand flew up to his hip almost before Mr. Lane had finished his sentence, but Wash was not quick enough. Like a flash, Jim's hand was withdrawn from inside the hickory shirt, and the giant looked squarely into the muzzle of Jim Lane's ever-ready murderous weapon. In the same voice, without the slightest allusion to the unfinished movement of the other, Mr. Lane continued, "I done told you before that my girl would pick her own company, and I ain't never feared for a minute that she'd take up with such as you. Ollie Stewart ain't so mighty of a man, maybe, but he's clean, he is, and the stock's pretty good. Now you can just listen to me, or you can mosey out that door, and the next time we meet, we'll settle it for good, without any further arrangement." As Sammy's father talked, the big figure of the visitor relaxed, and when Jim had finished his slow speech, Wash was leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, his hands clasped in front. "We ain't got no call to fight now, Jim," he said in a tone of respect. "We've got something else to think about. That's what I've come here for tonight. I don't aim till I seed what I did at the ranch down yonder. I tell you, it's time we was a-doing something." At this, Mr. Lane's face and manner changed quickly. He put up his weapon, and the two men drew their chairs close together. as though death had not a moment before stretched forth his hand to them. For an hour they sat talking in low tones. Sammy in the next room had heard the conversation up to this point, but now only an occasional word reached her ears. Gibbs seemed to be urging some action, and her father was vigorously protesting. "I tell you, Jim, it's the only safe way. You didn't used to be so squeamish." Several times the old shepherd was mentioned, and also the stranger whom Wash had seen that evening. And once the trembling girl heard young Matt's name. At length the guest rose to go, and Mr. Lane walked with him to the gate. Even after the big man was mounted, the conversation still continued, Wash still urging, and Jim still protesting. When his visitor was gone, Mr. Lane came slowly back to the house. Extinguishing the light, he seated himself in the open doorway and filled his pipe. Sammy caught the odor of tobacco, and a moment later Jim heard a light, quick step on the floor behind him. Then 2 arms went around his neck. "What is it, Daddy? What is it? Why don't you drive that man away?" "Did you hear us talking?" asked the man, an anxious note in his voice. "I heard you talking about him pestering me. But after that, you didn't talk so loud. What is the matter, Daddy, that he could stay and be so thick with you after all the things you said? I was sure he'd make you kill him." Jim laughed softly. "You're just like your mother, girl. Just like her, with the old blood a-backing you up." Then he asked a number of questions about Mr. Howitt and her visit to the ranch that evening. As Sammy told her of her ambition to fit herself for the place that would be hers when she was married, and repeating the things that Mr. Howitt had told her, explained how the shepherd had promised to help, Jim expressed his satisfaction and delight. "I knowed you was a-studying about something, girl," he said, "but I didn't say nothing 'cause I 'lowed you'd tell me when you got ready." "I didn't want to say nothing till I was sure, you see," replied the daughter. "I aimed to tell you as soon as I got home tonight, but Wash Gibbs didn't give me no chance." The man held her close. "Dad Howitt sure puts the thing just right, Sammy. There'll be old times come back when you're a lady in your own house with all your fine friends around, and you'll do it, girl. You sure will. Don't never be afraid to bank on the old blood. It'll see you through." And his voice broke. "You won't never be lured away from your old daddy, will you, honey? Will you always stand by Daddy like you do now? Will you let me and young Matt slip around once in a while just to look at you all so fine? Daddy Jim, if you don't hush, I'll... She hid her face on his shoulder. There, honey. I was only a human. You'll always be my Sammy, the only boy I ever had. You just naturally couldn't be nothing else." Long after his daughter had gone to her room and to her bed, the mountaineer sat in the doorway, looking into the dark. He heard the short bark of a fox in the brush back of the stable, and the wild cry of a catamount from a cliff further down the mountain was answered by another from the timber below the spring. He saw the great hills heaving their dark forms into the sky. In his soul he felt the spirit of the wilderness and the mystery of the hour. At last he went into the house to close and bar the door. Away down in Mutton Hollow a dog barked, and high up in Old Dewey, near Sammy's lookout, a spot of light showed for a moment, then vanished. Chapter 15. The Party at Ford's. Young Matt would have found some excuse for staying at the house the night of the party at Ford's, but the shepherd said he must go. The boy felt that the long evening with Sammy would only hurt. He reasoned with himself that it would be better for him to see as little as possible of the girl who was to marry Ollie Stewart. Nevertheless, he was singing as he saddled the big white-faced sorrel to ride once more over the trail that nobody knows how old. Mr. Lane was leading the brown pony from the stable as young Matt rode up to the gate, and from the doorway of the cabin, Sammy called to say that she would be ready in a minute. "Ain't seen you in a coon's age, boy," said Jim, while they were waiting for the girl. "Why don't you never come down to the old trail no more?" Big fellow's face reddened as he answered, "I ain't been nowhere, Jim. 'Pears like I just can't get away from the place no more. We're that busy." Sammy's father looked at his young neighbor squarely in the eye with that peculiar searching gaze. "Looky here, Grant. I've knowed you ever since you was born, and you ought to know me a little. 'Tain't your way to dodge, and 'tain't mine. I reckon you know you're welcome as always, don't you?" Young Matt returned the other's look fairly. "I ain't never doubted it, Jim. But things is a heap different now, since it all done and settled with Ollie gone." The two understood each other perfectly. Said Jim, drawing a long breath, "Well, I wish you'd come over just the same anyways. Can't do nobody no harm as I can see." "Wouldn't do me no good," replied the young man. "Maybe not," assented Jim. "But I'd like mightily well to have you come just the same." Then he drew closer to his young friend. "I've been aiming to ride over and see you, Matt, but Sammy said you was a-comin' to this evening, and I 'lowed this would be soon enough. I reckon you know what Wash Gibbs is a-tellin' he aims to do first chance he gets." The giant drew himself up with a grim smile. "I've heard a good bit, Jim, but you don't need to mind about me. I know I ain't quite grow, but I'm a-growin'." The older man surveyed the great form of the other with a critical eye as he returned. "Dern if I don't believe you'd push him mighty close, if you'd only play fair, but I'd load you ought to know it was a-comin'." "I have known it for a long time," said the other cheerfully, "but I heard Preachin' Bill say once that if a feller don't fuss about what he knows for sure, the things he don't know ain't got apt to bother him none. It's this here guessin' that sure gets a man down. Preachin' Bill hits it every pop, don't he?" explained Jim admirably. "But there's something else you ought to know too, Matt. Wash has done made his threats agin the old man down there." "You mean Dad Howitt," said young Matt sharply. "What's Wash got agin Dad, Jim?" Mr. Lane shifted uneasily. "Some full notion of his'n. You mind old man Lewis, I reckon?" The big man's muscles tightened. "Dad told us about his stopping at the ranch the other night. Wash Gibbs better keep his hands off of Mr. Howitt. I ain't told nobody about this, Grant, and you can do as you like about telling your father and the old man. If anything happens, get word to me, quick." Before more could be said, Sammy appeared in the doorway, and soon the two young people were riding on their way. Long after they had passed from sight in the depth of the forest, the dark mountaineer stood at the big gate, looking in the direction that they had gone. Young Matt was like a captive tugging at his bonds. Mr. Lane's word had stirred the fire, and the girls present by his side added fuel to the flame. He could not speak. He dared not even to look at her, but rode with his eyes fixed upon the ground where the sunlight fell in long bars of gold. Sammy, too, was silent. She felt something that was strangely like fear when she found herself alone with her big neighbor. Now and then she glanced timidly up at him and tried to find some word with which to break the silence. She half wished that she had not come. So they rode together through the lights and shadows down into the valley, the only creatures in all the free life of the forest who were not free. At last the girl spoke. "It's mighty good of you to take me over to Mandy's tonight. There ain't no one else I could have gone with." There was no reply, and Sammy seemed not to notice, continued talking in a matter-of-fact tone that soon, for such is the way of a woman, won him from his mood, and the two chatted away like the good comrades they had always been. Just after they had crossed Fall Creek at Slick Rock Ford, some 2 miles below the mill, young Matt leaned from his saddle and for a little ways studied the ground carefully. When he sat erect again, he remarked, with the air of one who had reached a conclusion, "Wouldn't wonder but there'll be some doings at Ford's tonight, sure enough." "There's sure to be," returned the girl. "Everyone will be there. Andy's folks from over at Long Creek are coming, and some from the mouth of the James. Andy wanted Daddy to play for him, but he says he can't play for parties no more, and that they got that old fiddling Jake from the Flag neighborhood, I guess. There'll be something a heap more exciting than the fiddling and the dancing according to my guess," returned young Matt. "What do you mean?" asked Sammy. Her escort pointed to the print of a mule's shoe in the soft soil on the low-bottomed land. "That there's Wash Gibbs' dun mule, and he's headed down the creek for Jennings still. Wash will meet a lot of his gang from over on the river, and like's not, they'll go on from there to the party. I wish your dad was going to do the playing tonight." It was full dark before they reached the Ford clearing, the faint, far-away sound of a violin seeming strange and out of place in the gloomy solitude of the great woods first told them the other guest had already arrived. Then, as they drew nearer, the tones of the instrument grew louder. They could hear the rhythmic swing and the beat of heavily shod feet upon the rough floorboards, with the shrill cries of the caller and the half-savage, half-pathetic sing-song of the backwoods dancers singing Missouri Gal. Reaching the edge of the clearing, they voluntarily checked their horses, stopping just within the shadow of the timber. Here, the sound of the squeaking fiddle, the shouting caller, the stamping feet, and the swinging dancers came with full force, and through the open door and windows of the log house, they could see the wheeling, swaying figures of coatless men and calico-gowned women, while the light streaming out opened long lanes in the dusk. About 10 of them in the forest dead, standing in groups under trees, were the shadowy forms of saddled horses and mules, tied by their brittle reins to the lower branches, and nearer to the cabin, 2 or 3 teams, tied to the rail fence, stood hitched to big wagons in which they were split-bottomed chairs for extra seat. During the evening, the men tried in their rough, good-natured way to joke young Matt about taking advantage of Ollie Stewart's absence. But they very soon learned that, while the big fellow was ready to enter heartily in all the fun of the occasion, he would not receive as just any allusion to his relation to the girl, whom he had escorted to the party. Sammy, too, when her big companion was not near, suffered from the cruel wit of her friends. "Ollie Stewart don't own me yet," she declared with a toss of the head, when someone threatened to write her absent lover. "No," replied one of her tormentors, "but you ain't aiming to miss your old chance of going to the city to live with them big bugs." In the laugh that followed, Sammy was claimed by a tall woodsman for the next dance, and escaped to take her place on the floor. "Well, Ollie'll sure make a good man for her," remarked another joker. "If he don't walk the chalk, she can take him cross her knee and wallop him." "She'll sure marry him, all right," said the first, "'cause he's got the money, but she's gonna have a heap o' fun making young Matt play the fool before she leaves the woods. He ain't take his eyes off her tonight. Everyone's laughing at him." "I notice they take good care to laugh behind his back," flashed a little black-eyed Annie Brooke from the Cove neighborhood. Young Matt, who had been dancing with Mandy Ford, came up behind the group just in time to hear their remarks. 2 or 3 who saw him within hearing tried to warn the speakers. While everyone around them saw the situation, the 2 men caught the frantic signals of their friend too late. The music suddenly stopped. The dancers were still. By instinct, every eye in the room was fixed upon the little group, as the jokers turned to face the object of their jest. The big mountaineer took one long step towards the two who had spoken, his brow dark with rage, his huge fist clenched. But even as his powerful muscles contracted for the expected blow, the giant came to a dead stop. Slowly, his arm relaxed, his hand dropped to his side. Then, turning deliberately, he walked to the door, the silent crowd parting to give him way. As the big man stepped from the room, a gasp of astonishment escaped from the company. The two jokers with frightened faces broke into a shrill, nervous laughter. Then a buzz of talk went around. The fiddlers struck up again, the callers shouted, and the dancers stamped and bowed and swung their partners as they sung. And out in the night under the trees, at the edge of the gloomy forest, the strongest man in the hills was saying over and over to the big, white-faced sorrel, "I don't dare to do it. I don't dare. Dad Howard wouldn't. He sure wouldn't." Very soon, two figures left the house and hurried towards a bunch of saddle horses nearby. They had untied their animals and were about to mount when suddenly a huge form stepped from the shadows to their horses' heads. "Put up your guns, boys," said young Matt calmly. "I reckon you'd know that if I wanted trouble, it would have been all over before this." The weapons were not drawn, as the big man continued. "Dad Howitz is a feller, always whips himself every time he fights when there ain't no principle involved. I don't guess Dad would say our principle in this, 'cause there might be some truth in what your boy said. I reckon I am something a playin' a fool. Would have been a heap of safer for you to let folks find it out for themselves." "We were only just foolin', Matt," muttered one. "That's all right," returned the big fellow. "But you better tie up again and go back into the house and dance a while longer. Folks might think you were scared if you was to leave so soon." Chapter 16. On the Way Home. Not until the party was breaking up and he saw Sammy in the doorway did young Matt go back to the house. When they had ridden out again in the circle of light and the laughter and shouting at the guest was no longer heard, Sammy tried in vain to arouse her silent escort, chatting gaily about the pleasures of the evening. But all the young man's reserve had returned. When she did force him to speak, his responses were so short and cold that at last the girl, too, was silent. Then, manlike, he wished that she would continue talking. By the time they reached Compton Ridge, the moon was well up. For the last 2 miles, Sammy had been watching the waverly shafts of light that slipped through the tremulous leaves and swaying branches. As they rode, 1,000 fantastic shapes appeared and vanished along the way, and now and then, as the sound of their horses' feet echoed through the silent forest, some wild thing in the underbrush leapt away into the gloomy depth. Coming out on top of the narrow ridge, the brown pony crowded closer to the big, white-faced sorrel, and the girl, stirred by the weird loveliness of the scene, broke the silence with an exclamation. "Oh, Matt, ain't it fine? Look here." She pointed to the view ahead. "Makes me feel like I could keep on a-going and never stop." The man, too, felt the witchery of the night. The horses were crowding more closely together now, and leaning forward, the girl looked into his face. "What's the matter, Matt? Why don't you talk to me? You know it ain't true what them folks said back there." The sorrel was jerked far away. "It's true enough, so far as it touches me," returned the man shortly. "When are you going to the city?" "I don't know," she replied. "Let's don't talk about that tonight. I don't want to even think about it. Not tonight. You don't believe what they was a-saying, Matt. You know you don't. You mustn't ever believe such as that. I never could get along without you, and Aunt Molly and Uncle Matt know how." Brown Pony was again crowding closer to his mate. Girl laid a hand on her companion's arm. "Say you don't blame me for what they said, Matt. You know I wouldn't do no such thing even if I could. Mustn't anything ever come between you and me. Never. Never. I want us to always be like we are now. Been so good to me ever since I was a little trick. And you whipping Big Limb Wheeler for teasing me, I don't guess I could get along without knowing you was around somewhere. She finished with a half sob. It was almost too much. The man swung around his saddle and the horses, apparently of their own accord, stopped. Without a word, the big fellow stretched forth his arms, and the girl, as if swept by a force beyond her control, felt herself swaying towards him. The spell was broken by the trampling of horses and the sound of loud voices. For a moment they held their places motionless, as if rudely awakened from a dream. The sound was coming nearer. Then young Matt spoke. "It's Wash Gibbs and his crowd from the still. Right into the brush, quick." There was no time to fight. In the bright moonlight they would have been easily recognized, and a wild chase would have followed. Leaving the road, they forced their horses into a thick clump of bushes where they dismounted to hold the animals by their heads. Scarcely had they gained this position when the first of the crowd reached the spot where they had been a moment before. Wash Gibbs was easily distinguished by his gigantic form, and with him were 10 others, riding 2 and 2, several of whom were known to young Matt as the most lawless characters in the country. All were fired by drink and were laughing and talking, with now and then a burst of song or a vulgar jest. "I'll say, Walsh," called one. "What'll you do if Matt's there?" The unseen listeners did not hear the leader's reply, but those about the speaker laughed and shouted with great glee. Then the other 2 in the bushes distinctly heard the last man in the line ask his companion, "Do you reckon he'll put up a fight?" And as they passed from sight, the other answered, "Wash don't aim to give him no show." When the sounds had died away, young Matt turned to the girl. "Come on, we gotta keep him in sight." But Sammy held back. "Oh, Matt, don't go yet. We mustn't. Didn't you hear what that man said? It's you they're after. Let's wait here until they're clean gone." "No, 'tain't they ain't a-wanting me," the big fellow replied. And before the young woman could protest further, he lifted her to the saddle as easily as if she were a child. Then springing to the back of his own horse, he led the way at a pace that would keep them within hearing distance of the company of men. "Who is it, Matt? Who is it, if it ain't you?" asked the girl. "I don't know for sure yet, but I'll tell you pretty soon." They had not gone far when young Matt stopped the horse to listen intensely. And soon, by the sound, he could tell the party ahead had turned off the ridge road and were following the trail that leads down the eastern side of the mountain. A moment longer, the mountaineer listened, as if to make sure, then he spoke. "Them devils are going to the ranch after Dad Howitt. Sammy, you've got to ride hard tonight. They won't hear you now, and they're getting further off every minute. There ain't no other way around, and I know you'll do it for the old man. Get home as quick as you can and tell Jim what's up. I'll tell him I'll hold him off until he gets there." Even as he spoke, he sprang from his horse and began loosening the saddle girths. "You can't get by them. How are you going to get there in time?" "Down the mountain, shortcut," he answered as he jerked the heavy saddle from his horse and threw it under some nearby bushes. "But they'll kill you. You can't never face that whole crowd alone." "I'll do it better'n Dad, and him not a-looking for him." Slipping the bridle from the sorrel, he turned the animal loose, and, removing his coat and hat, laid them with the saddle. Then to the girl on the pony he sharply said, "Go on, Sammy. Why don't you go on? Don't you see how you're losing time? Them devils will do for Dad Howard like they done for the old man Lewis. Your father's the only man that can stop him now. Ride hard, girl, and tell Jim to hurry, and goodbye, Sammy." As he finished, he spoke to her horse and struck him in such a blow that the animal sprang away. For a moment, Sammy attempted to pull up her startled pony. Then young Matt saw her lean forward in the saddle and urged the little horse to even greater speed. As they disappeared down the road, the giant turned and ran and crashed through the brush down the steep side of the mountain. There was no path to follow, and with the deep ravines to cross, rocky bluffs in to descend or scale in places, wild tangles of vines and brush and fallen trees, the trip before him would have been a hard one even in the full light of day. At night, it was almost impossible, and he must go like a buck with the dogs in full cry. When Sammy came in sight of her home, she began calling to her father. An almost exhausted horse dashed up to the gate. The door of the cabin locked, and Jim Lane came running out. Lifting his daughter from the trembling pony, he helped her into the house where she sobbed out her message. At the first word, Wash Gibbs, Jim reached for a cartridge belt. And by the time Sammy had finished, he had taken his Winchester back from its brackets over the fireplace. Slipping up a bridle on his horse that was feeding in the yard, he sprang upon the animal's back without waiting for a saddle. "Stay in the cabin, girl, and put out the light, and don't open the door until I come home," he said, and he was gone. As Sammy turned back into the house, away from down in Mutton Hollow, on the night wind came the sound of guns. Chapter 17. What Happened at the Ranch. It was after midnight when Mr. Howitt was rudely awakened. Bright moon shining through the windows lit up the interior of the cabin as he easily recognized young Matt standing by the bed with Pete, who was sleeping at the ranch that night nearby. "Why, Matt, what's the matter?" exclaimed the shepherd, sitting up. He could not see that the big fellow's clothing was torn, that his hat was gone, and that he was dripping with perspiration. But he could hear his labored breathing. Strong as he was, the young giant was nearly exhausted by the strain of his race over the mountains. "Get up quick, Dad. I'll tell you while you're putting on your clothes," the woodsman answered. And while the shepherd dressed, he told him in a few words, finishing with, "Call Brave inside and get your gun with all the shells you can find. Don't show a light for a minute. They'll be here any time now, and it'll be a good bit yet before Sammy can get home." He began fastening the front door. The peaceful-minded scholar could not grasp the meaning of the message. It was to him an impossible thought. "You must be mistaken, Grant," he said. "Surely you are excited or unduly alarmed. Wash Gibbs has no reason to attack me." Young Matt replied gruffly, "I ain't making no mistake in the woods, Dad. You ain't in the city now, and there ain't no one who can hear you holler. Don't think I'm scared neither, if that's what you mean. But there's tens of them out in that bunch, and they're bad ones. Better call Brave, sir. He'll be some help when it comes to the rush." But the other persisted. "You must be mistaken, lad. Why would anyone wish to harm me? Those men are only out fox hunting or something like that. If they should be coming here, it's all a mistake. I can easily explain." "Explain hell," ejaculated the mountaineer. "I ask your pardon, Dad, but you don't know, not being raised in the woods like me. Old man Lewis hadn't done nothing either, and he explained too. Only he never got through explaining. They ain't got no reason. They're drunk. You've never seen Wash Gibbs drunk, and tonight he's got his whole gang with him. I don't know why he's coming after you, but from what you've told me about his stopping here that evening and what I've heard lately, I can guess. And I know what he'll do when he gets here. And if we don't stop him, it'll all be the same to you whether he's right or wrong." Brave came trotting into the cabin to the rear door and lay down in his corner by the fireplace. "That's mighty funny," said young Matt, and then, as he glanced quickly around, "Where's Pete?" Boy had slipped away while the two men were talking. Stepping outside, they called several times, but save the hoo-hoo of an owl in a big tree near the corral, there was no answer. "The boy's all right anyways," said the young man. "Nothing in the wood ever hurts Pete. He's safer there than he would be here, and I'm glad he's gone." The shepherd did not reply. He seemed not to hear, but stood as if though fascinated by the scene. He could not grasp the truth of the situation, but the beauty of the hour moved him deeply. What a marvelous, wonderful sight, he said at last in a low tone. I do not wonder the boy loves to roam the hills at night like this. Look, Gran. See how soft the moonlight in that patch of grass on this side of the old tree yonder, and how the black shadow is under that bush, like the mouth of a cave, a witch's cave. I am sure there are ghosts and goblins in there, with fairies and gnomes, and perhaps a dragon or two. You see, lad, how the great hills rise into the sky. How grand, how beautiful the world is. It is good to live, Matt. Though life be sometimes hard, still it is good to live. At the old scholar's words and manner, the mountaineer too forgot for a moment the thing that had brought him there, and a look of awe and wonder came over his rugged features, as the shepherd, with his face turned upward and his deep voice full of emotion, repeated, The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Day until day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. The owl left his place in the old tree and flew across the moonlit clearing into the deeper gloom of the forest. Inside the cabin the dog barked, and through the still night down from the valley where the ranch trail crosses the creek came the rattle of horses' feet on the rocky floor of the little stream and the faint sound of voices. Young Matt started, and again the man of the wilderness was master of the situation. They're coming, Dad. We ain't got no time to lose. Re-entering the cabin, Mr. Howitt quieted the dog while his companion fastened the rear door. And in the silence while they waited, a cricket under the corner of the house sang his plaintive song. The sound of voices grew louder as the horses grew nearer. Brave growled and would have barked again, but was quieted by the shepherd, who crouched at his side with one hand on the dog's neck. The older man smiled to himself. It all seemed to him so like a child's game. He had watched the mountaineer's preparation with amused interest and had followed the young woodsman's directions, even to the loaded shotgun in his hand, as one would humor a boy in his play. The scholar's mind, trained to consider the problems of civilization and to recognize the dangers of the city, refused to entertain seriously the thought that there in the peaceful woods, in the dead of night, a company of ruffians was seeking to do him harm. The voices had ceased, and the listeners heard only the sound of the horses' feet as the party passed the ruined cabin under the bluff. A moment or two later, the rider stopped in front of the ranch house. Brave growled again, but was silenced by the hand on his neck. Young Matt was at the window. I see them. They're getting off their horses and tying them to the corral fence. The smile on the shepherd's face vanished, and he experienced a queer sensation. It was as though something gripped his heart. The other continued his whispered report. They're bunching up now under the old tree, talking things over. I don't know what they're going to make a dog not being around, I reckon. Now they're taking a drink. Takes a lot of whiskey to help 10 men jump one old man, and him a stranger in the woods. Now Wash is sending 2 of them around to the back, so if you can slip out into the brush, shh. Here comes a couple more to try the front door. He slipped quietly across the room to the shepherd's side. The visitors came softly up to the front door and tried it gently. A moment later, the rear door was tried in the same way. Let Brave speak to them. And the dog, feeling the restraining hand removed, barked fiercely. Mr. Howitt, following his companion's whispered instructions, spoke aloud. Bold knock at the door caused the dog to redouble his efforts until his master commanded him to be still. "Who's there?" called the shepherd. "Young Matt's took powerful bad," answered a voice, "and they want you to come up to the house and doctor him." A drunken laugh came from the old tree, followed by a smothered oath. The giant at Mr. Howard's side growled under his breath, "Oh, I'm sick, am I? There's them that'll be a heap sicker before morning. Keep on talking, Dad. Gotta make all the time we can so Jim can get here." The shepherd called out again, "I don't recognize your voice. You must tell me who you are." Outside, there was a short consultation, followed by a still louder knock. "Open up. Why don't you open up and see who we are?" While under the tree came a call, "Quit your fooling and bring 'em out there, you fellers." This command was followed by a still more vigorous hammering at the door and the threats, "Open up, old man. Open up or we'll sure bust her in." Mr. Howitt whispered to his companion, "Let me open the door and talk to them, Grant. Surely they will listen to reason." But the woodman returned, "Talk to a nest of rattlers. Jim Lane's the only man that can talk them down now. We've got to stand them off as long as we can." As he spoke, he raised his revolver and was about to fire a shot through the door when a slight noise at one side of the room attracted his attention. He turned just in time to catch a glimpse of a face as it was withdrawn from one of the little windows. The noise at the door ceased. Suddenly, they heard two men running to join the group under the tree. "They found you ain't alone," whispered the big fellow, springing to the window again. And as a wild, drunken call came from the visitors, he added, "Seems like there's some excited about it, too. They're holding a regular powwow. What do you reckon they're thinking? Hope they'll keep it up till Jim—" Shh, here comes another one. It's that ornery Jim Bowles from the mouth of Indian Creek. The man approached the cabin, but stopped some distance away and called, "Hello, old man." "Well, what do you want?" answered Mr. Howitt. "Who's that feller you got with you?" "A friend." "Yes, we all load hit we're a friend, and we all want to see him powerful bad. Can't he come out to play with us, mister?" Another laugh came from the group under the tree. Young Matt whispered, "Keep him a-talking, Dad." And Mr. Howitt called, "He doesn't feel like playing tonight. Come back tomorrow." At this, the spokesman dropped his bantering tone. "Look a-here, old man. We's ain't got no time to be foolin' here. We know who that feller is, and we're gonna have him. He's been sneaking around this neighborhood long enough. And as for you, mister, we'd lowered your health be better back or where you came from, and we'd aim to help you leave this neck of the woods right sudden. Open up now, and turn that there feller over to us, and we'll let you off easy like. If you don't, we'll bust in the door and make you both dance the same tune. There won't be everything under you to dance on nother." The old shepherd was replying kindly when his speech was interrupted by a pistol shot and a command from the leader, at which the entire gang charged towards the cabin, firing as they came and making the little valley hideous with their drunken oaths and yells. From his window, Matt coolly emptied his revolver, but even as the crowd faltered, there came from their leader another volley of oaths. "Go on! Go on!" yelled Wash. "Their gums are empty now. Fetch 'em out before they can load again." With an answering yell, the others responded, carrying a little log they made for the cabin at full speed. One crashing blow, and the door flew from its hinges, and the opening was filled with the drunken, sweating, swearing crew. That same instant, young Matt dropped his useless revolver and, springing forward, met them on the threshold. The old shepherd, who had not fired a shot, could scarcely believe his eyes as he saw the giant catch the nearest man by the shoulder and waist and, lifting him high above his head, fling him across with terrific force into the faces of his bewildered companions. Those who were not knocked down by the strange weapon scattered in every direction, crouching low. For a moment, the big fellow was a master of the situation and, standing alone in the doorway in the full light of the moon, was easily recognized. "Hell, boys, it's young Matt himself," yelled the one who had raised the laugh by saying that young Matt was sick and the shepherd wanted the doctor. "Yes, it's me, Bill Simpson. I'm sure ailing tonight. I need someone to go for a doctor powerful bad," returned the young giant. "We never knowed it were you," whined the other, carefully lengthening the distance between the big man at the doorstep and himself. "No, I reckon not. You all played the find an old man alone, and do him for like you done for others. A fine lot of you are, 10-1, and him not knowing the woods." While he was speaking, the men slowly retreated to gather about their big leader under the tree, 2 of them being assisted by their companions, and one other limping painfully. Young Matt raised his voice. "I know you, Wash Gibbs, and I know this here is your dirty work. You've been a-bragging about what you'll do when you meet up with me. I'm here now. Why don't you come up like a man? And let's you and me settle this thing right now. You all crack." A jet of flame leaped out of the shadow, and the speaker dropped like a log. With a cry, the shepherd ran to the side of his friend. But in a moment, the crowd had again reached the cabin, and the old man was dragged from his fallen companion. With all of his strength, Mr. Howard struggled with his captors, begging them to let him go to the boy. But his hands were bound tightly behind his back, and when he still pled with those who held him, Wash Gibbs struck him full in the mouth, a blow that brought the blood. They were leading the stunned and helpless man away when someone who was bending over young Matt exclaimed, "You missed him, Wash. Just tracked him. We'll be up in a minute, and hell to be the pay in the wilderness if he ain't tied. Better fix him quick." The big fellow already showed signs of returning consciousness, and by the time they had tied his arms, he was able to struggle to his feet. For a moment he looked dizzily around, his eyes turning from one evil, triumphant face to another until they rested upon the bleeding countenance of his old friend. The shepherd's eyes smiled back a message of cheer, and the old man tried to speak when Wash Gibbs made another threatening motion with his clenched fist. At this, like a cry of the roar of a mad bull, came from the young giant. In his rage, he seemed suddenly endowed with almost superhuman strength. Before a man of the startled party could do more than gasp with astonishment, he had shaken himself free from those who held him, and breaking the rope from which he was bound, as though it were twine, he had leapt up to the shepherd's side. But it was useless. For a moment, no one moved. Then a crashing blow from the butt of a rifle in the hands of a man in the rear of the 2 prisoners sent young Matt once more to the ground. When he again regained consciousness, he was so securely bound that, even with his great strength, he was helpless. Leading their captives to the old tree, the men withdrew for a short consultation and to refresh themselves with another drink. When they had finished, Gibbs addressed the 2 friends. "We's uns didn't aim to hurt you, young Matt, but seeing how you are so thick with this here feller and appear to know so much about him, I reckon we can't help ourselves nohow." He turned to the shepherd. "There's been too dab-burned much funny work at this ranch since you came, mister, and Williams Lowe will just give warning that we don't want no more strangers snooping around this neighborhood, and we don't aim to have them neither. Williams Lowe, we can take care of ourselves without our help from the dag-burned government." The shepherd tried to speak, but Gibbs, with an oath, roared, "Shut up! I tell you, shut up! I've been a-watching, and I know what I know. Fix that there rope, boys, and we'll get through and mosey along out o' here. Ain't no use to palaver nohow." A rope was thrown over a limb above their heads, and a man approached the shepherd with the noose. Young Matt struggled desperately. With an evil grin, Grib said, "Don't you worry, Sonny. You're going too." At that signal, another rope was fixed, and the noose was placed over the young man's head. The men took their places, awaiting the word from their leader. The shepherd spoke softly to his companion. "Thank you, my boy." The giant began another desperate struggle. Wash Gibbs, raising his hand, opened his lips to give the signal, but no word came. The brutal jaw dropped. The ruffian's eyes fairly started from his head, while the men who held the rope stood as if turned to stone. As a long, wailing cry came from the dark shadows under the bluff, there was a moment of death-like silence. Then another awful, sobbing groan, rising into a blood-curdling scream, came from down the road, and from the direction of the ruined cabin advanced a ghostly figure. Through the deep shadows and the misty light, it seemed to float towards them, moaning and sobbing as it came. A shuddering gasp of horror broke from the frightened crew under the tree. Then, at a louder wail from the approaching apparition, they broke and ran. Like wild men, they leapt for their horses and, flinging themselves into their saddles, fled in every direction. Young Matt and the shepherd sank upon the ground in helpless amazement. As the outlaws fled, the specter paused. Then it started onward towards the two men. Again it hesitated. For a moment it remained motionless, then turned and vanished, just as Jim Lane came flying out of the timber into the bright light of the little clearing. Chapter 18. Learning to be a Lady. The book sent for by Mr. Howitt came a few days after the adventure at the ranch, and Sammy, with all the intensity of her nature, plunged at once into the work mapped out for her by the shepherd. All through the long summer and autumn, the girl spent hours with her teacher out on the hillside. Seated on some rocky bench or reclining on the grassy slope, she would recite the lessons he gave her, or listen to him as he read aloud from character-forming books, pausing now and then to slip in some comment to make the teaching clear, or to answer her eager questions. At other times, while they followed the sheep leisurely from one feeding ground to another, he provoked her to talk of the things that they were reading. And while he thus led her to think, he carefully guarded her speech and language. At first, they took the old familiar path of early intellectual training, but little by little he taught her to find the way for herself. Always, as she advanced, he encouraged her to look for life that is more than meat, and always while they read and talked together, there was open before them a great book wherein God was written, in the language of the mountain, and tree, and sky, and flower, and brook, the things that make truly wise those who pause to read. From her mother, and from her own free life in the hills, Sammy had a body beautiful with the grace and strength of perfect physical womanhood. With this, she had inherited from many generations of gentlefolk a mind and spirit susceptible of the highest culture, unspoiled by the hothouse forcing process that so often leaves the intellectual powers jaded and weak before they had fully developed, and free from the atmosphere of falsehood and surface culture in which so many souls struggle for their very existence. The girl took what her teacher had to offer and made it her own. With a mental appetite uninjured by tidbits and dainties, she digested the strong food and asked eagerly for more. Her progress was marvelous, and the scholar often had cause to wonder with which his pupil's clear mind grasped the truths he showed her. Often before he could finish speaking, a bright nod or a word showed that she had caught the purpose of his speech, while that wide, eager look with the questioning that followed revealed her readiness to go on. It was as though many of the things he sought to teach her slept already in her brain and needed only a touch to arouse them to vigorous life. In time, the girl's very clothing and even her manner of dressing her hair came to reveal the development and transformation of her inner self. Not that she dressed more expensively, she could not do that, but in the selection of materials and in the many subtle touches that give distinction even to the plainest apparel, she showed her awakening. To help her in this was Aunt Molly in a Good Ladies magazine, which came to her regularly through the kindness of her teacher. Sammy's father, too, came unconsciously under the shepherd's influence. As his daughter grew, the man responded to the change in her, as he always responded to her in every thought and mood. He talked often now of the old home in the Southland, and sometimes fell into the speech of other days, dropping for a moment the rougher expressions of his associates. But all this was to Sammy alone. To the world there was no change in Jim, and he still went on his long rise of Wash Gibbs. By fall, the place was fixed up a bit, the fence was rebuilt, the yard trimmed, and another room added to the cabin. So the days slipped away over the wood-framed ridges. The soft greens of tree and a brush in a grassy slope changed to brilliant gold and crimson and russet brown, while the gray-blue haze that hangs always over the hollows took on a purple tone. Then in turn, this purple changed to a deeper, colder blue when the leaves had fallen and the trees showed naked against the winter sky. With the cold weather, the lessons were continued in the Lane cabin on the southwest slope of Dewey. All day while the shepherd was busy at the ranch, Sammy pored over her books, and every evening the old scholar climbed the hill to direct the work of his pupil, with Long Jim sitting, silent and grim, by the fireside, listening to the talk, and seeing who knows what visions of long ago in the dancing flame. And so winter passed, and the spring came again. Came with its soft beauty of tender green, its wealth of blossoms, and the sweet fragrance of growing things. Then came the summer, that terrible summer when all the promises of spring were broken, where no rain fell for weary months, and the settlers, in the total failure of their crops, faced certain ruin. Chapter 19. The Drought. It began to be serious by the time the corn was waist high. When the growing grain lost its rich color and the long blades rested dryly in the hot air, the settlers looked for signs of the coming rain. The topic at the conversation at the mill was the condition of the crops. The stories were all of past droughts or tales of hardship and want. The moon changed, and still the same hot, dry sky, with only now and then a shred of cloud floating lazily across the blue. The moon changed, and still the same hot, dry sky, with only now and then a shred of cloud floating lazily across the blue. The moon changed, and still the same hot, dry sky, with only now and then a shred of cloud floating lazily across the blue. The grass in the glades grew parched and harsh, the trees rattled their shriveled leaves. Creek beds lay glaring white and dusty in the sun, and all the wild things in the woods sought the distant river bottom. In the Mutton Hollow neighborhood, only the spring below the Matthews place held water, and all day the stock on the range, crowding around the little pool, trampled out the narrow fridge of green grass about its edge, and churned its bright life into mud in their struggle. Fall came, and there was no relief. Crops were a total failure. Many people were without means to buy food for themselves and their stock for the upcoming winter and the months until another crop could be grown and harvested. Family after family loaded their few household goods into the big covered wagons and, deserting their homes, set out to seek relief in more fortunate or more wealthy portions of the country. The day came at last when Sammy found the shepherd in the little grove near the deer lick and told him that she and her father were going to move. "Father says there's nothing else to do. Even if we could squeeze through the winter, we couldn't hold out until he makes another crop." Throwing herself on the ground, she picked a big yellow daisy from a cluster that, finding a little moisture oozing from a dirt-filled crevice of the rock, had managed to live, and began pulling it to pieces. In silence, the old man watched her. He had not before realized how much the companionship of this girl was to him. To the refined and cultivated scholar, whose lot had been cast so strangely with the rude people of the mountain wilderness, companionship of such a spirit and mind was a necessity. Unconsciously, Sammy had supplied the one thing lacking, and by her demands upon this thought had kept the shepherd from mental stagnation and morbid brooding. Day after day, she had grown into his life, his intellectual and spiritual child. And though she had dropped the rude speech of the native, she persisted in calling him by his backwoods title, Dad. But the little word had come to hold a new meaning for them both. He saw now, all at once, what he would lose when she went away. One by one, the petals from the big daisy fell from the girl's hand, dull splashes of gold against her dress on the grass. "Where will you go?" he asked at last. Sammy shook her head without looking up. "I don't know. Anywhere that Daddy can earn a living for us." "And when do you start?" "Pretty soon now. There is nothing to stay for now. Father told me when he went away the day before yesterday we would go as soon as he returned. He promised to be home sometime this evening. I couldn't tell you before, Dad, but I guess you knew." The shepherd did know. For weeks they had both avoided the subject. Sammy continued, I've just been over to the Matthews place. Uncle Matt has been gone 3 days now. I guess you knew about that, too. Aunt Molly told me all about it. How I wish I could help them." She reached for another daisy, and 2 big tears rolled from under the long lashes to fall with the golden petals. "We'll come back in the spring when it's time to plant again. But what if you're not here?" Her teacher could not answer for a minute. Then he said in an odd, hesitating way, "Have you heard from Ollie lately?" The girl raised her head, her quick, rare instinct divinating his unspoken thought, and something she saw in her old friend's face brought a hint of a smile to her own tearful eyes. She knew him so well. "You don't mean that, Dad," she said. "We just couldn't do that. I had a letter from him yesterday offering us money, but you know we can't accept it from him." And the subject was dropped. They spent the afternoon together, and in the evening at Sammy's lookout on the shoulder of Dewey, she bade him good night and left him alone with his flocks in the soft twilight. That same evening, Mr. Matthews returned from his trip to the settlement. Chapter 20. The Shepherd Writes a Letter. To purchase sheep and the ranch in the hollow, Mr. Matthews placed a heavy mortgage not only upon the ranch land, but upon the homestead as well. In the loss of the stock, the woodman would lose all he had won in the years of toil from the mountain wilderness. When the failure of the crops became a certainty, and it was clear that the country could not produce enough feed to carry his flock through the winter until the spring grass, Mr. Matthews went to the settlement, hoping to get help from the bank there, where he was known. He found the little town in confusion and doors of the bank closed. The night before, a band of men had entered the building and, forcing the safe, had escaped to the mountains with their booty. Old Matt's interview with the bank official was brief. "It is simply impossible, Mr. Matthews," said the man. "As it is, we will have to do well to keep our own heads above water." And then the mountaineer had come the long way home. As he rode slowly up the last hill, the giant form stooped with a weariness unusual, and the rugged face looked so worn and hopelessly sad that Aunt Molly, who was waiting at the gate, did not need to hear words to tell her of his failure. The old man got stiffly down from his horse, and when he had removed the saddle and bridle and had turned the animal into the lot, the two walked towards the house. But they did not enter the building. Without saying a word, they turned aside from the steps and followed the little path to the graves in the rude enclosure beneath the pines, where the sunshine fell only in patches here and there. That night, after supper, Mr. Matthews went down into the hollow to see the shepherd. "Gonna be hard leaving that place up yonder," said the big man, when he had told of his unsuccessful trip. "It won't matter much to the boy, 'cause he's young yet. But we've worked hard, Mr. Howitt, for that home. Molly and me has. She's up there now, sitting on the porch and a-living it all over again, like she does when there ain't no one around, with her face turned toward them pines to the west of the house. It's a mighty nigh of breaking her heart just to think of leaving. But she'll hide it all away from me when I go up there, thinking not to worry me, as if I don't know. It's going to be mighty hard to part with you too, Mr. Howitt. I don't reckon you'll ever know, sir, how much you've done for us. For me, most of all." The shepherd made as if to interrupt, but the big man continued. "Don't suppose we can see, sir, how you've made over the whole neighborhood. There ain't a family for 10 miles that don't come to you when they are in trouble. I understand Mid Lane a-reading and a-talking just about the same as you do yourself, fit to hold her up in with anyone what's got education. Jim himself has changed something wonderful. Same old Jim in a lot of ways, but something more somehow, though I can't tell it. Then there's my boy Grant. I know right well what he would have been if it wasn't for you to show him what the best kind of man's like. He'd have never sure knowed it from me. And I don't mean he'd ever been as bad man like Wash Gibbs or a no-account and trifle one like them Thompsons, but he never could have been what he is now through and through, if he hadn't a-known of you. There's a heap more, too, all over the country that you've talked to on a Sunday when the parson wasn't here. As for me, you've sure been a God's blessing to me and Molly, Mr. Howitt." Again, the shepherd moved uneasy, as if to protest, but his big friend made a gesture of silence. "Let me say why I got a chance, Dad." And the other bowed his head while old Matt continued. "I can't tell how it is, and I don't reckon you'd understand anyway, but staying as you have after all talk that first night you come, and living down here in this spot alone, after, it's just like I was a kid, and you was a-standing big and strong like between me and a great blackness that was something awful. I reckon it looks foolish, me a-talking this way. Maybe it's because I'm getting old, but anyhow, I wanted you to know." The shepherd raised his head, and his face was aglow with a glad, triumphant light, while his deep voice was full of meaning as he said gently, "It has been more to me, too, than you think, Mr. Matthews. I ought to tell you, I will tell you." He checked himself and added, "Someday." Then he changed the topic quickly. "Are you sure there is no one who can help you over this hard time? Is there no way?" The mountaineer shook his head. "I've gone over it again and again. Williams at the bank is the only man I know who had the money, and he's done for now by this robbery. You see, I can't go to strangers, Dad. I ain't got nothing left for security." "But could you not sell the sheep for enough to save the homestead?" "Who could buy, or who would buy, if they could, in this country, without a bit of feed? And then look at 'em. They're so poor and weak now, they couldn't even stand the driving to the shipping place. They'd all die along the road. They're just skin and bone, Dad. Ain't no butcher would pay a fright on 'em even." Mr. Howitt sat with knitted brow, staring into the shadows. Then he said slowly, "There is that old mine. If this man Dewey were only here, do you suppose—" Again the mountaineer shook his head. "Colonel Dewey would be a mighty old man now, Dad, even if he were living. 'Tain't likely he'd ever come back, nor 'tain't likely the mine would ever be found without him. I studied all that on the way home." As he finished speaking, he rose to go, and the dog, springing up, dashed out of the cabin and across the clearing towards the bluff by the corral, barking furiously. 2 men looked at each other. "A rabbit," said Mr. Howitt. They both knew that the well-trained shepherd dog would never track a rabbit, and old Matt's face was white as he mounted to ride away up the trail. The long shepherd stood in the doorway, looking out into the night, listening to the voices of the wilderness. In his life in the hills, he had found a little brightness, when in the old mountaineer's words that evening, he had glimpsed a future happiness, of which he scarcely dared to dream. With the single exception of that one wild night, his life had been an unbroken calm. Now he was to leave it all. And for what? He seemed to hear the rush and the roar of the world below the ridges, as one in a quiet harbor hears outside the thunder of the stormy sea. He shuddered. The gloom and mystery of it all crept into his heart. He was so alone. But it was not the wilderness that made him shudder. It was the thought of the great, mad, cruel world that raged beyond the hills, and something else. The dog growled again, and faced threatening towards the cliff. "What is it, Brave?" The only answer was an uneasy whine as the animal crouched close to the man's feet. The shepherd peered into the darkness in the direction of the ruined cabin. "God," he whispered, "how can I leave this place?" He turned back into the house, closed and barred the door. With the manner of one making a resolution after a hard struggle, he took writing material from the top shelf of the cupboard and, seating himself at the table, began to write. The hours slipped by, and page after page, closely written, came from the man's face grew warm and haggard. It was as though he lifted again the burden that he had learned to lay aside. At last it was finished. Placing the sheets in an envelope, he wrote the address with trembling hand. While Mr. Howitt was writing his letter at the ranch, and old Matt was tossing sleeplessly on his bed in the big log house, a horseman rode slowly down from the Compton Ridge Road. Stopping at the creek to water, he pushed on up the mountain towards the lame cabin. The horse walked with low-hung head and lagged feet. The man slouched half asleep in the saddle. It was Jim Lane. Chapter 21. God's Gold. The troubled night passed. The shepherd rose to see the sky above the eastern rim of the hollow glowing with the first soft light of a new day. Away over Compton Ridge, one last pale star hung, caught in the upper branches of a dead pine. Not a leaf of the forest stirred. In awe, the man watched the miracle of the morning, and the glowing colors touched cloud after cloud until the whole sky was aflame, and the star was gone. Again he seemed to hear faint and far away the roar and surge of the troubled sea. With the face uplifted, he cried aloud, "O God, my Father, I ask thee not for the things that men deem great. I covet not wealth, nor honor, nor ease, only peace, only that I may live free from those who do not understand. Only that I may in some measure make atonement, that I may win pardon. Oh, drive me not from this haven into the world again." Again. Came back from the cliff on the other side of the clearing, and, as the echo died away in the silent woods, a bush on top of the bluff stirred in the breathless air. Stirred and was still again. Somewhere, up on Dewey, a crow croaked hoarsely to his mate. A cow on the range bawled loudly, and the sheep in the corral chorused in answer. Re-entering the cabin, the old man quickly built a fire, then, taking the bucket, went to the spring for water. He must prepare his breakfast. Coming back with the brimming pail, he placed it on the bench and was turning to the cupboard when he noticed on the table a small oblong package. Mr. Matthews must have left it last night, he thought. Strange that I did not see it before. Picking up the package, he found it was quite heavy and, to his amazement, saw that it was addressed to himself. In a strange, cramped printing, such letters as a child would make. He ripped open the covering and read in the same crude writing, "This stuff is for you to give to Matthews and Jim Lane. Don't tell anyone where you got it. And don't try to find out where it come from either, or you'll wish you hadn't. You needn't be afraid. It's good money, all right." The package contained gold pieces of various denominations. With a low exclamation, the shepherd let the parcel slip. The money fell in a shining heap on the floor. He stood as if in a dream, looking from the gold to the letter in his hand. Then, going to the door, he gazed long and searchingly in every direction. Nothing unusual met his eye. Turning back to the cabin again, he caught up the letter he had written and stepped to the fireplace with an expression of relief upon his face. But with his hand outstretched towards the flames, he paused. The letter was still in his grasp, while the expression of relief gave way to a look of fear. "The bank," he muttered. "The robbery." The shining pieces on the floor seemed to glisten mockingly. No, said the man. "Better the other way, and yet," he read the letter again. "It's good money, all right. You needn't be afraid." In his quandary, he heard a step without, and looking up, saw Pete in the open door. The boy's sensitive face was aglow as he said, "Pete's glad this morning. Pete saw the sky. Did Dad see the sky?" Mr. Howitt nodded. Then, moved by a sudden impulse, pointed to the money and said, "Does Pete see this? It's gold, all gold." The boy drew near with curious eyes. "Dad doesn't know where it came from," continued the shepherd. "Does Pete know?" The youth gave a low laugh of delight. "Of course Pete knows. Pete went up with Dewey this morning, way up to the signal tree, and of course he took me with him. The sky was all soft and silvery, and the clouds was full, plumb full of gold, like that there." He pointed to the yellow coins on the floor. "Didn't Dad see? Some of it must have spilled out." "Ah, yes, that was God's gold," said the older man softly. The lad touched his friend on the arm. With the other hand again pointed to the glittering heap on the floor. "Pete says that there's God's gold too, and Pete, he knows." The man started and looked at the boy in wonder. "But why? Why should it come to me at such a time like this?" he muttered. "'Cause you're the shepherd of Mutton Hollow," Pete says. "Don't be scared, Dad. Pete knows. It sure is God's gold." The shepherd turned to the fireplace and dropped the letter he had written upon the leaping flames. Chapter 22. A Letter from Ollie Stewart. The post office at the Forks occupied a commanding position in the northeast corner of Uncle Ike's cabin, covering an area not less than 4 feet square. The fittings were in excellent taste, and the equipment fully adequate to the needs of the service. An old table, on legs somewhat rickety. Upon the table, a rude box, set on end and divided roughly into 8 pigeonholes, duly numbered. In the table, a drawer filled with little stamps and stationery, filled mostly with scraps of leaf tobacco, and an odd company of veteran pipes, now on the retired list or home on furlough. Before the table, a little old chair, wrought in some fearful and wonderful fashion from hickory sticks which the bark had not been removed. With every change of the weather, this chair, through some unknown, powerful influence, changed its shape, thus becoming in its own way a sort of government weather bureau. And if in all this land of the free and home of the brave there be a single throne, it must be the same curiously changeable chair. In spite of, or perhaps because of, its strange powers, that weird piece of furniture managed to make itself so felt that it was religiously avoided by every native who called at the Forks. Not the wildest hillbilly of them all dared to occupy for a moment the seat of Uncle Sam's representative. Here, Uncle Ike reigned supreme over his 4 feet square of government property, and you may be very sure that the mighty, mysterious thing known as the government lost none of its might and none of its mystery at the hands of its worthy official. Uncle Ike left the group in front of the cabin and, hurriedly entering the office, seated himself upon his throne. A tall, thin, slow-moving mule brought to before a certain tray with the grace and dignity of an ocean liner coming into her slip. Zeke Wheeler dismounted, and, with the saddle mail pouch over his arm, stalked solemnly across the yard and into the house, his spurs clinking on the gravel and the rattling over the floor. Following the mail carrier, the group of mountaineers entered, and, with Uncle Ike's entire family, took their places at a respectful distance from the holy place of the mystery and might in the northeast corner of the room. The postmaster, with the key attached by a small chain to one corner of the table, unlocked the flat pouch and drew forth the contents: 5 papers, 3 letters, and 1 postal card. The empty pouch was kicked contemptuously beneath the table. The papers were tossed to one side. All eyes were fixed on the little bundle of first-class mail. In a breathless silence, the official cut the string. The silence was broken. "By thunders, Mary Liz Jolly will sure be glad to get that there letter. Her man's been gone nigh on 2-3 months now, and ain't wrote back but once. That's when he was in Mayville. I see he's down in the nation now at Auburn. Sending Larry Miss some money, I reckon. By thunders, it's about time, what?" James Creelman, ESQ. "Well, that burned me. Jim done wrote that there's a house in Chicago more than 3 weeks ago about a watch they're selling for $4. By dunders, they should answer me quicker than that or they'd hear turkey. Why, I done told Jim it was only a plain old $4 house anyhow." At this, many nods and glances were exchanged by the group in silent admiration of the government, and one mountaineer, bold enough to even reckless, remarked, "Jim must have a heap o' money to be buying a $4 watches. Must have sold that gray mule of his'n. It'd fetch about that much, I reckon." "Much you know about it, Buck Boswell. Let me tell you, Jim, he works, he does. Workingest man in this here country, by dunders what. Jim, he don't sit around like you fellows down in the creek waiting for pawpaws to get ripe so he can get a square meal, by dunders." The bold mountaineer wilted. Uncle Ike proceeded with the business of his office. "Here's Sally Rhodes done read her ma a card from the Corners. Sally's been a-visiting her pa's folks. Says she'll be home on the hack next mail. You can't take the hack next time, Zeke. And by thunders, here's another letter from that dumb Dolly Stewart. Sammy ain't been over yet the last one he wrote. By dunders, if it weren't for them blamed government inspectors, that should put a spoke in his wheel. Boy, I'd everlastingly sever the connections between that gentleman and these here Ozarks. Dad burn me. He better take one of them fingled women in the city where he's gone to, and not come back here for one of our girls. I don't believe Sammy would care much nohow, by dunders what." The official tossed the letter into a pigeonhole beside his neglected mate with a gesture that fully expressed the opinion of the entire community regarding Mr. Stewart and his intentions toward Miss Lane. Sammy got the letters the next day and read them over and over as she rode slowly through the sweet-smelling woods. The last one told her that Ollie was coming home on a visit. "Thursday, that's the day after tomorrow," she said aloud. It was a very different letter from those Ollie had written when he first left the woods. Most of all, it was different in that indefinable something by which a man reveals his place in life by the letters he writes, no less than the words he speaks or the clothing he wears. As Sammy rode slowly through the pinery down the narrow Fall Creek Valley, she was thinking of these things very seriously. The girl had been, in a way, conscious of the gradual change in Ollie's life, as it had been revealed in his letters, but she had failed to connect the change with her lover. The world into which young Stuart had gone, and by the way he was formed, was so foreign to the only world known to Sammy. While she realized in a dim way that he was undergoing a transformation, she saw him in her mind as the backwoods boy. With the announcement of his return, and the thought that she would soon meet him face to face, it burst upon her suddenly that her lover was a stranger. The man who wrote this letter was not the man whom she had promised to marry. Who was he? Passing the mill and the block shop, Brown Pony with his absorbed rider began to climb the steep road to the Matthews place. Halfway up the hill, the little horse, stepping on a loose stone, stumbled, catching himself quickly. As a flash of lightning on black night reveals well-known landmarks and familiar objects, this incident brought back to Sammy the evening when Ollie and young Matt, she had climbed the same way, when her horse had stumbled and her face had come close to the face of the big fellow whose hand was on the pony's neck. The whole scene came before her with a vividness that was startling. Every word, every look, every gesture of the two young men, her own thoughts and words, the objects along the road, the very notion of her horse. She seemed to be actually living those moments of the past. But more than this, she seemed not only to live again the incidents of that evening, but in some strange way possessed the faculty of analyzing and passing judgment upon her own thoughts and words. Great changes had come to Sammy, too, since the night her lover had said goodbye. And now, in her deeper life, the young woman felt a curious sense of shame, as she saw how trivial were the things that had influenced her to become Ollie's promised wife. She blushed as she recalled the motives that sent her to the shepherd with the request to teach her to be a fine lady. Coming out at the top of the ridge, Brownie stopped in his own accord, and the girl saw again the figure of a young giant standing in the level ray of the setting sun, with his arms outstretched, saying, "I reckon I was built to live in these hills. I don't guess you'd better count on me ever being more than I am." Sammy realized suddenly that the question was no longer whether Ollie would be ashamed of her. It was quite a different question indeed. Chapter 23. Ollie Comes Home. The day that Ollie was expected at the cabin on Dewey Bald, Mr. Lane was busy in the field. "I don't reckon you'll need me at the house, nohow," he said, with a queer laugh as he rose from the dinner table, and Sammy, blushing, told him to go on to his work or young Matt would get his planting done first. Jim went out to get his horse from the stable, but before he left, he returned once more to the house. "What is it, Daddy? Forget something?" asked Sammy, as her father stood in the doorway. "Not exactly," drawled Jim. "I ain't got a very good forgetter. I wish I had. It's something I can't forget. Wish I could." In a moment, the girl's arms were about his neck. "You dear, foolish old Daddy Jim. I have a bad forgetter, too. You thought when I began studying with Dad Howitt that my books would make me forget you. Well, have they?" A tightening of the long arm around her waist was the only answer. "And now you are making yourself miserable trying to think that Ollie Stewart and his friends will make me forget you. Just as if all the folks in the world could ever be to me what they are. You and Dad and Uncle Matt and Aunt Molly and young Matt. Daddy, I'm ashamed of you. Honestly, I am. Do you think a real, genuine lady could ever forget the father who had been so good to her? Daddy, I'm insulted. You must apologize immediately." She pretended to draw away, but the long arm held her fast, while the mountaineer said in a voice that had in it pride and pain with a world of love, I know, girl. But you'll be living in the city, and when you and Ollie are married, these old hills will be mighty lonesome with you gone. You see, I couldn't never leave the old place. 'Tain't much, I know, so far as money value goes. But there's some things worth a heap more than their money value, I reckon. If you was only to live where I could ride over once or twice a week to see you, it'd be different. Yes, Daddy, but maybe I won't go after all. I'm not married yet, you know. Something in her voice or manner caused Jim to hold his daughter at arm's length and look full into the brown eyes. What do you mean, girl? Sammy laughed in an uneasy and embarrassed way. She was not sure that she knew herself all that lay beneath the simple words. She tried to explain. Why, I mean that Ollie and I both have grown up since we promised, and he has been living way out in the big world and going to school besides. He must have seen many girls since he left me. He is sure to be changed greatly, and maybe he won't want a backwoods wife. The man growled something under his breath, and the girl placed a hand over his lips. You mustn't say swear words, Daddy Jim. Indeed, you must not. Not in the presence of ladies, anyhow. You've changed a heap in some ways, too, said Jim. Yes, I suppose I am, but my changes are mostly on the inside like, and perhaps you won't see them. Would you care so mighty much, Sammy? Whispered the father. That's just it, Daddy. How can I tell? We both must begin all over again, don't you see? Then she sent him away to his work. Sammy had finished washing the dinner dishes and was putting away things in order about the house when she suddenly stopped before the little shelf that held her books. Then, with a smile, she carried them every one into her own room, placing them carefully where they could not be seen from the open door. Going next to the mirror, she deliberately took down her hair and arranged it in the old careless way that Ollie had always known. You're just the same backwoods girl, Sammy Lane, so far as the outside things go, she said to the face in the glass. But you're not quite the same all the way through. We'll see if he... She was interrupted by the loud barking of the dog outside, and her heart beat more quickly as she heard a voice outside. Hello, I say, call off your dog. Sammy hurried to the door. A strange gentleman stood at the gate, the strangest gentleman that Sammy had ever seen. Surely this could not be Ollie Stewart, this slender, pale-faced man with faultless linen, well-gloved hands, and shining patent leathers. The girl drew back in embarrassment. But there was no hesitation on the part of the young man. Before she could recover from her astonishment, he caught her in his arms and kissed her again and again until she struggled from his embrace. You must not, she gasped. Why not? He demanded laughingly. Has anyone a better right? I have waited a long time, and I mean now to make up for lost time. He took a step towards her again, but Sammy held off at arm's length as she repeated. No, you must not. Not now. Young Stewart was helpless, and the discovery that she was stronger than this man brought the girl a strange feeling as of shame. How strong you are, he said petulantly, ceasing his efforts, then carefully surveying the splendidly proportioned and developed young woman, he added, and how beautiful. Under his look, Sammy's face blushed painfully, even to her neck and brow, and the man, seeing her confusion, laughed again. Then, seating himself in the only rocking chair in the room, the young gentleman leisurely removed his gloves, looking around the while with an amused expression on his face, while the girl stood, watching him. At last he said impatiently, Sit down, Sammy. You look at me as if I were a ghost. Unconsciously, she slipped into the speech of the old days. You sure don't look much like you used to. I had never seen nobody wear such clothes as them, not even Dad Howard, when he come the first time. Do you wear 'em every day? Ollie frowned. You're just like all the rest, Sammy. Why don't you talk as you write? You've improved a lot in your letters. If you talk like that in the city, people will know in a minute that you are from the country." At this, Sammy rallied her scattered wits, and the wide, questioning look was in her eyes as she replied quietly, "Thank you. I'll try to remember. But tell me, please, but what harm could it do if people did know I came from the country?" It was Ollie's turn to be amazed. "Why, you can talk," he said. "Where did you learn?" And the girl answered simply that she had picked it up from the old shepherd. This little incident put Sammy more at ease, and she skillfully led her companion to speak of the city and his life there. Of his studies, the young fellow had little to say, and to her secret delight, the girl found that she had actually made greater progress with her books than had her lover with all of his supposed advantages. But of other things, of the gaiety and excitement of the city, of his new home and the wealth of his uncle, and of his bright prospects, Ollie spoke freely, never dreaming the girl had already seen the life he painted in such glowing colors through the eyes of one who had been so careful to point out the froth and foam of it all. Neither did the young man discover in the quiet questions she asked that Sammy was seeking to know what in all this new world he had found that he could make his own as the thing most worthwhile. The backwoods girl had never seen that type of man to whom the life of the city only is life. Ollie was peculiarly fitted by nature to absorb quickly those things of the world into which he had gone that were most different from the world he had left, and there remained scarcely a trace of his earlier wilderness training. But there is that in life that lies too deep for any mere change of environment to touch. Sammy remembered a lesson the shepherd had given her. Gentle spirit may express itself in the rude words of illiteracy. It is not therefore rude. Ruffianism may speak the language of learning or religion. It is ruffianism still. Strength may wear the garb of weakness and still be strong, and a weakling may carry the weapons of strength, but fight with a faint heart. So, beneath all the changes that had come to her backwoods lover, Sammy felt that Ollie himself was unchanged, and it was as though he had learned a new language, but still said the same things. Sammy, too, had entered a new world. Step by step, as the young man had advantage in his schooling, in dropping the habits and customs of the backwoods, had conformed in his outer life to his new environment. The girl had advanced in her education under the careful hand of the old shepherd. Ignorant still of the false standards and the petty ambitions that are so large a part of the complex world into which he had gone, she had been introduced to a world where the life itself is the only thing worthwhile. She had seen nothing of the glittering tinsel of that cheap culture that is the death to all true refinement. But in the daily companionship of her gentle teacher, she had lived in touch with true aristocracy, the aristocracy of heart and spirit. Young Matt and Jim had thought that, in Sammy's education, the bond between the girl and her lover would be strengthened. They had thought to see her growing further and further from the life of the hills, the life to which they felt they must always belong. But that was because young Matt and Jim did not know the kind of education the girl was getting. So Ollie had come back to his old home to measure things by his new standard, and he had come back, too, to be measured according to the old standard. If the man's eyes were dimmed by the flash and sparkle that played upon the surface of life, the woman's vision was strong and clear to look into the still depths. Later in the day, as they walked together up the old trail to Sammy's lookout, the girl tried to show him some of the things that had been revealed to her in the past months, but the young fellow could not follow where she led, and answered her always with some flippant remark or some superficial philosophy of his kind. When he tried to turn the talk to their future, she skillfully deflected his purpose or was silent, and when he would claim a lover's privilege, she held him off. Upon his demanding a reason for her coldness, she answered, "Don't you see that everything is different now? We must learn to know each other over again. But you are my promised wife. I promised to be the wife of a backwoodsman, she answered. I cannot keep that promise. That man is dead. You are a man of the city, and I am scarcely acquainted with you. Young Stuart found himself not a little puzzled by the situation. He had come home expecting to meet a girl beautiful in the face and form, but with the mind of a child to wonder at the things he would tell her. He had found, instead, a thoughtful young woman trained to look for and recognize truth and beauty. Sammy was always his physical superior. She now was his intellectual superior as well. The change that had come to her was not a change by environment of the things that lay upon the surface, but it was a change in the deeper things of life, in the purpose and understanding of life itself. Like many of his kind, Ollie could not distinguish between those things. Chapter 24. What Makes a Man. Mr. Matthews and his son finished their planting early in the afternoon, and the boy set out to find old Kate and the mule colt. Those rovers had not appeared at the home place for nearly 2 weeks, and someone must bring them in before they forgot their home completely. "Don't mind if I ain't back for supper, Mother," said young Matt. "I may eat at the ranch with Dad. I ain't been down there for quite a spell now, and I'd kind of like to know if that panther we've been hearing is giving Dad any trouble. Dad told me yesterday he thought he heard old Kate's bell over on yon side of Cox's Bald," said Mr. Matthews. "If I was you, I'd take across Cox along the far side of the ridge around Dewey and down into the hollow that way. Joe Gardner was over north yesterday, and he said he didn't see no signs in that range. I reckon you'd find 'em on Dewey somewheres about Jim Lane's, maybe. You better saddle a horse." "No, I'll take it afoot. I can ride old Kate in if I find them," replied the big fellow. And, with his rifle in the hollow of his arm, he struck out over the hills. All along the eastern slope of the ridge that forms one side of Mutton Hollow, he searched for the missing stock. Not a sound of the bell could he hear, not a trace of the vagabonds could he find. And that was because old Kate and little Colt were standing quietly in the shade in a little glen below Sand Ridge, not a quarter of a mile from the barn. The afternoon was well on when young Matt gave up the search and searched his course for the sheep ranch. He was on the farther side of Dewey, and the sun told him there was just enough time to reach the cabin before supper. And from there, it was an easy road down to the sheep ranch in the valley. Also, he knew that from that rocky shelf, all along the southern side of the mountain, he would look down upon Sammy's home. And who could tell, he might even catch a glimpse of Sammy herself. Very soon, he rounded the turn of the hill and saw far below the Lane homestead, the cabin and the barn and the little clearing looking like tiny dollhouses. Young Matt walked slowly now. The supper was forgotten. Coming to the clump of cedars just above the old trail where it turns the shoulder of the hill from the west, he stopped for a last look. Beyond this point, he would turn his back upon the scene that interested him so deeply. The young man could not remember when he had not loved Sammy Lane. She seemed to have always been a part of his life. It was the season of the year when all the wild things of the forest chose their mates, and as the big fellow stood there, looking down upon the home of the girl he loved, all the splendid passion of his manhood called for her. It seemed to him that the whole world was slipping away to leave him alone in a measureless universe. He almost cried aloud. It was the same instinct that prompts the panther to send his mating call ringing over the hills and through the forest, and leads the moose to issue his loud challenge. At last, young Matt turned to go, when he heard the sound of voices. Someone was coming along the old trail that lay in full view on the mountainside not 200 yards away. Instinctively, the woodsman drew back into the thick foliage of the cedars. Voices grew louder. A moment more, and Sammy with Ollie Stewart appeared from around the turn of the hill. They were walking side by side, talking earnestly. The young woman had just denied the claims of her former lover and was explaining the change in her attitude towards him. But the big fellow on the ledge above could not know that. He could not hear what they were saying. He only saw her mate and the man who had come to take her from him. Half crouching on the rocky shelf in the dark shadow of the cedar, the giant seemed a wild thing, ready for his spring, ready and eager, yet held back in check by something more powerful still than his passion. Slowly, the two, following the old trail, passed from sight, and young Matt stood erect. He was trembling like a frightened child. A moment longer he waited, then turned and fairly ran from the place. Leaving the ledge of the lookout, he rushed down the mountain and through the woods as if mad, to burst in upon the shepherd with words that were almost a half cry, half a moan. "He's come, Dad. He's come, and I've just seen him with her." Mr. Howitt sprang up with a startled exclamation. His face went white. He grasped the table for support. He tried to speak, but words would not come. He could only stare with frightened eyes, as though young Matt himself were some fearful apparition. The big fellow threw himself into a chair, and presently the shepherd managed to say in a hoarse whisper, "Tell me about it, Grant, if you can." "I've seen them up on Dewey just now, going down the old trail from Sammy Lane's lookout to her home. I was hunting stock." The old scholar leaned towards his friend as he almost shouted, "Saw them going to Sammy's house. Saw whom, lad? Whom did you see?" "Why, Sammy Lane and that Ollie Stewart, of course. I tell you, he's come back. Come to take her away." The reaction was almost as bad as the shock. Mr. Howitt gasped as he fell back into his seat, felt a hysterical impulse to laugh, to cry out. Young Matt continued, "He's come home, Dad, of all his fine clothes and city airs, and now she'll go away with him, and we won't never see her again." He began to put his thoughts into words. The giant got upon his feet and walked the floor like one insane. "He shalt have her," he cried, clenching his great fist. "He shalt have her. If he were a man, I could stand it, Dad, but look at him. Look at him, will you? The little white-faced, washed-out runt. What is he? He ain't no good man, Dad. He ain't even much of a man as he was. Sammy is... God, what a woman she is. You've been to telling me that I could be a gentleman, even if I always lived in the backwoods. But you're wrong, Dad. Plumb wrong. I ain't no gentleman. I can never be one. I'm just a man. I'm a savage. A damned beast, and I'm glad of it." He threw back his shaggy head, and his white teeth gleamed through his parted lips as he spoke in tones of mad defiance. "Dad, you say there's some things bigger than learning and such, and I reckon this here's one of them. I don't care if that little whelp goes to all the schools there is and gets to be a president or a king. I don't care if he's got all the money there is to here in hell. Put him out here in the woods, face to face, with life where them things don't count. And what is he? What is he, Dad? He's nothing, plumb nothing." The old shepherd waited quietly for the storm to pass. The big fellow would come to himself after a time. Until then, words were useless. At last, young Matt spoke in calmer tones. "I run away, Dad. I have to. I was afraid I'd hurt him. Something inside of me just fought to get at him, and I couldn't have held out much longer. I don't want to hurt nobody, Dad. I reckon it was the seeing them together that did it. God bless and I come away when I did. It sure is." He dropped swearily into his chair again. Then the teacher spoke. "It is always a God's blessing, lad, When a man masters the worst of himself, you are a strong man, my boy. You hardly know your strength. But you need always remember that the stronger man, the easier it is for him to become a beast. Your manhood depends on this, and upon nothing else, that you conquer and control the animal side of yourself. It will be a sad moment for you, and all of us who love you, if you ever forget. Don't you see, lad? It is this victory that gives you the right to think of yourself as a man. Mind, I say to think of yourself as a man. It doesn't matter much what others think of you. It is what one can honestly think of oneself that matters. So they spent the evening together, and the big mountaineer learned to see still more deeply into the things that had come to the older man in his years of steady and painful experience. When at last young Matt rose to say goodnight, the shepherd tried to persuade him to sleep at the ranch. But he said no. The folks at home would be looking for him, and he must go. "Mighty glad I come, Dad," he added. "I don't know what I'd do if it wasn't for you. I'd go plumb hog wild and make a fool of myself, I reckon. I don't know what a lot of us would do either. Seems like you're a sort of shepherd to the whole neighborhood. I reckon them about the worst in the flock," he finished with a grim smile. Mr. Howitt took his hat from the nail. "If you must go, I will walk a little way with you. I love to be out on such nights as this. I often wish Pete would take me with him." "He's out somewhere tonight, sure," replied the other as they started. "We heard him singing last night." Then he stopped and asked, "Where's your gun, Dad? There's a panther somewhere on this range." "I know," returned the shepherd. "I heard it scream last night, and I meant to go up to the house today for a gun. I broke the hammer of mine yesterday." "That's bad," said young Matt. "Come on, I'll leave mine with you till tomorrow. A fellow would sure make things lively if he should come see you and catch you without a shooting iron." The two walked together through the timber until they came to where the trail that leads to the Matthews place begins to climb the low spur of the hill back of the house. Mr. Howitt stopped to say goodnight, adding as the young man gave him the rifle, "I don't like to take this, Grant. What if you should meet that panther between here and home? You're the one that'll need it. You've got to take care of them sheep." "I'll get home all right." "Don't forget the other beast, lad. Remember what it is that makes the man." Chapter 25. Young Matt Remembers. After parting with his friend, young Matt continued on his way until he reached the open ground below the point where the path from the ranch joins the old trail. Then he stopped and looked around. Before him was the belt of timber, and beyond, the dark mass of the mountain ridge with the low gap where his home nestled among the trees. He could see the light from the cabin window shining like a star. Behind him lay the darker forest of the hollow, and beyond, like a great sentinel, was the round, treeless form of the Dewey Bald. Where he stood, he could even see clearly against the sky the profile of the mountain shoulder and the ledge at Sammy's lookout. Another moment, and the young man had left the path that led to his home and was making straight for the distant hill. He would climb to that spot where he had stood in the afternoon and would look down once more upon the little cabin on the mountainside. Then he would go home along the ridge. 3/4 of an hour later, he pushed up out of a ravine that he followed to its head below the old trail. Near the place where, with Pete and the shepherd, he had watched Sammy reading her letter. He was climbing up to the lookout, for it was the easiest way to the ledge, and his eye came on a level with the bench along which the path runs. He saw clearly on the big rock above the figure of a man. Instantly, young Matt stopped. The moon shone fully upon the spot, and he easily recognized the figure. It was Ollie Stewart. Young Stewart had been greatly puzzled by Sammy's attitude. It was so unexpected and, to his mind, so unreasonable. He loved the girl as much as it was possible for one of his weak nature to love, and he had felt sure of his place in her affections. But the door that had once yielded so readily to his touch he had found fast shut. It was on the outside, and he seemed somehow to have lost the key. In this mood, on his way home, he had reached the spot that was so closely associated with the girl, and, pausing to rest after a sharp climb, had fallen to brooding over his disappointment. So intent was he upon his gloomy thoughts that he had not heard young Matt approaching, and was wholly unconscious of the big fellow's presence in the vicinity. For a time the face at the edge of the path regarded the figure on the rock intently. Then it dropped from sight. Young Matt slipped quietly down into the ravine, and a few minutes later climbed again to the old trail at a point hidden from the lookout. Here he stepped quickly across the narrow open space and into the bushes on the slope of the mountain above. Then, with the skill of one born and reared in the woods, the mountaineer made his way towards the man on the shoulder of the hill. What purpose lay under his strange moment, young Matt did not know, but certainly it was not in his mind to harm Ollie. He was acting upon the impulse of the moment, an impulse to get nearer and study the unobserved person of his rival. So he stalked him with all the instinct of a creature of the woods. Not a twig snapped, not a leaf rustled. As from the bush to fallen log, from tree trunk to rock he crept, always in the black shadows or behind some object. But there were still other eyes on old Dewey that night, and sharp ears heard the big woodsman climbing out of the ravine if Ollie did not. When the young man in the clear light of the moon crossed the old trail, figure near the clump of trees where he had sat with his two friends that day dropped quietly behind a big rock, half hidden in the bushes. As the giant crept towards the lookout, his figure followed, showing but a little less skill than the mountaineer himself. Once a loose rock rattled slightly, and the big fellow turned his head. But the figure was lying behind a log the other had just left. When young Matt finally reached the position as close to Ollie as he could go without certain discovery, the figure also came to rest not far away. The moments passed, very slowly now, to the man crouching in the shadows. Ollie looked at his watch. It was early yet to one accustomed to late hours in the city. Young Matt heard distinctly the snap of the case as the watch closed and returned to its owner's pocket. Then Stewart lit a cigar and flipped the burn-out match almost into his unseen companion's face. It seemed to young Matt that he had been there for hours. Years ago, he left his home at yonder on the ridge to look for a stray rock. They must have forgotten him before this. The quiet cabin in the hollow, and his friend the shepherd too, were far away. In all that lonely mountain there was no one but the man on the rock there, that man and himself. How bright the moon was. Suddenly, another form appeared upon the scene. It came creeping around the hill from beyond the lookout. It was a long, low, lithe-bodied form that moved with the ease-gliding movements of a big cat. Noisily, the soft, padded feet fell upon the hard rock and loose gravel of the old pathway, the pathway along which so many things had gone for their kill or had gone to be killed. Young Matt saw it the moment it appeared. He started to his place. He recognized it instantly as the most feared of all wild things in the mountain wilderness, a panther. He saw it sniff the footprints on the trail. Ollie's footprints. He saw it pause and crouch as it caught sight of the man in the rock. Instantly, wild and unwelcome thoughts burned within the strong man's brain. The woodsman knew why that thing had come. Against such a foe as the unconscious weakling on the rock there, calmly puffing on his cigar, would have no chance whatsoever. He would not even know of its presence until it had made its spring. Its fangs were in his neck. The man of the wilderness knew just how it would be done. It would be over in a minute. The giant clenched his teeth. Why had he not gone on to his home after leaving the shepherd? Why had he followed that impulse to stand there again where he had stood that afternoon? Above all, what had possessed him? What had led him to creep to his present position? He shot a quick glance around. How bright the moon was. The panther turned aside from the trail. With silent grace, leapt to the ledge, gaining a position on the level with Ollie, still unconscious of its presence. A cold sweat broke out on the big man's forehead. The great hands worked. His breath came in quick gasps. It could not be laid to his door. He had only to withdraw, to stop his ears and run, as he had fled that afternoon. God, how slowly that thing crept forward, crouching low upon its belly, its tail twitching from side to side, nearer. Young Matt felt smothered. He loosened the collar of his shirt. The moon was so bright. He could even see the muscles in the beast's heavy neck and shoulders working under the sleek skin. Suddenly, the words of the shepherd came to him, as though shouted in his ears. Remember the other beast, lad. Don't you see it is the victory that only gives you the right to think of yourself as a man? Ollie was almost brushed from his place as the big mountaineer sprang from the shadow, while the panther, startled by the presence of another man upon the rock, paused. An exclamation of fright burst from young Stewart as he took in the situation, and the giant by his side reached forth with the hand to push him back as he growled, "Shut up and get out of the way. This here's my fight." At the moment, the wild beast seemed to understand that the newcomer was there to rob him of his prey. With a snarl, it crouched low again, gathering its muscles for the spring. The giant waited. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a rifle rang out over the still night, echoing and echoing along the mountain. The panther leaped, but fell short. The startled men on the rocks saw it threshing the ground in its dead struggle. "That was a lucky shot for you," said Ollie. "Lucky for me," repeated young Matt slowly, eyeing his well-dressed companion. "Well, yes, I reckon it was." "Who fired it?" The big fellow shook his head in a puzzled way. Stewart looked surprised. "Wasn't it somebody hunting with you?" "With me? Hunting? Not tonight," muttered the other, still searching the hillside. "Well, I'd like to know what you were doing out here alone then," Ollie suspiciously. At his tone, young Matt turned upon him savagely. "'Tain't none of your business what I was doing here, that I can see. I reckon these hills are free yet, but it's mighty lucky for both of us that someone was around, whoever he is. Maybe you ain't thankful that critter ain't fastened on your neck, but I am, and I'm gonna find out who fired that shot if I can." He started forward, but Ollie called imperviously, "Hold on there a minute. I want to say something to you first." The other paused. Young Stewart continued, "I don't know what you mean by prowling around this time of night, but it looks as though you were watching me. I'll warn you fairly. Don't try it again. I know how you feel towards Miss Lane, and I know you have been with her while I was away, and I tell you it's got to stop. She is gonna be my wife, and I shall protect her. You may as well just..." He got no further. The big man sprang forward to face him with a look that made the dandy shrink with fear. "Protect Sammy Lane from me. Protect her, you. You know what I feel towards her. You." He fairly choked with his wild rage. The frightened Ollie drew a weapon from his pocket. But with a snarling laugh, the big fellow reached out his great hand and the shining toy went swirling through the air. "Go home," said the giant. "Damn you, go home. Don't you hear? For God's sake, get out of my sight before I forget again." Ollie went. Chapter 26. Ollie's Dilemma. As Preachin' Bill used to say, every hound has his strong points, but some has more of 'em. Young Stuart was not without graces pleasing to the girl whom he hoped to make his wife. He seemed to know instinctively all those little attentions in which women so delight, and he could talk to, very entertainingly, of the things he had seen. To the simple girl of the backwoods, he succeeded in making the life in the city appear very wonderful indeed. Neither was Sammy insensible to the influence of his position and his prospective wealth, with the advantages these things offered. Then, with all this, he loved her dearly, and when, if you please, was ever a woman wholly unmoved by the knowledge that she held first place in a man's heart? For 2 weeks they were together nearly every day, sometimes spending the afternoon at the girl's home on the side of Dewey, or roving over the nearby hills, sometimes going for long rides to the great woods to pass the day with friends, returning in the evening to find Jim smoking in the doorway of the darkened cabin. When Mr. Lane, at the end of the first week, asked his daughter in his point-blank fashion what she was going to do with young Stuart, the girl answered, "He must have his chance, Daddy. He must have a good fair chance. I don't know what it is, but there is, I don't know, Daddy. I am sure I loved him when he went away. That is, I think I am sure." And Jim, looking into her eyes, agreed heartedly. And then he took down his violin to make joyful music far into the night. Ollie did not see young Matt after their meeting on the lookout. The big fellow, too, avoided the couple. Sammy, for some reason, carefully planned their rides so that they would not be likely to meet their neighbor on the ridge. Once, indeed, they called at the Matthews place, walking over in the evening, but that was when Sammy knew that young Matt was not at home. Day after day, they talked together. The girl tried honestly to enter into the life of the man she had promised to marry, but always there was that feeling of something lacking. Just what that something was or why she could not feel completely satisfied, Sammy did not understand. But the day was soon to come when she would know the real impulses of her heart. Since that first afternoon, Ollie had not tried to force his suit. While in 100 little ways he had not failed to make her feel his love, he had never openly attempted the role of lover. He was conscious that to put the girl constantly upon the defense would be disastrous to his hopes, and in this he was wise. But the time had come when he must speak, for it was the last day of his visit. He felt that he could not go back to the city without a definite understanding. Sammy, too, realized this, but still she was not ready to give an answer to the question he would ask. They had been to the Forks and were on their way home. As they rode slowly under the trees, the man pleaded with his cause, but the woman could only shake her head and answer quite truthfully, "Ollie, I don't know." "But tell me, Sammy, is there anyone in the way?" Again, she shook her head. I think not." "You think not? Don't you know?" The young man reined his horse closer to the brown pony. "Let me help you decide, dear. You are troubled because of the things you see in me, and because the life that I have tried to tell you about is so strange and so different from this. You need not fear. With me, you will be very soon at home there, as much as home as you are here. Come, dear, let me answer for you." The girl lifted her face to his. Oh, if he only could. But even as she spoke, there came to be the memory of that ride home from the party at Ford's, when her pony had crowded close to the big, white-faced sorrel. It was Brownie this time who was pulled sharply aside. The almost involuntary act brought a quick flush to the young man's cheek, and he promptly reined his own horse to the right, thus placing the full width of the road between them. So they went down the hill into the valley. Fall Creek tumbled and laughed on its rocky way. A thread of blue smoke curling lazily up from the old shack and the sound of a hammer told them that someone was at the mill. Sammy was caught by a sudden impulse. "Why, that must be young Matt," she exclaimed. "Let us stop." "I do believe you haven't seen him since you came home." "I don't want to see him, nor anyone else now," returned Ollie. "This is our last evening together, Sammy, and I want you all to myself. Let us go to the old Rorick Trail around Cock's Bald and home through the big low gap." He checked his horse as he spoke, for they had already passed the point where Rorick Trail leaves Fall Creek. But the girl was determined to follow her impulse. "You can just stop a minute," she urged. "You really ought to see Matt, you know. We can ride back this way if you'd like. It's early yet." But the man held his place and replied shortly, "I tell you I don't want to see anyone, and I am very sure that young Matt doesn't want to see me. Not with you, anyway." Sammy flushed at this and answered with some warmth, "There is no reason in the world why you should refuse to meet an old friend. But you may do as you please, of course. Only I am going to the mill." So saying, she started down the valley, and as there was really nothing else for him to do, the man followed. As they approached the mill, Sammy called for young Matt, who immediately left his work and came to them. The big fellow wore no coat, and his great arms were bare, while his old shirt, patched and faded and patched again, was soiled by the engine grease and perspiration. His trousers, too, held in place by suspenders repaired with belt lacings and fashioned with a nail, were covered with sawdust and dirt. His hands and arms and even his face were treated liberally with the same mixture that stained his clothing. And the shaggy red-brown hair, uncovered, was sadly tumbled. In his hand he held a wrench. The morning was a grinding day, and he had been making some repairs about the engine. Altogether, as the backwoods man came forward, he presented a marked contrast to the freshly clad, well-groomed gentleman from the city. And to the woman, contrast was not without advantages to the man in the good clothes. The thought flashed through her mind that the men who would work for Ollie in the shops would look like this. It was the same old advantage, the advantage that the captain has over the private, the advantage of rank, regardless of worth. Sammy greeted young Matt warmly. "I just told Ollie that it was too bad that he had not seen you. You were away the night we called at your house, you know, and he is going home tomorrow." The giant looked from one to the other. Evidently, Sammy had not heard of that meeting at the lookout, and Stuart's face grew red as he saw what was in the big fellow's mind. "I'm mighty glad to see you again," he said lamely. "I told Sammy that I had seen you, but she has forgotten." "Oh, no, I haven't," replied the girl. "You said that you saw him in the field as you passed the first day you came, but you were in such a hurry you didn't stop." At this, Ollie forced a loud laugh and remarked that he was in something of a hurry that day. He hoped that in the girl's confusion the point might be overlooked. But the mountaineer was not to be sidetracked so easily. Ollie's poor attempt only showed more clearly that he had purposely refrained from telling Sammy of the might when young Matt had interfered to save his life. To the simple, straightforward lad of the woods, such a course revealed a spirit most contemptible. Raising his soiled hands and looking straight at Ollie, he said deliberately, "I'm sorry, seeing as this is the first time we've met, that I can't shake hands with you. This here's clean dirt, though." Sammy was puzzled. Ollie's objection to their calling at the mill, his evident embarrassment at the meeting, and something in young Matt's voice hinted at a double meaning in his words, all told her there was something beneath the surface which she did not understand. After his one remark to her escort, the woodsman turned to the girl, and in spite of Sammy's persistent attempts to bring the now sullen Ollie into the conversation, ignored the man completely. When they had talked for a few moments, young Matt said, "I reckon you'll have to excuse me a minute, Sammy. I left my engine on in such a hurry you called that I'll have to look at it again. It won't take more than a minute." He disappeared into the mill shed, and the young lady turned to her companion. "What's the matter with you two? Have you met and quarreled since you came home?" Fate was being very unkind to Ollie. He replied gruffly, "You'll have to ask your friend. I told you how it would be. The greasy hobo doesn't like to see me with you, and hasn't the manners enough to even hide his feelings. Come, let us go." A look that was really worth seeing came into the girl's fine eyes, but she only said calmly, "Matt will be back in a minute." "All the more reason we should go. I should think you have had enough. I am sure I have." The young woman was determined now to know what lay at the bottom of all this. She said quietly, but with a great deal of decision, "You may go on home if you wish. I am going to wait here until young Matt comes back." Ollie was angry now in good earnest. He had not told Sammy of the incident at the lookout because he felt that the story would bring the backwoodsman into a light altogether too favorable. He thought to have the girl safely won before he left the hills, then it would not matter. That young Matt would have really saved Ollie's life at the risk of his own, there was no doubt. And Stuart realized that his silence under such circumstances would look decidedly small and ungrateful to the girl. To have the story told at this critical moment was altogether worse than if he had generously told her of the incident at once. He saw, too, that Sammy guessed at something beneath the surface, and he felt uneasy in remaining in till young Matt came to renew the conversation. And yet he feared to leave. At this stage of his dilemma, he was relieved from his plight in a very unexpected manner. Chapter 27. The Champion. A big wagon, with two men on the seat, appeared coming up the valley road. It was Wash Gibbs and a croonie from the river. They had stopped at the distillery on their way and were just enough under the influence of drink to be funny and reckless. When they caught sight of Ollie Stewart and Miss Lane, Wash said something to his companion, at which both laughed uproariously. Upon reaching the couple, the wagon came to a stop, and after looking at Ollie for some moments, with the silent gravity of an owl, Gibbs turned to the young lady. "Howdy, honey. Where did you get that there? Did your pa give it to you for a doll baby?" But he said nothing. "Can it talk?" continued Gibbs with mock interest. Glancing at her frightened escort, the girl replied, "You drive on, Wash Gibbs. You're in no condition to talk to anyone." An ugly leer came over the brutal face of the giant. "Oh, I ain't, I. You think I'm drunk, but I ain't. Not so mighty much. Just enough to perten me up a pepper grain." Then, turning to his companion, who was grinning in appreciation of the scene, he continued, "Here, Bill, you hold the ribbons and watch me tend to that little job I told you I laid out to do the first chance I got." At this, Ollie grew pale as death. Once he started as to escape, but he could not under Sammy's eyes. As Wash was climbing down from the wagon, he caught sight of young Matt standing in the door of the mill shed. "Hello, Matt," he called cheerfully. I ain't a-looking for you today. Tend to you some other day. Got more important business just now." Young Matt made no reply. In the backwoods, every man must fight his own battles, so long as he fights with the man. When Stuart was in danger from the panther, it was different. This was man to man. Sammy, too, reared in the mountains, and knowing the code, waited quietly to see what her lover would do. Coming to Ollie's side, Gibbs said, "Get down, young feller, and look at your saddle." "You go on, and leave me alone, Wash Gibbs. I've never hurt you." Ollie's naturally high-pitched voice was shrill with fear. Wash paused, looked back at his companion in the wagon, then to young Matt, and then to the girl on the horse. "That's right," he said, shaking his head with ponderous gravity. "You all hear him. He ain't never hurted me nary a bit. Nary a bit, ladies and gentlemen. Good Lord, look at him. I ain't half awful." Suddenly, he reached out one great arm and jerked the young man from his horse, catching him with the other hand as he fell and setting him on his hand in the middle of the road. Ollie was like a child in the grasp of his huge tormentor, and, in spite of her indignation, a look of admiration flashed over Sammy's face at the exhibition of the bully's wonderful physical strength, an admiration that only heightened the feeling of shame for her lover's weakness. Gibbs addressed his victim. "Now, Dolly, you and me are gonna play a little. Come on, let me see you dance." The other struggled feebly a moment and attempted to draw a pistol, whereupon Wash promptly captured the weapon, remarking in a sad tone as he did on, "You had not tote to such a gun as that, sonny. It might go off. It's a right pretty little thing, ain't it?" he continued, holding his victim with one hand and examining the pearl-handled, nickel-plated weapon with a great interest. "It sure is. But say, Dolly, if you were ever gonna shoot me with that there, and I found it out, I'd sure be powerful mad. You hear me now, and don't you pack that gun no more. Not in these mountains. It ain't safe." The fellow in the wagon roared with delight at these witticisms, and looked from young Matt to Sammy to see if they also appreciated the joke. "Got any more purties?" asked Gibbs of his victim. "No, let's see." Catching the young man by the waist, he lifted him bodily, and holding him head downward, shook him roughly. Again, Sammy felt her blood tingle at the feat of strength. Next, holding Ollie with one huge hand at the back of his neck, Wash said, "See that feller in the wagon there? He's a mighty fine gentleman, friend o' mine. Make a bow to him." As he finished, his free hand he struck the young man with a sharp blow in the stomach, with the result that Stuart did make a bow very low, but rather too sudden to be graceful. The fellow in the wagon jumped up and bowed again and again. "Howdy, Mr. City Man, howdy. Mighty proud to meet up with you. Mighty proud, you bet." The giant whirled his captor towards the mill. "See that feller yonder? I'm gonna lick him someday. Make a face at him." Catching Ollie by the nose and chin, he tried to force his bidding, while the man in the wagon made the valley ring with his laughter. Then Wash suddenly faced the helpless young man towards Sammy. "Now, ladies and gentlemen," he said in tones of a showman addressing an audience, "this here's pretty little feller from the city's gonna show us hillbilly how to spark a gal." The bully's friend applauded loudly, roaring at the top of his voice. "Marry him, Wash. Marry him. You can do it as good as a parson. You'd make a good parson. Let's see how you'd go at it." The notion trickled the fancy of the giant, for it offered a way to make Sammy share the humiliation more fully. "Get down here and come to your honey," he said to the girl. "Get down, I say," he repeated, when the young woman made no motion to obey. "Indeed, I will not," replied Sammy shortly. Her tone and manner angered Gibbs, and dropping Ollie, he started towards the girl to take her from her horse by force. As he reached the pony's side, Sammy raised her whip and with all of her strength struck him full across the face. The big ruffian drew back with a bellow of pain and anger. Then he started towards her again. "I'll tame you, you wildcat," he yelled, and Sammy raised her whip again. But before Gibbs could touch the girl, a powerful hand caught him by the shoulder. "I reckon you've had fun enough, Wash Gibbs," remarked young Matt in his slow way. "I ain't interfering between man and man, but you do your best to keep your dirty hands off that lady." The young woman's heart leapt at the sound of that deep, calm voice that carried such a suggestion of power. And she saw the blue eyes under the tumbled red-brown locks were shining now like points of polished steel. The young man's soul was rejoicing with the fierce joy of battle. The big bully drew back a step and glared at the man who had come between him and his victim, the man whom, for every reason, he hated. Lifting his huge paws, he said in a voice hoarse with deadly menace, "Dirty, be they? By hell, I'll wash 'em, and hit won't be water that will clean them neither. Don't you know? No man ever crosses my trail and lives." The other returned easily. "Oh, shucks. Get in your wagon and drive on. You ain't on the Roark now. You're on Fall Creek, and over here you ain't no bigger than anybody else." While young Matt was speaking, Gibbs backed slowly away, and as he finished, suddenly drew the pistol he had taken from Ollie with a quickness and a lightness astonishing in one of his bulk and usually slow movements. The mountaineer leapt upon his big enemy. There was a short, sharp struggle, and Wash staggered backwards, leaving the shining weapon in young Matt's hands. "Might go off, you know," said the young fellow quietly, as he tossed the gun on the ground at Ollie's feet. With a mad roar, Gibbs recovered himself and rushed at his antagonist. It was a terrific struggle, not the skillful sparring of trained fighters, but the rough and tumble battling of primitive giants. It was the climax of long months of hatred, the meeting of the two who were by every instinct mortal enemies. Ollie shrank back in terror, but Sammy leaned forward in the saddle with her beautiful figure tense, her lips parted, and her face flushed with excitement. It was soon evident the big champion of the hills had at last met his match. As he realized this, a look of devilish cunning crept into the animal face of Gibbs, and he maneuvered carefully to bring his enemies back toward the wagon. Catching a look from his friend, over young Matt's shoulder, the man in the wagon slipped quickly to the ground, and Sammy saw with horror a naked knife in his hand. She glanced towards Ollie appealingly, but that gentleman was helpless. The man with the knife began creeping cautiously toward the fighting men, keeping always behind young Matt. The young woman felt as though an iron band held her fast. She could not move. She could not speak. Then Gibbs went down, and the girl's scream rang out. "Behind you, Matt! Look quick!" As he recovered his balance from the effort that had thrown Wash, young Matt heard her cry, saw the girl's look of horror, and her outstretched hand pointing. Like a flash, he whirled just as the knife was lifted high enough for the murderous blow. It was over in an instant. Sammy saw him catch the wrist of the uplifted man, heard a dull snap and a groan, saw the knife fall from the helpless hand, and then saw the man lifted bodily and thrown clear over the wagon, to fall helplessly on the rocky ground. The woman gave a low cry. Oh, what a man. Wash Gibbs, too, opened his eyes, just in time to witness the unheard of feat. And the sea, the bare-armed young giant who performed it, turned again, breathing heavily with his great exertion, but still ready to meet his big antagonist. The defeated bully rose from the ground. The other stepped forward to meet him, but without a word, Gibbs climbed into the wagon and took up the reins. Before they could move, young Matt had the mules by their heads. "You have forgotten something," he said quietly, pointing to the man on the ground, who was still unconscious from his terrible fall. "That there's your property. Take it. We ain't got no use for such on Fall Creek." Suddenly, Walsh climbed down and lifted his companion into the wagon. As young Matt stood aside to let him go, the bully said, "I'll see you again for this. I'll see you again for this. I'll see you again. I'll see you again for... I'll see you again for this." The strong man only answered, "I reckon you better stay in Roark, Wash Gibbs. You got more room there." Chapter 28. What Pete Told Sammy. No word was spoken either by Sammy or her lover while their horses were climbing the mill road. Both were glad when they reached the top of the ridge. They turned into the narrow path where they would need to ride one before the other. It was not an easy ride, side by side, when each was busy with thoughts not to be spoken. At the gate, Ollie dismounted to help the girl from her horse, but before he could reach the pony's side, Sammy sprang lightly to the ground and assisted. Opening the big gate, she turned Brownie loose in the yard while the man stood watching her, a baffled look upon his face. He had always done these little things for her. To be refused at this time was not pleasant. The feeling that he was on the outside grew stronger. Turning to his own horse, Ollie placed his foot in the stirrup to mount when Sammy spoke. Perhaps she felt that she had been a little unkind. "You were going to stay for supper," she said. "Not tonight," he answered, gaining his seat in the saddle and picking up the reins. "But you were going to leave in the morning, are you not? You must not go like this." He dropped the reins to the horse's neck again. "Look here, Sammy. Do you blame me because I did not fight that big bully?" Sammy did not reply. "What could I do? You know there is not another man in the mountains beside young Matt who could have done it. Surely you cannot blame me." The young woman moved uneasily. "No, certainly not. I do not blame you in the least bit. But it was very fortunate the young Matt was there, wasn't it?" The last sentence slipped out before she knew. Ollie retorted angrily, "It seems to be very fortunate for him. He will be a greater hero than ever now, I suppose. If he is wise, he will stay in the backwoods to be worshipped, for he'll find that his size won't count for much in the world. He's a great man here, for he can fight like a beast, but his style wouldn't go far, for brains are of value. It would be interesting to see him in town, a man who's never saw a railroad." Sammy lifted her head quickly at this and fixed her eyes on the man's face with that wide, questioning gaze that reminded one so of her father. "I never saw a railroad either, not that I can remember, though I suppose we must have crossed one or two on our way from Texas when I was a baby. Is it the railroads, then, that makes one so superior?" The man turned impatiently in the saddle. "You know what I mean." "Yes," she answered slowly. "I think I do know what you mean." Ollie lifted the reins again from his horse's neck and angered them nervously. "I better go now. There's no use of talking about this tonight. I won't leave in the morning, as I had planned. I can't go like this." There was a little catch in his voice. "May I come again tomorrow afternoon, Sammy?" "Yes, you had better go now and come back tomorrow." And Sammy, "Won't you try to think that I am not altogether worthless, even if I am not big enough to fight Wash Gibbs? Are you sure you do not blame me for what happened at the mill?" "No," she said, "of course not. You could not help it. Why should I blame anyone for that which he cannot help? Then Ollie rode away, and Sammy, going to her pony, stood petting the little horse, while she watched her lover up the trail, and still there was that wide, questioning look in her eyes. As Ollie passed from sight around the hill above, the girl slipped out at the gate, and a few minutes later stood at the lookout, where she could watch her lover riding along the ridge. She saw him pass from the open into the fridge of timber near the big gap, and a few minutes later she saw him reappear behind the deer look. Still she watched as he moved along the rim of the hollow, looking in the distance like a toy man and a toy horse. Watched until he passed from sight into the timber again and was gone. And all the time, that questioning look was still in her eyes. Did she blame Ollie that he had played so poor a part in his scene at the mill? No, she told herself over and over again, as though repeating a lesson. No, Ollie was not to blame. And yet, she knew that he had spoken truly when he said there were things that counted for more than brute strength. But was there not something more than brute strength in the incident? Was there not that which lay deeper, something of which the brute strength, after all, was only an expression? The girl stamped her foot impatiently as she exclaimed aloud, "Why did he not try to do something? He should have forced Wash Gibbs to beat him into insensibility rather than to have submitted so tamely to being played with." In the distance, she saw the shepherd following his flock down the mountain, and the old scholar, who always watched the lookout when in the vicinity for a glimpse of his people, waved his hand in greeting as he moved slowly on after his charges. It was growing late. Her father, too, would be coming home for his supper. But as she rose to go, a step on the mountainside caught above her attention, and, looking up, she saw Pete coming towards the big rock. Sam greeted the youth kindly. "I haven't seen Pete for days and days. Where has he been?" "Pete's been everywhere, and of course I've been with him," replied the lad with his wide, sweeping gesture. Then, throwing himself at full length at the girl's feet, he said abruptly, "Pete was here that night, and God, he was too. Couldn't nobody else but God have done it. The gun went bang, and there were a lot more guns went bang, bang along all the mountains. And the moonlight things that were a-dancing quit because they were scared. And that panther, it just doubled up and died. Matt and Ollie wasn't hurting nary a bit. And Pete says it was God done that. He was sure in the hills that night." Sammy was startled. "Matt and Ollie in a panther? What do you mean, boy?" The troubled look shadowed the delicate face as the lad shook his head. "Don't mean nothing, Sammy. Not me. Nobody can mean nothing, can they?" "And what does Pete mean? What does Pete know about it?" "Oh, yes, of course, Pete knows everything. Don't Sammy know about that night when God was in the hills?" With his eyes wide and face aglow. "No," said Sammy. "I do not know. Will Pete tell me about it?" The strange youth seated himself on the rock, facing the valley below, saying in a low tone, "Ollie was a-sittin' like this, all still, just a-smoking and a-watching the moonlight things that was dancing over the tops of the trees down there." Then, leaping to his feet, the boy ran a short way along the ledge to come stealing back, crouching low as he whispered, "It come a-creepin' and a-creepin' towards Ollie, and he never knowed nothing about it. But Matt, he knowed, and God, he knowed too." Wonderingly, the girl watched his movement. Suddenly, he sprang back to the rock again, and facing the imaginary beast, cried in childish imitation of a man's deep voice, "Get out of the way, this here's my fight." Then, in his own tones, "It was sure scared when young Matt jumped on the rock. Everything's scared of Matt when he talks like that. It was mad, too, 'cause Matt, he wouldn't let it get Ollie. And it got ready to jump at Matt, and Matt, he got ready for a tussle, and Ollie, he got out of the way. And all the moonlight things stopped dancing, and the shadow things come out to see the fight." He had lowered his voice again to almost a whisper. Sammy was breathless. Bang! Cried the lad, clapping his hands and shouting the words. Bang! Bang! God, he fired all the guns in the hills and went off, and the panther had just doubled up and died. It would sure got Ollie, though, if Matt hadn't jumped on the rock when he did. But do you reckon it could have got on Matt if God hadn't been there that night? It was all too clearly portrayed to be mistaken. Sammy needn't be afeard, continued Pete, seeing the look in the girl's face. It can't come back no more. It just naturally can't, you know, Sammy, 'cause God, he killed it plumb dead, and Pete dragged it way on yon side of the ridge, and the buzzards got it. Chapter 29. Jim Lane Makes a Promise. Sammy went home to find her father getting supper. Rushing into the cabin, the girl gave him a hug that caused Jim to nearly drop the coffee pot. You poor, abused daddy, to come home from work all tired and find no supper, no girl, no nothing. Sit right down there now and rest while I finish things. Jim obeyed with a grin of apprehension. I didn't fix no taters. Thought you wasn't coming. Going to starve yourself, were you? Just because I was gone, replied the girl with a pan of potatoes in her hand. I see now that I will have to take care of you always, always, Daddy Jim. The smile suddenly left the man's face. Where's Ollie Stewart? Didn't he come home with you? Ollie's at home, I suppose. I have been up to the lookout talking to Pete. Ain't Ollie going back to the city tomorrow? No, not tomorrow, the next day. He's coming over here tomorrow afternoon. Then he's going away. Then, before Jim could ask another question, she held up the half of a ham. Daddy, Daddy, how many times have I told you that you must not slice the ham with your pocket knife? Just look at it there. What would Aunt Molly say if she saw that so haggled on one side? All during the evening meal, the girl kept up a ceaseless merry chatter, changing the subject abruptly every time it approached the question that her father was most anxious to ask. And the man, delighted with her gay mood, responded to it as he answered to all of her moods, until they were like two schoolchildren in their fun. But when supper was over and the work was done, and Jim, taking down his violin, would have made music, Sammy promptly relieved him of his instrument and seated herself on his knee. Not tonight, Daddy. I want to talk tonight. Real serious. She told him of the encounter with Wash Gibbs and his friend at the mill, together with the story that Pete had illustrated so vividly at the lookout. And so, Daddy, she finished, I know now what I shall do. He will come tomorrow afternoon to say goodbye, and then he will go away again back to the city and his fine friends for good. And I'll stay and take care of my Daddy Jim. It isn't that he's a bad man like Wash Gibbs. He couldn't be a bad man like that. He isn't big enough. And that's just it. He's too little. Body, soul, and spirit. He's too little. He will do well in the world. Perhaps he'll even do big things. But I heard dear old preachin' Bill say once that some fellers can do mighty big things in a darn little way. So he is going back to the city, and I'm going to stay in the hills. Jim took no pains to hide his delight. I knowed it, girl, I knowed it. Bank on the old blood every time. There ain't a drop of yeller in it. Not a drop, Sammy. Ollie ain't to say bad, but he ain't just our kind. But I'd like to have seen young Matt giving it to Wash Gibbs. He threw back his head and roared with delight. Just wait till I see Wash. I'll ask him if he thinks young Matt would need a pry for to lift that mill engine with now. Then all of a sudden, the laugh died out, and the man's dark face was serious as he said slowly, The boy will have to watch him, though. It'll sure be war from this on, the worst kind of war. Daddy, what do you think Wash would have done to me if young Matt had not been there? That metallic ring was in Jim's voice now as he replied, Wash Gibbs ought to have knowed better than to done that. But it was such a blessed Matt was there, wasn't it? He'd take care of you anywhere. I would never be afraid for you with him. The girl hid her face in her father's shoulder as she said, "Daddy, will Wash Gibbs come here any more now? It seems to me he wouldn't dare meet you after this." Jim answered uneasily, "I don't know, girl. I reckon he'll be around again after a time." There was a pause for a little while. Then Sammy, with her arm still about his neck, said, "Daddy, I'm going to stay in the hills with you now. I'm going to send Ollie away tomorrow, because as you say, he isn't our kind. Daddy, Wash Gibbs is not our kind either, is he?" "You don't understand, girl, and I can't tell you now. It all started way back when you was a little trick." The young woman answered very gently, "Yes, I know. You have told me that so often. But Daddy, what will our friends think? If you keep going on with Wash Gibbs now, right after what happened at the mill today. Young Matt fought Gibbs because he insulted me and was going to hurt me. You say yourself that it will be war between them now? Will you side with Wash? And if you do, won't it look like there was just a little tiny streak of yellow in us?" This side of the situation had not struck Jim at first. He got up and walked the floor, while the girl standing quietly by the fireplace watched him, a proud, fond light in her eyes. Sammy did not know what the bond between her father and the big ruffian was, but she knew that it was not a light one. Now that the issue was fairly defined, she felt confident that the break would be made. Jim stopped before his daughter, and placing a hand upon each shoulder, said, "Tell me, girl, are you so powerful anxious to have me and young Matt stay good friends like we've always been?" I am afraid I am, Daddy." And then a rare smile came into the dark face of Jim Lane. He kissed the girl and said, "I'll do it, honey. I ain't afraid to now." Chapter 30. Sammy Graduates. The next day, when young Stewart came, the books were all back on the shelf in the main room of the cabin, and Sammy, dressed in a fresh gown of simple goods and fashion, with her hair arranged carefully as she had worn it the last 2 months before Ollie's coming, sat at the window reading. The man was surprised and a little embarrassed. "Why, what have you been doing to yourself?" he exclaimed. "I have not been doing anything to myself. I have only done some things to my clothes and hair," returned the girl. Then he saw the books. Why, where did these come from?" He crossed the room to examine the volumes. Do you read all of these?" "The shepherd has been helping me," she explained. "Oh, yes, I understood that you were studying with him." He looked at her curiously, as though they were meeting for the first time. Then, as she talked of her studies, his embarrassment deepened, for he himself foundering hopeless before this clear-eyed, clear-brained backwoods girl. "Come," Sammy said at last, "let us go for a walk." She led the way to her favorite spot, high up on the shoulder of Dewey, and there, with Mutton Hollow at their feet and the big hills about them, with the long blue ridges in the distance between which lay Ollie's world, she told him what he feared to learn. The man refused to believe that he had heard aright. "You do not understand," he protested, and he tried to tell her of the place in life that would be hers as his wife. In his shallowness, he talked even of jewels and dresses and such things. "But can all this add one thing to life itself?" she asked. "Is not life really independent of all these things? Do they not indeed cover up the real life and rob one of freedom? It seems to me that it must be so." He could only answer, "But you know nothing about it. How can you? You've never been out of these woods." "No," she returned. "That is true. I have never been out of these woods, and you can never now get away from the world into which you have gone." She pointed to the distant hills. "It is very, very far over there to where you live. I might, indeed, find many things in your world that'd be delightful, But I fear that I should lose the things that, after all, are, to me, really big things. I do not believe the things that are the greatest in your life could bring happiness without that which I find here. There is something here that can bring happiness without what you call the advantages of the world to which you belong. What do you know of the world? He said roughly. Nothing, she said, but I know a little of life, and I have learned some things that I fear you have not. Besides, I know now I do not love you. I have been slow to find the truth, but I have found it. And this is the one thing that matters, that I found it in time. Did you reach this conclusion at the mill yesterday? He asked with a sneer. No. It came to me here on the rock last evening after you were gone. I heard a strange story. The story of a weak man, a strong man, and a God who was very kind. Ollie saw that further persuasion was of no avail, and he left her as she watched him out of sight for the last time, along the trail that nobody knows how old. When he was gone, in obedience to impulse she did not try to understand, she ran down the mountain into the hollow, young Matt's cabin. And when the shepherd came in from the hills with his flock, he found the house in such order as only a woman's hand can bring. The table was set, and his supper cooking on the stove. Dad, she said, do you think I know enough now to live in the city? The old man's heart sank. It had come then. Bravely, he concealed his feelings as he assured her in the strongest terms that she knew enough, and she was good enough to live anywhere. Then, Sammy said, I know enough, even if I'm not good enough to live in the hills. The brown eyes, deep under their shaggy brows, were aglow with gladness, and there was a note of triumph in the old scholar's voice as he said, Then you do not regret learning the things I have tried to teach you? You are sure you have no sorrow for the things you were losing? Regret, Dad, regret. The old woman drew herself up and lifted her arms. Oh, Dad, I see it all now. All that you have been trying in 1,000 ways to teach me. You have led me into a new world, the real world, the world that has always been and must always be. And in that world, man is king because he is a man, and the treasure of his kingdom is the wealth of his manhood. And the woman, Sammy, the woman. And they twain shall be one flesh. Then the master knew that his teaching had not been in vain. I can lead you no farther, my child, he said with a smile. You have passed the final test. She came close to him. Then I want my diploma, she said, for he had told her about the schools. Reverently, the old scholar kissed her brow. This is the only diploma I am authorized to give, the love and homage of your teacher. And my degree. She waited with that wide, questioning look in her eyes. The most honorable in all the world, a sure enough lady. Chapter 31. Castle Building. The corn was big enough to cultivate the first time, and young Matt with old Kate was hard at work in the field west of the house. It was nearly 3 weeks since the incident at the mill, since which time the young fellow had not met Sammy Lane to talk with her. He had seen her, though, at a distance nearly every day, for the girl had taken up her studies again and spent most of her time out on the hills with the shepherd. That day he saw her as he turned into the mill road at the lower corner of the field, on her way to the forks. And he was still thinking of her 3 hours later as he sat on a stump in the shade at the forest edge while his horse was resting. Young Matt recalled the fight at the mill with a wild joy in his heart. Under any circumstances, it was no small thing to have defeated the champion strongman and terror of the hills. It was a glorious thing to have done the deed for the girl he loved, and under her eyes. Sammy might have given herself to Ollie now and go far away to the great world, but she could never forget the man who had saved her from insult when her lover was far too weak to save even himself. And young Matt would stay in the hills alone, but always he would have the knowledge and triumph of this thing that he had done. Yes, it would be easier now, but still the days would be years when there was no longer each morning the hope that somewhere before the day was gone he would see her. The sun fell hot and glaring on the hillside field, and in the air was the smell of the freshly turned earth. High up in the blue, a hawk circled and circled again. A puff of air came sighing from the forest, touched lightly the green blades in the open, slipped over the ridge, and was lost in the sky beyond. Old Kate, with head down, was dreaming of cool springs and shady dells, and a little shiny brown lizard with a bright blue tail crept from under the bottom rail of the fence to see why the man was so still. The man turned his head quickly, the lizard dodged under the rail, and old Kate awoke with a start. Someone was coming along the road below. Young Matt knew the step of that horse, as well as he knew the sound of old Kate's bell or the nigh of his own sorrel. The brown pony stopped at the lower corner of the field, and a voice called, "You'd better be at work. I don't believe you have plowed 3 rows since I passed." The big fellow went eagerly down the hill to the fence. "I sure ought to have done better than that, for it's been long enough since you went by. I always notice, though, that it gets a heap further to the other side of the field and back about this time o' day. What's new over to the forks?" Sammy laughed. Couldn't hear a thing but how the champion strong man was beaten at his own game. "Uncle Ike says, by done this, you tell young Matt that he better come over. A man what can ride Wash Gibbs a bug hunting is too blame good a man to stay at home all the time. We want him to tell us how he done it, by done this. He'll be getting a job with the government next, what?" The man crossed his arms on the top rail of the warm fence and laughed. It was good to have Sammy deliver her message in just that way. "I reckon Uncle Ike thinks I ought to go dancing all over the hills now with a chip on my shoulder," he said. "I don't think you'll do that," she returned. "Dad Howitt wouldn't, would he? But I must hurry now, or Dad's supper won't be ready when he comes in. I stopped to give you these papers for your father." She handed him the package. "And I want to thank you, Matt, for what you did at the mill. All my life you've been fighting for me, and I have never done anything for you. I wish I could do something that would show you how I care." Her voice faltered. He was so big and strong, and there was a look of hopeless love and pain on his rugged face, a face that was frank and open as a child's. Here was a man who had no need for the shallow cunning of little fox-like men. This one would go open and bold on his way, and that which he could not take by his strength he would not have. Had she not seen him in battle? Had she not seen his eyes like polished steel points? Deep in her heart, the woman felt a thrill of triumph that such a man should stand so before her. She must go quickly. Young Matt climbed slowly up the hill again to his seat on the stump. Here he watched until across the hollow he saw the pony and his rider come out of the timber and move swiftly along the ridge. Watched until they faded into a tiny spot, rounded the mountain and disappeared from sight. Then, lifting his eyes, he looked away beyond the long blue line that marked the distant horizon. Someday he would watch Sammy ride away, and she would go on, and on, and on, beyond that blue line, put out of his life forever. Ollie had gone over there to live, and the shepherd had come from there. What was that world like, he wondered. Between the young man of the mountains and that big world yonder, there had always been a closely shut door. He had seen the door open the alley, and now Sammy stood at the threshold. Would it ever open for him? And what if it did? What? Then came a thought that made his blood leap. Might he not force it open? The shepherd had told him of others who had done so. Young Matt felt a strong man's contempt for the things that Ollie had gotten out of the world, but he stood in awe before Mr. Howitt. He told himself now that he would look for and find the things yonder that made Dad the man he was. He would carry to the task his splendid strength. Nothing should stop him. And Sammy, when she understood that he was going away to be like the shepherd, would wait a while to give him his chance. Surely she would wait when he told her that, but how should he begin? Looking up again, his eye caught a slow, shifting patch of white on the bench above Lost Creek, where the little stream begins its underground course. The faint bark of a dog came to him through the thin, still air, and the patch of white turned off into the trail that leads to the ranch. "Dad!" exclaimed the young man in triumph. Dad should tell him how. He had taught Sammy. And so while the sunlight danced on the green field and old Kate slept in the lengthening shadows of the timber, the lad gave himself to his dreams and built his castles, as we all have built. His dreaming was interrupted as the supper bell rang, and with the familiar sound, a multitude of other thoughts came crowding in. The father and mother, they were growing old. How would it do to leave them with the graves on the hill yonder and the mystery of the hollow? And there was the place to care for in the mill. Who but young Matt could get work from the old engine? It was like the strong man that the fight did not last long. Young Matt's fights never lasted very long. By the time he had unhitched old Kate from the cultivator, it was finished. The lad went down the hill, his bright castles in ruin, even as we all have gone, or must sometime go down the hill with our brightest castles in ruin. Chapter 32. Preparation. That same night, Mr. Lane told his daughter that he would leave home early the next morning to be gone for 2 days. Jim was clearing his 45 when he made the announcement. Sammy paused with one hand on the cupboard door to ask, "With Wash Gibbs, Daddy?" "No, I ain't going with Wash, but I'll likely meet up with him before I get back." There was a hint of that metallic ring in the man's voice. The girl placed her arm full of dishes carefully on the cupboard's shelf. You're not going to forget your promise, are you, Daddy Jim?" The mountaineer was carefully dropping a bit of oil into the lock of his big revolver. "No, girl, I ain't forgetting nothing. This here's the last ride I am to take with Wash. I'm going to see him to—" He paused and listened carefully to the click, 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 as he tested the action of his weapon. "To keep my promise." "Oh, Daddy, Daddy, I am so glad. I wanted this more than I have ever wanted anything in all of my life before. You are such a good daddy to me. I could never bear to see you with that bad man." She was behind his chair now, and stooping, laid her fresh young cheek against the swarmy, furrowed face. The man sat like a grim stone image, his eyes fixed on the gun resting on his knees. Not until she lifted her head to stand direct behind his chair, with a hand on each shoulder, did he find the words. "Girl, there's just one thing I've got to know for sure before I go tomorrow. I reckon I'm right, but somehow a man can't never tell about a woman such things. Will you tell your daddy, Sammy?" "Tell what, Daddy Jim?" the girl asked, her hand stealing up to caress her father's face. "What answer will you give young Matt when he asks you what Ollie did?" "But why must you know that before you go tomorrow?" "'Cause I want to be plumb sure I ain't making no mistake in siding with the boy in this here trouble." "You couldn't make a mistake in doing that, Daddy. No matter what, but perhaps Matt will not ask me what Ollie did. Just a ray of humor touched the dark face. I ain't making no mistake there. I know what the man will do. He laid the gun upon the table, and reaching up, caught the girl's hand. But I want to know what you'll say when he asks you. Tell me, honey, so I'll be plumb certain I'm doing right. Sammy lowered her head and whispered in his ear. Are you sure this time, girl? Dead sure? Oh, I am sure that it seems as if I couldn't wait for him to come to me. I never felt this way before, never. The mountaineer drew his daughter into his arms and held her close as he said, I ain't afraid to do it now, girl. The young woman was so occupied of her own thoughts and emotions aroused by her father's question that she failed to note the ominous suggestion that lay under his words. So she entered gaily into his plans for her during the 2 days' absence. Jim would leave early in the morning, and Sammy was to stay with her friend, Mandy Ford, over on Jake Creek. Mr. Lane had arranged with Jed Holland to do the milking, and there would be no reason for the girl to return until the following evening, and she must promise that she would not come home before that time. Sammy promised laughingly. She and Mandy had not a good visit alone for weeks. When his daughter had said good night, Jim extinguished the light, and slipping the big gun inside his shirt, went to sit outside the cabin door with his pipe. An hour passed. Sammy was fast asleep, and still the man sat smoking. A half hour more went by. Suddenly the pipe was laid aside, and Jim's hand crept inside his shirt to find the butt of the revolver. His quick ear had caught the sound of a swiftly moving horse coming down the mountain. The horse stopped at the gate, and a low whistle came out of the darkness. Leaving his seat, Sammy's father crossed the yard, and, a moment later, the horse with its rider was going on again down the trail toward the valley below the distant river. Why, Daddy Jim? What is the matter? Nothing, girl. Nothing. Only you're so much like your mother, girl. She used to come just this way when I would be leaving. You're sure like her, and I'm sure glad. I'm glad you're like the old folks, too. Remember now, stay at Mandy's until tomorrow evening. Kiss me again, honey. Goodbye. He mounted hurriedly as he took her in his arms. Sammy was frightened at the sight of his face, so strange and white. Why, Daddy Jim, what is the matter? Nothing, girl, nothing. Only you're so much like your mother, girl. She used to come just this way when I'd be leaving. You're sure like her, and I'm glad. I'm glad you're like the old folks, too. Remember now, stay at Mandy's until tomorrow evening. Kiss me again, honey. Goodbye. He mounted hurriedly and rode away at a brisk gallop. Pulling up a moment at the edge of the timber, he turned in the saddle to wave his hand to the girl in the cabin door. Chapter 33. A Ride in the Night. Sammy arrived at the Ford homestead in time for dinner, and was joyfully received by her friend Mandy. But early in the afternoon, their pleasure was marred by a messenger from Long Creek on the other side of the river. Mrs. Ford's sister was very ill, and Mrs. Ford and Mandy must go at once. But Sammy can't stay here alone, protested the good woman. Mandy, you'll just have to stay. Indeed, she shall not, declared their guest. I can ride up the Jake Creek to the Forks and stay all night at Uncle Ike's. Brownie will make it easily in time for supper. You just get your things and start right away. You'd better hurry, too, put in Mr. Ford. There's a storm coming for long, and we've got to get across the river before it strikes. It'll be here with the horses by the time you get your bonnets on. He hurried away to the barn for his team, while the woman with Sammy's assistants made their simple preparation. As Mother Ford climbed into the big wagon, she said to Sammy, "It's awful lonely old trip for you, child. You must start right away, so to be sure to get there before it gets plumb dark," while Mr. Ford added as he started the team, "Your pony's already saddled, and if you hurry along, you can just about make it. Don't get caught and jakey in a big rain, whatever you do." "Don't worry about me," returned the girl. "Brownie and I could find the way in the dark." But her friends were gone. Sammy, womanlike, busied herself with setting the disordered house all right before she started on her journey. Watching the clouds, she told herself that there was plenty of time for her to reach the post office before the storm. It might not come that way at all, in fact. But the way up Jake Creek was wild and rough, and along the faint trail that twisted and wound like a slim serpent through the lonely wilderness, Brownie could make but slow time. As they followed the little path, the walls of the narrow valley grew steeper, more rocky and barren, and the road became more and more rough and difficult, until at last the valley narrowed to a mere rocky gorge, through which the creek ran tumbling and foaming on its way. It was quite late when Sammy reached the point near the head of the stream where the trail leads out of the canyon to the road and the ridge above. It was still a good 2 miles to the forks. As she passed the spring, a few big drops of rain came pattering down, and looking up, she saw, swaying and tossing in the wind, the trees that fringed the ledges above. She heard the roar of an oncoming storm. A short way up the side of the mountain at the foot of a great overhanging cliff, there is a narrow bench, and less than 100 feet from where the trail finds its way through a break in the rocky wall, there is a deep cave-like hollow. Sammy knew the spot well. It would afford excellent shelter. Pushing Brownie up the steep path, she reached this bench, when the rushing storm shut out the last of the light, and the hills shook with the deafening crush of thunder. Instinctively, the girl turned her pony's head from the trail and followed the cliff, reached the sheltered nook, just as the storm burst in all of its wild fury. The rain came down in torrents, the forest roared, and against the black sky and an almost continuous glare of lightning, the big trees tugged and strained in their wild rustle with the wind, while peal after peal of thunder, rolling, crashing, reverberating through the hills, added to the uproar. It was over in a little while. The wind passed, the thunder rumbled and growled in the distance, and the rain fell gently, but the sky was still lighted by red glare. Though it was so dark that Sammy could see the trees and rocks only by the lightning's flash, she was not frightened. She knew that Brownie would find the way easily, and as for the wedding, she would soon be laughing at that with her friends at the post office. But, as the girl was on the point of moving, a voice said, "It's a mighty good thing for us this old ledge happened to be here, ain't it?" It was a man's voice. And another replied, "Right you are, and it's a good thing, too, that this blow came early in the evening." The speakers were between Sammy and the trail. They had evidently sought shelter from the storm a few seconds after the girl had gained her position. In the wild uproar, she had not heard them, and as they crouched under the cliff, they were hidden by a projection of the rock, though now and then, when the lightning flashed, she could see a part of one of the horses. They might be neighbors and friends. They might be strangers, outlaws even. The young woman was too wise to move until she was sure. The first voice spoke again. "Jack got off in good time, did he?" "Got a good start," replied the other. "He ought to be back with the posse by 10 at the latest. I told him we'd meet him at 9 where this trail comes into the big road. And how far do you say it is to Jim Lane's place by the road at the old trail?" asked the first voice. At the man's words, a terrible fear gripped Sammy's heart. Posse. That could mean only one thing. Officers of the law. But her father's name and her home. An instant, Jim's strange companionship with Wash Gibbs, their long, mysterious rides together, her father's agitation that morning. When he said goodbye, with 1,000 other things rushed through her mind. What terrible thing was this that she had happened upon in the night? What horrible trap had they set for her daddy Jim? For the trap it was. It could be nothing else. At any risk, she must hear more. She had already lost the other man's reply. Calming herself, the girl listened eagerly for the next word. A match cracked. The light flared out, and a whiff of tobacco smoke came curling around the rock as one of the men said, "Are you sure there's no mistake about their meeting at Lane's tonight?" "Can't possibly be," came the answer. "I was lying in the bush right by the gate when the messenger got there, and I heard Jim give the order myself. Take it all the way through, unless we made a slip tonight, and it will be one of the prettiest cases I ever saw." "Yes," said the other, "but you mustn't forget it all hinges on whether or not that bank watchman was right in thinking he recognized Wash Gibbs." "The man couldn't be mistaken there," returned the other. "There is not another man in the country the size of Gibbs, except the 2 Matthews, and of course they're out of the question. Then look, Jim Lane was ready to move out because of the drought, when all at once, after being away several days in the very time of the robbery, he changes his mind, and stays with plenty of money to carry him through. And now here we are tonight, with that same old bawd-knobber gang, what's left of 'em, called together in the same old way by Jim himself, to meet in his cabin. Take my word for it, we'll bag the whole outfit, but the rest of the swag before morning. It's the surest fate. I'm glad that girl's away from home, though." Sammy had heard enough. As the full meaning of the officer's words came to her, she felt herself swaying dizzily in the saddle and clung blindly to the pony's mane for support. Then something in her brain kept beating out the words, "Ride, ride, ride." Never for an instant did Sammy doubt her father. It was all some horrible mistake. Her daddy Jim would explain it all. Of course he would, if she could only get home first. But the men were between her and the path that led to the road. Then all at once she remembered that young Matt had told her how Sake Creek Hollow headed in the pinery below the ridge along which they went from the Fall Creek to the forks. It might be that this bench at the foot of the ledge would lead to a way out. As quick as the girl slipped to the ground, and taking Brownie by the head began feeling her way along the narrow shelf. Dead leaves, tangled grass, and ferns, all wet and sodden, made a soft carpet so that the men behind the rock heard no sound. Now and then the lightning revealed a glimpse of the way for a short distance, but mostly she trusted blindly her pony's instinct. Several times she stumbled over the jagged fragments of rock that had fallen from above, cutting her hand and bruising her limbs cruelly. Once she was saved from falling over the cliff by the little horse's refusal to move. A moment later she stood in the darkness, and then the lightning showed a way past the dangerous point. After a time that seemed hours, she noticed that the ledge had become no higher than her head, and that a little further on the bench was lost in the general slope of the hill. She had reached the head of the hollow. A short climb up the side of the mountain, and pushing through the wet bushes, she found herself in the road. She had saved about 3 miles. It was still nearly 5 to her home. An instant later, the girl was in her saddle, and the brown pony was running his best. Sammy always looked back upon that ride in the darkness, and indeed upon all that happened that night, to a dream of horror. As she rode, that other night came back to her, the night she had ridden to save the shepherd, and she had lived over again that evening in the beautiful woods of young Matt. Oh, if he were only with her now! Unconsciously, at times, she called his name aloud and again, keeping time to the beat of her pony's feet. At other times she urged Brownie on, and the little horse, feeling the spirit of his mistress, answered with the best he had to give. With eager, outstretched head and wide nostrils, he ran as though he understood the need. How dark it was! At every bound they seemed plunging into a black wall. What if there should be a blown tree across the road? At the thought, she grew faint. She saw herself lying senseless, and her father carried away to prison. Then rallying, she held her seat carefully. She must make it as easy as possible for Brownie, dear little Brownie. How she strained her eyes to see into the black night. How she prayed to God to keep the little horse. Only once in a lifetime, it seemed to her, did the pony's iron shoes strike sparks of fire from the rocks, or the lightning gave her a quick glimpse of the road ahead. They must go faster, faster, faster. These men they should not have her Daddy Jim, not unless Brownie stumbled. Where the road leaves the ridge for Fall Creek Valley, Sammy never tightened the slack rein, and the pony never shortened his stride by so much as an inch. It was well that he was hill-bred, for none but a mountain horse could have kept his feet at such a terrific pace down the rocky slope. Down the valley road, past the mill, and over the creek they flew, then up the first rise of the ridge beyond. The brown pony was breathing hard now, and the girl encouraged him with loving words and endearing terms, pleading with him to go on, to go on, go on. At last they reached the top of the ridge. The way was easier now. Here and there, where the clouds were breaking, the stars looked through, but over the distant hills the lightning still played, showing which way the storm had gone, and against the sky, now showing but dimly under the ragged clouds and peeping stars, now that outlined clearly against the flashing light, she saw the round, treeless form of old Dewey above her home. Chapter 34. Jim Lane Keeps His Promise. Sammy, on her tired pony, approached the lookout on the shoulder of Dewey. As they drew near, a figure rose quickly from its place in the rock, and, running swiftly along the ledge, concealed itself in the clump of cedars above the trail on the southern side of the mountain. A moment later, the almost exhausted horse and his rider passed, and the figure, slipping from the ledge, followed them unobserved down the mountain. Nearing the house, Sammy began to wonder what she should do next. With all of her heart, the girl believed in her father's innocence. She did not know why those men were at her home, but she knew that the money that helped her father over the drought had come through the shepherd. The Matthews family, too, had been helped the same way. Surely Dad Howitt was incapable of any crime. It was all some terrible mistake, some trap from which her father must be saved. To help them escape the officers was quite a different matter. Leaving the trembling Brownie in a clump of bushes a little away from the clearing, the girl went forward on foot, and still behind her crept the figure that had followed from the lookout. Once the figure paused, as if undecided which course to pursue. Close by, 2 saddled horses that had carried their riders on many a long ride were tied to a tree a few feet from the corner of the barn. Sammy would have recognized these, but in her excitement she failed to notice them. At first the girl saw no light. Could it be that the officers were wrong? That there was no one at the cabin after all? Then a little penciled gleam set her heart throbbing wildly. Blankets were fastened over the windows. Sammy remembered that a few days before a bit of chinking had fallen from between the logs in the rear of the cabin. She had spoken to her father about it, but it was not likely that he had remembered to fix it. Cautiously, she passed around the house, and creeping up to the building, through the crevice between the logs, gained a clear view of the interior. Seated or lounging on chairs on the floor about the room were 11 men. One, the man who had been with Wash Gibbs at the mill, carried his arm in a sling. The girl outside could hear distinctly every word that was spoken. Wash himself was speaking. "Well, boys, we're all here. Let's get through and get away. Bring out the stuff, Jim. Mr. Lane went to one corner of the cabin and, pulling up a loose board of the flooring, drew out 2 heavy sacks. As he placed the bags on the table, the men all rose to their feet. "There it is, just as you give it to me," said Jim. "But before you go any further, men, I've got something to say." The company stirred uneasily, and all eyes turned to Jim to their big leader. While Sammy noticed for the first time that the table had been moved from its usual place and that her father had taken such a position that the corner of the cabin was directly behind him, with the table in front. For her life, the girl could not have moved. Slowly, Jim swept the group of scowling, wondering faces on the other side of the table. Then, in his slow, drawling speech, he said, "Most of you here was in the old organization. Tom and Ed and me knows how it started way back, for we was in it at the beginning. Wash here was the last man to join, for we was busted, and he was the youngest member too, being only a boy but big for his age. You remember how he was taken in on account of his daddy being killed by the government. Didn't nary one of us fellers that started it ever think the bald knobbers would get to be what they did. We began it as a kind of protection, times being wild then. But first we knowed some was a-using the order to protect themselves in all kinds of devilment, and things went on that way, 'cause nobody didn't dare say anything. For if they did, they were tried as traitors and sentenced to death. I ain't saying, boys, that I was any better than the lots of them, for I reckon I done my share. But when my girl's mother died, away down there in Texas, I promised her that I'd be a good daddy to my little one, and since then I've done the best I know. After things quieted down and I come back with my girl, Wash here got the old crowd, what was left of us, together and wanted to reorganize again. I told you then that I'd go in with you and stand by the old oath, so long as it was necessary to protect ourselves from them that might be trying to get even for what had been done, but that I would go no further. I don't mind telling you now, boys, though I reckon you know it, that I went in because I knowed what you'd do for me if I didn't. And I didn't dare risk leaving my girl all alone then. I've tended every meeting and done everything I've agreed, and there ain't a man here who can say I ain't." Some of the men nodded, and "That's so," and "You're right, Jim," came from 2 or 3. "You know, I voted against it, and tried to stop you when you hung old man Lewis. I thought then, and I think yet, that it was spite work, not protection. And you know how I was against going for the shepherd, and you went when I didn't know it. As for this here bank business, I didn't even know of it, till you give me the stuff here for me to keep for you. I had to take it, count of the oath. It's got to be like it was before. We come together first to keep each other posted and save ourselves if there was any call to. And little by little, you've been led into first one thing, then another, till you're every bit ingrained as bad as the old crowd was, and there ain't so many of you. And you've kept me in it 'cause I didn't dare leave my girl." Jim paused. There was an ominous silence in the room. With his eyes covering every scowling face in the company, Jim spoke again. "But things have changed for me right smart since our last meeting, when you give me the stuff to hold. You boys all know how I've kept Wash Gibbs away from my girl, and there ain't one of you that don't know I'm right, knowing him as we do. More'n 2 weeks ago, when I wasn't around, he insulted her, and he could have done worse if young Matt hadn't been there to take care of her. I called you here tonight, 'cause I know that after what happened at the mill, Wash and Bill will be having a meeting as soon as they could get around and voting you all to go against young Matt and his people. I'm gonna have my say first." Wash Gibbs reached stealthily for his weapon, but hesitated when he saw the dark-faced man noted his movement. Jim continued in his drawling tones, but his voice rang out cold and clear. "I ain't never been mealy-mouthed with no man, and I'm too old to begin now. I know the law of the order, and I reckon Gibbs there will try to have you keep it. You boys got to say whether you'll stand behind him or me. It looks like you was going to go with him, all right. Whether you do or don't, I don't aim to stay with nobody that stands such as Wash Gibbs. I'm going to side with decent folks who have stood by my girl, and you can do your damnedest. You take this stuff away from here. And as for you, Wash Gibbs, if you ever set foot on my place again, if you ever cross my path after tonight, I'll kill you like the measly yeller hound you are," he finished. Jim stood with his back to the corner of the room, with his hand inside the hickory shirt where the button was missing. While her father was speaking, Sammy forgot everything in the wild joy and pride of her heart. He was her daddy Jim, the man standing so calmly there before the wild company of men. Whatever the past had been, he had wiped it clean tonight. He belonged to her now, all to her. She looked towards Wash Gibbs. Then she remembered the posse, the officers of the law. They could not know what she knew. If her father was taken with the others and the stolen gold, he would be compelled to suffer with the rest. Yet if she called out to save him, she would save Wash Gibbs and his companions also, and they would menace her father's life day and night. The girl drew back from the window. She must think. What should she do? Even as she hesitated, a score of dark forms crept swiftly, silently towards the cabin. At the same moment, a figure left the side of the house near the girl, and, crouching low, ran to the two horses that were tied near the barn. Sammy was so dazed that for a moment she did not grasp the meaning of those swiftly moving forms. Then a figure, riding one horse and leading another, dashed away from the barn and across a corner of the clearing. The silence was broken by a pistol shot in the cabin. Like an echo came a shot from the yard, and a voice rang out, "Halt!" The figure reeled in the saddle as if to fall, but recovered and disappeared into the timber. The same instant there was a rush towards the house, a loud call to surrender, a woman's scream, and then came to Sammy, blessed, kindly darkness. Chapter 25. I will lift mine eyes unto the hills. When Sammy opened her eyes, she was on the bed in her own room. In the other room, someone was moving about, and the light from a lamp shone through the door. At first, the girl thought she had awakened from a night's sleep, and that it was her father whom she had heard. She would call presently and ask what he meant by getting up before daylight, and whether he thought to keep her from scolding him by trying to clean up what he had spilled before she should see it. She had had a bad dream of some kind, but she could not remember just what it was. It was very strange that something seemed to keep her from calling to her father just then. She would call presently. She must remember first what the dream was. She felt that she ought to get up and dress, but she did not somehow wish to move. She was strangely tired. It was her dream, she supposed. She discovered that she was already fully dressed, that her clothing was wet, muddy, and torn. And with this discovery, every incident of the night came vividly before her eyes. She hid her face. After a while, she tried to rise to her feet, but fell back weak and dizzy. Who was that in the other room? Could it be her father? Would he never finish scrubbing the floor in that corner? When she could bear the suspense no longer, she called in a voice that sounded weak and far away. "Daddy, oh Daddy." Instantly, the noise ceased. A step crossed the room, and the shepherd appeared in the doorway. Placing the lamp on a little stand, the old man drew a chair to the side of the bed and lay his hand upon her forehead, smoothing back the tangled hair. He spoke no word, but in his touch there was a world of tenderness. Sammy looked at him in wonder. Where had he come from? Why was he there at all? And in her room? She glanced uneasy about the apartment, and then back to the kind face of her old teacher. I don't think I understand. Never mind now, dear. Don't try to understand just yet. Aunt Molly will be here in a few minutes. Matt has gone for her. When she comes and you are a little bit stronger, we shall talk. The girl caught his hand. You won't leave me, Dad. You won't leave me alone. I'm afraid, Dad. I never was before. No, my child. I shall not leave you. But you must have something warm to drink. I have been preparing it. He stepped into the other room, soon returning with a steaming cup. When she had finished the strengthening draught, young Matt, with his mother and father, arrived. While helping the girl into clean, dry clothing, Aunt Molly spoke soothingly to her, as one would reassure a frightened child. But Sammy could hear only the three men moving back and forth in the other room, doing something and talking always in low tones. She did not speak, but in her brown eyes that never left the older woman's face was that wide, questioning look. When Mrs. Matthews had done what she could for the comfort of the girl, and the men had finished whatever they were doing in the other room, Sammy said, Aunt Molly, I want to know. I must know. Won't you tell Dad to come, please? Instinctively, she had turned to her teacher. When the shepherd came, she met him with the old familiar demand. Tell me everything, Dad. Everything. I want to be told all about it. You will be brave and strong, Sammy. Instantly, as ever, her quick mind grasped the meaning that lay back of the words, and her face grew deathly white. Then she answered, I will be strong and brave. But first, please open the window, Dad. He threw up the sash. It was morning. The mists were over the valley, but the mountain tops were bathed in light. Sammy arose and walked steadily to a chair by the open window. Looking out upon the beautiful scene, her face caught the light that was on the higher ground, and she said softly, I will lift mine eyes unto the hills. That's our word now, isn't it, Dad? I can share it with you now. Then the shepherd told her. Young Matt had been at the ranch of Mr. Howitt since early in the morning, and was taking his leave for the night when they heard horses stop at the corral and a voice calling. Upon their answering, the voice said, There is trouble at Jim Lane's. Take these horses, go quick. And then, as they had run from the house, the messenger retreated into the shadow of the bluff, saying, Never mind me. If you love Sammy, hurry. At this, they mounted and had ridden as fast as possible. The old man did not tell the girl that he had found his saddle wet and slippery, and that when he reached the light, his hands were red. They had found the officers ready to leave with their prisoners. All but two of the men were captured with their booty. Wash Gibbs alone escaping badly hurt, they thought, after killing one of the posse. When they had asked for Sammy, one of the officers told them that she was at Ford's over on Jake Creek, but another declared they had heard a woman scream as they were making the attack. Young Matt had found her unconscious on the ground behind the cabin. When the shepherd finished his brief account, the girl said, Tell me all, Dad. I want to know all. Did they take Daddy away? The old man's eyes were dim as he answered gently, No, dear girl, they did not take him away. Then Sammy knew why Dad had scrubbed the cabin floor and what the three men who talked so low had been doing in the other room. She made no outcry, only a moan as she looked away across the silent hills in the valley where the mists were slowly lifting slowly like the pale ghost of the starlight that was. Oh, Daddy, Daddy Jim, You sure kept your promise. You sure did. I'm glad. Glad they didn't get you, Daddy. They never would have believed what I know. Never. Never. But there were no tears, and the shepherd, seeing after a little, touched her hand. Everything is ready, dear. Would you like to go now? Not yet, Dad. I must tell you first how I came to be at home, and why I am glad, oh, so glad that I am here. But call the others, please. I want them all to know. When the three, who with their teacher loved her best, had come, Sammy told her story, repeating almost word for word what she had heard her father say to the men. When she had finished, she turned her face again to the open window. The mists were gone. The landscape lay bright in the sun, but Sammy could not see. It is much better, so much better as it is, my child, said the old scholar. You see, dear, they would have taken him away. Nothing could have saved him. It would have been a living death behind prison walls away from you. Yes, I know, Dad. I understand. It is better as it is. Now we will go to him, please. They led her into the other room. The floor in the corner of the cabin where the shepherd had washed it was still damp. Through it all, Sammy kept her old friend constantly by her side. It is easier, Dad, when you are near. Nor would she leave the house until it was all over, save to walk a little way with her teacher. Young Matt and his father made the coffin of rough boards, sawed at the mill, and from the country round about, the woods people came to the funeral, or as they called it in their simple way, the burying. The grave was made in a little glen not far from the house. When some of the neighbors would have brought a minister from the settlement, Sammy said no. Dad would say all that was necessary. So the shepherd, standing under the big trees, talked a little in his simple, kindly way, and spoke the words, earth to earth, dust to dust, ashes to ashes. As good, declared some, as any preacher on earth could have done it, though one or two held it weren't just right to put a body in the ground without a regular parson to preach the sermon. When the last word was spoken, and the neighbors had gone away over the mountains and through the woods to their homes, Aunt Molly, with her motherly arm about the girl, said, Come, honey, you're our girl now. As long as you stay in these hills, you shall stay with us. And old Matt added, You're the only daughter we've got, Sammy, and we want you a heap worse than you know. When Sammy told them that she was not going to the city to live, they cried in answer, Then you shall be your girl always. They took her home with them to the big log house on the ridge. For a week after that night at the Lane cabin, Pete was not seen. When at last he did appear, it was to the shepherd on the hill, and his voice and manner alarmed Dad. But the boy's only reply to Mr. Howitt's question was, Pete knows. Pete knows. Then, in his own way, he told something that sent the shepherd to young Matt, and the two followed the lad to the spot where the buzzards were flying low through the trees. By shreds of clothing and the weapons lying near, they knew the horrible thing from which they approached. Carrion birds flapped their wings in heavy flight. Was all that remained of the giant Wash Gibbs. Many facts were brought out at the trial of the outlaws, and it was made clear that Jim Lane had met his death at the hands of Wash Gibbs just at the beginning of the attack, and that Gibbs himself had been wounded a moment later by one of the attacking posse. Thus does justice live, even in the hills. Chapter 36. Another Stranger. Mr. Matthews and his son first heard of the stranger through Lou Gordon, the mill carrier, who stopped at the mill on his way to Flag with the week's mail. The native waited close to the shed and waited until the saw had shrieked its way through the log of oak, and the carriage had rattled back to first position. Then, with the dignity belonging to one of his station as a government official, he relieved his overcharged mouth of an astonishing quality tobacco and drawled, "Howdy, men." "Howdy, Lou," returned young Matt from the engine, and old Matt from the saw. "Reckon them boards is for a floor in Joe Gardner's new cabin." "Yes," returned old Matt. "We ought to got them done last week, but it seems like we couldn't get at 'em with the burying and all. 'Pears like you all getting mighty proud in this neighborhood. Puncham's floors used to be good enough for anybody to dance on. Be building a board houses next, I reckon." Mr. Matthews laughed. "Bring your logs over to Fall Creek when you get ready to build, Lou, and we'll sure do you right." The representative of the government recharged his mouth. "Lord, as how I would," he returned. "I ain't one of this here kind that don't want to see no changes. Government's all the time making improvements. Inspector lowered the last trip, we should be getting mail twice a week at the flag next summer, and this here sure bound to be a big country someday. Talking about newfangled things, though, men. I seed the blemdest sight last night that ever was in these woods, I reckon. I goonies, it was a plumb wonder." Kicking one foot from the wooden stirrup and hitching sideways in the saddle, he prepared for an effort. "Little feller he is. Ain't as tall as Preachin' Bill even. And fat. Hi, goonies, he's as fat as a possum in simmon time. He don't walk. He can't. Just naturally waddles on them little duck legs o' his'n. And he's got them prettiest little old face, and all red and white and round as a walnut, and fringe and the whitest hair you've ever seed. And clothes. Say, men." In the pause, the speaker deliberately relieved his overcharged mouth. The two in the mill waited breathlessly. Long tail coat, stovepipe hat, and crane with a gold head as big as a tater. "Oh, God, men. There ain't been airy such a sight within 1,000 miles of these hills ever. And doin's, my Lord Almighty." The thin form of the native doubled up as he broke into a laugh that echoed and re-echoed through the little valley, ending in a wild whoop-ee-say. "When he got out of the hack last night at the Forks, Uncle Ike, he caught sight of him and says he to me, 'By thunders, Lou, looky here, talk about prosperity. I dummed if there ain't old Santa Claus a-comin' to the Forks in the summertime. By thunders, what?' And when Santa come, he wanted, now, what do you reckon he wanted? Bath. Yes, sirree, Dad burned me if he didn't. A bath. Whoopee, you gotta have seen Uncle Ike. He told him, by dundas, he could give him a bite to eat and a place to sleep, and he'd be pizen, bit by rattlers, clawed by wildcats, chawed by the hogs, it by buzzards, and everlapped and damned before he had towed water enough for anyone to swim in. By dunders what? What was he doing here? Asked Mr. Matthews when the mountaineer had recovered from another explosion. Lou shook his head, and he straightened himself in the saddle. Blame me if I can tell. Just wouldn't tell it at all last night. He wanted a bath. Called Uncle Ike some newfangled kind of savage, and the old man lowed he'd show him. He'd sure have him persecuted for insulting a government servant with the inspector come around. Yes, he did. There was a doings at the Forks last night. Again, the mill carrier's laugh echoed through the woods. Well, I must be moseying it along. He weren't up this morning when I left. Reckon he'll show up around here sometime before sundown. Him and Uncle Ike won't hitch worth a cent, and he'll be hunting prouder folks. I done told the man he better herd him for a spell, for if he was to get loose in the woods, there wouldn't be nary deer or bear left come Thanksgiving time. Uncle Ike says, by thunders, he'd let me know that he weren't running no dummed asylum. He lowed he was the postmaster by thunders, and had all that he could do to keep the dad-burned government straight. Late that afternoon, Lou's prophecy was fulfilled. A wagon going down the creek with a load of supplies for the distillery stopped at the mill shed, and the stranger began climbing carefully down over the wheels. Bud Wilson on his high seat winked and nodded at Mr. Matthews and his son as though it were the greatest joke of the season. "Hold those horses, driver. Hold them tight. Tight, sir." "Got 'em, mister," responded Bud promptly. The mules stood with drooping heads and sleepy eyes, the lines under their feet. The gentleman was feeling carefully about the hub of the wheel with a foot that, stretched as he might, could not touch it by a good 6 inches. "That's right, man, right," he puffed. "Hold them tight, tight. Now start. Break a leg for sure." "Sure." Then what would Sarah and the girls do? "Oh, blast it all, where is that step? I can't stay here all day. Bring a ladder. Bring a high chair, a table, a box, look out, I say, look out. Blast it all, what do you mean?" This last was called forth by young Matt, lifting the little man bodily to the ground, as an ordinary man would lift a child. To look up at the young giant, the stranger tipped back his head until his shining silk hat was in danger of falling in the dirt. "Bless my soul, what a specimen! What a specimen!" Then, with a twinkle in his eyes, "Which one of the boys are you now, anyway?" At this, 3 mountaineers roared with laughter. With his dumpy figure in the long coat and his round face under the tall hat, the little man was irresistible. Fairly shone with good humor, his cheeks were polished like big red apples, his white hair had the luster of silver, his blue eyes twinkled, his silk hat glistened, his gold watch sparked, his patent leathers glistened, and the cane with the big gold head gleamed in the sunlight. "That's him, Doc," called the driver. "That's the feller that wallered Wash Gibbs like I was a-tellin' ye. Strongest man in the hills, he is. Dad burn me if I believe he knows how strong he is." Doc, Dad burned, Doc," muttered the stranger. "What would Sarah and the girls say?" He waddled to the wagon and reached up one fat hand with a $50 to Bud. "Here, driver, here. Get cigars with that. Cigars, mind you, or candy. I stay here. Mind you don't get anything to drink. Nothing to drink, I say." Bud gathered up the reins and woke the sleepy mules with a vigorous jerk. "Nary a drink, Doc, nary a drink." "Thank you kindly, all the same. Gotta mosey along the still now. Ought to have been there an hour ago. If I can do anything for you, just let me know. I live over on So Coon Gap when I'm at the home. Come over and visit with me. Young Matt there will guide you." As he watched the wagon down the valley, the stranger mused. Doc, huh? Quite sure that fellow will buy a drink. Quite sure." When the wagon had disappeared, he turned to Mr. Matthews and his son. "According to that fellow, I am not far from a sheep ranch kept by a Mr. Howitt. That is, Mr. Daniel Howitt. Fine-looking man, fine brown eyes, great voice. Gentleman, sir, gentleman. If he is keeping a sheep in this wilderness, blasted all just like him, just like him. Always keeping someone's sheep, born to be a shepherd, born to be. Know him." At the mention of Mr. Howitt's name, young Matt had looked at his father quickly. When the stranger paused, he answered, "Yes, sir, we know a Dad Howitt." "Is he a friend of yourn?" Dad Howitt. Doc and Dad. Well, what would Sarah and the girls say?" "Friend of mine? Young man, Daniel and David. I am David. Daniel and David lay on the same blanket when they were babies. Same alley, schooled together, the same classes, college together, next door neighbors. Know him. Blast it all, where is this sheep place?" Again, the two woodsmen exchanged glances. The elder Matthews spoke. "It ain't so far from here, sir. The ranch belongs to me and my son. But Mr. Howitt will be out on the hill somewhere with the sheep now. You better go home with us and have supper, and the boy will take you down this evening." "Well now, that's kind, sir, very kind indeed. Man at the post office is a savage, sir, plastered old incorrigible savage. My name is Coughlin, Dr. David Coughlin of Chicago, practicing physician for 40 years. Don't do anything now. Not much. That is, Sarah and the girls won't let me. Your name, sir? Grant Matthews. My boy there has the same. We're mighty glad to meet any friend of Dad's. I can tell you, he's sure been a God's blessing to this neighborhood. Soon they started homeward, young Matt going ahead to do the chores and to tell his mother of their coming guest, while Mr. Matthews followed more slowly with the doctor. Shortening his stride to conform to the slow pace of the smaller man, the mountaineer told his guest about the shepherd, how he had come to them, of his life, and how he had won the hearts of the people. When he told how Mr. Howitt had educated Sammy, buying her books himself from his meager wages, the doctor interrupted in his quick way. Just like him. Always giving away everything he earned. Making others give, too. Blast it all. He's cost me thousands of dollars. Treating patients of his that never paid a cent. Not a cent, sir. Proud, though. Proud as Lucifer. Fine old family. Finest in the country, sir. Right to be proud, right be. Old Matt scowled as he returned coldly. You sure don't seem that way to us, mister. He's as common as an old shoe. And then the mountaineer told how his son loved the shepherd and tried to explain what the old scholar's friendship had meant to them. The stranger ejaculated, Same old thing, same old trick. Did me that way, does everyone that way. Same old Daniel. Proud, though, can't help it. The big man answered with still more warmth. You ought to hear how he talks to us folks when we have meetings at the Cove Schoolhouse. He's as good as any preacher you've ever heard, except that he don't put on as much, maybe. Why, sir, when we buried Jim Lane week before last, everybody lowered he had done as well as a regular parson. At this, Dr. Coughlin stopped short and leaned against a convenient tree for support, looking up at his big host with a merriment he could not hide. Parson! Daniel Howitt talk as good as a parson. Blast it all, Dan is one of the biggest DDs in the United States, as good as a parson. I should think so. Why, man, he's my pastor, biggest church, greatest crowds in the city. Well, what would Sarah and the girls say? He stood there, gasping and shaking with laughter until old Matt, finding the ridiculous side of his situation, joined in with a gruffian that fairly drowned the sound of the little man's merriment. When they finally moved on again, the doctor said, And you never knew. The papers were always full, always. His real name is... Stop. Old Matt spoke so sudden and in such a tone that the other jumped in alarm. I ain't meaning no harm, Doc, but you oughtn't to tell his name. And anyway, I don't want to know. Preacher or no preacher, he's a man, he is, and that's what counts in this here country. If Dad wanted us to know about himself, I reckon he would have told us, and I don't want to hear it until he's ready. The doctor stopped short again. Right, sir, right. Daniel has his reasons, of course. I forgot. That savage at the post office tried to interrogate me, tried to draw me. I was close, on guard, you see. Fellow in the wagon tried, still on guard. You caught me. Blast it all, I like you. Fine specimen, that boy of yours, fine. When they reached the top of the ridge, the stranger looked over the hills with exclamations of delight. Grand, sir, grand. Wish Sarah and the girls could see. Don't wonder Daniel stayed. That hollow down there, you say. Way down there? Mutton Hollow? Daniel lives there. Blast it all, come on, man, come on. As they drew near the house, Pete came slowly up the old trail to meet them at the gate. Chapter 37. Old Friends. After supper, young Matt guided the stranger down the trail to the sheep ranch in Mutton Hollow. When they reached the edge of the clearing, the mountaineer stopped. Yonder's the cabin, sir, and Dad is there. As you can see by the smoke, I don't reckon you'll need me any more now, and I'll go back. We'll be mighty glad to see you on the ridge any time, sir. Any friends of Dad is mighty welcome in this neighborhood. Thank you. Very thoughtful indeed. Fine spirit indeed. I shall see you again when Daniel and I have had it out. Blast it all, what is he doing here? Good night, young man, good night. He started forward impetuously. Matt turned back towards the home. The dog barked as Mr. Coughlin approached the cabin, and the shepherd came to the open door. He had been washing the supper dishes. His coat was off, his shirt was open at the throat, and his sleeves rolled above his elbows. "Here, Brave." The deep voice rolled across the little clearing, and the dog ran the stand by his master's side. Then, as Mr. Howitt took in the unmistakable figure of the little physician, he put out a hand to steady himself. "Oh, it's me, Daniel, it's me. Caught you, didn't I? Blast it all. Might have known I would. Bound to, Daniel. Been at it ever since I lost you. Visiting in Kansas City last week with my old friends, the Stewarts. Young fellow there, Ollie, put me right. First part of your name, description, voice, and all that. Knew it was you. Knew it. Didn't tell him, though. Blast if reporters go wild. Didn't tell a soul. Not a soul. Sarah and the girls think I'm in Kansas City or Denver. Didn't tell him old man Matthews either. Came near. Though very near. Blast it all. What does it mean? What does it all mean?" In his excitement, the little man spoke rapidly as he hurried towards the shepherd. When he reached the cabin, the two friends, so different, yet so alike, clasped hands. As soon as the old shepherd could speak, he said, David, to think that this is really you. You of all men, you whom I most needed." "Huh," grunted the other. "Looks like you never needed me less. Look fit for anything, 10 years younger, every bit of 10 years. Blast it, what have you done to yourself? What have you done?" He looked curiously at the tan face and rude dress of his friend. "Bless my soul, what a change, what a change. Told Matthews you were an aristocrat. He wouldn't believe it. Don't wonder, doubt it myself now." The other smiled at the doctor's amazement. "I suppose I have changed some, David. The hills have done it. Look at them." He pointed to the encircling mountains. "See how calm and strong they are, how they lift near their heads above the gloom. They are my friends and companions, David, and they have given me their calmness and strength a little. But come in, you must be very tired. How did you come?" The doctor followed him into the cabin. "Railroad, hack, wagon, walked, post office last night. Man in there is a savage, blasted, incorrigible savage. Mill this afternoon. Home with your friends on the ridge. An old man is a gentleman, sir, if God ever made one. His boys like him. The mother, she's a real mother, made to be a mother, couldn't help it. And that young man with the boy's name, bless my soul. I never saw such a creature before, Daniel, never. If I had, blast it all, I wouldn't be bossed by Sarah and the girls, I wouldn't. See that young man and woman what God meant men and women to be. Told them they ought to marry, that they owed it to the race. You know my ideas, Daniel, think they will." The shepherd laughed, a laugh that was good to hear. "What's the matter now, Daniel? What's the matter? Have I said anything wrong again? Blast it all, you know how I always do the wrong thing, have I?" "No, indeed, David, you are exactly right," returned Mr. Howitt. "But tell me, did you see no one else at the house? There is another member of the family." The doctor nodded. "I saw him. Pete, you mean? Looked him over. Mr. Matthews asked me to. Sad case, very sad. Hopeless, absolutely hopeless, Daniel." "Pete has not seemed as well as usual lately. I fear so much night wandering is not good for the boy," returned the other slowly. "But tell me, how are Sarah and the girls? Still looking after Mr. Davy, I suppose?" "Just the same, haven't changed a bit, not a bit. Jenny looks after my socks and handkerchiefs. Mary looks after my shirts and linen. Anna looks after my ties and shoes. Sue looks after my hats and coats, and Kate looks after the things I eat. And Sarah looks after everything and everyone always the same. Blast it all, if they'd give me a show, I'd be as good as ever. Good as ever, Daniel. What can a man do? What can a man do with only a sister and her 5 old maid daughters looking after him all morning until night? From morning till night, Daniel. Tell them that I am a full-grown man. Don't do no good. No good at all. Blast it all, poor old things. Just gotta mother something. Got to, Daniel. While he was speaking, his eyes were dancing from one object to another in the shepherd's rude drawing, turning for frequent, quick glances at the dad himself. You live here, you. You ought not to, Daniel, you ought not. What would Sarah and the girls say? Blast it all, what do you mean by it? I ordered you away on a vacation. You disappear. They think you're dead. Row in the papers. Mystery. I hate mystery. Blast it all, what does it mean? What does it all mean? Not fair to me, Daniel, not fair. By this time, the little man had worked himself up to an astonishing pitch of excitement. His eyes snapped. His words came like pistol shots. His ejaculations were genuine explosions. He tapped with his feet, rapped with his cane, shook his finger, and fidgeted in his chair. We want you back, Daniel. I want you. Church will want you when they know. Looking for a preacher right now. I come after you, Daniel, blast it all, and I'll tell Sarah and the girls that they'll come after you too. Chicago will go wild when they know that Daniel Howitt Stop! The doctor bounced out of his chair. The shepherd was trembling, and his voice shook with emotion. Forgive me, David, but that name must never be spoken again. Never. My son is dead. And that name died with him. It must be forgotten. The physician noted his friend's agitation and amazement. There, Daniel, I didn't mean to. Thought it didn't matter when we were alone. I blast it all. Tell me, Daniel, what do you mean by this strange business, this very strange business? A look of mingled affection, regret, and pain came into the shepherd's face as he replied, Let me tell you the story, David, and you will understand. When he had finished, Mr. Howitt asked gently, Have I not done right, David? The boy is gone. It was hard, going as he did, but I am glad now, for old Matt would have killed him, and he would have killed me yet if he knew. Thank God, we have not also made the father a murderer. Did I not say rightly that the old name died with Howard? Have I not done well to stay on this spot and give my life to this people? Quite right, Daniel, quite right. You always are. It's me that goes wrong, blundering, bumping, smashing into things. Blast it all, I don't know what to say. But blast it all. The hour was late when the 2 men finally retired for the night. Long after his heavy, regular breathing announced that the doctor was sleeping soundly, the shepherd lay wide awake, keenly sensitive to every sound that stirred in the forest. Once he arose from his bed and, stepping softly, left the cabin to stand under the stars, his face lifted to the dark summit of Old Dewey and the hills that rimmed the hollow. And once, when the first light of day came over the ridges, he went to the bunk where his friend lay, to look thoughtfully down upon the sleeping man. Breakfast was nearly ready when Dr. Coughlin awoke. The physician saw at once by the worn and haggard look on his friend's face that his had been a sleepless night. It was as though all the pain and trouble of the old days had returned. The little doctor muttered angrily to himself while the shepherd was gone to the spring for water. Blast it all, I'm a fool, a meddlesome old fool. Ought to have let well enough alone. No need to drag him back into it all again. No need. Do no good at all. When the morning meal was finished, Mr. Howard said, David, will you think me rude if I leave you alone today? The city pavement fits one but poorly to walk these hills of mine, and you are too tired after your trip and the loss of your regular sleep to go with me this morning. Stay at the ranch and rest. If you care to read, here are a few of your favorites. You mind very much. I should like to be alone today, David. Right, Daniel, right, I understand. Don't say another word, not a word. Go on ahead. I'm stiff and sore anyways, just suit me. The shepherd arranged everything for his friend's comfort, putting things in readiness for his noonday meal, and showing him the spring. Taking his own lunch, as his custom was, he went to the corral and released the sheep. The doctor watched until the last of the flock was gone, and he could no longer hear the tinkle of the bells and the bark of the dog. Chapter 38. I Ain't Nobody No More. With the coming of the evening, the shepherd returned to his guest. Dr. Coughlin heard first the bells and the leaders of the flock, and the barking of the dog coming nearer and nearer through the woods. Soon the sheep appeared trooping out of the twilight shadows into the clearing. Then came Brave, followed by his master. The countenance of the old scholar bore again the look of calm strength and peace that had marked it before the coming of his friend. Have you had a good rest, David? Or has your day been long and tiresome? I fear it was not kind of me to leave you alone in the wilderness. The doctor told him how he had passed the time, reading, sleeping, and roaming about the clearing in the nearby woods. And you, he said, looking the other over with a professional eye, look like a new man, Daniel. How do you do it? Some secret spring of youth in the wilderness. Last of all, wish you would show me. Fool Sarah and the girls, fool them sure. Have you forgotten the prescription you gave me when you ordered me from the city? You took it, remember, from one of our favorite volumes. The shepherd bared his head and repeated, If thou art worn and hard beset with sorrows that thou wouldst forget, if thou wouldst read a lesson that will keep thy heart from fainting and thy soul from sleep, go to the woods and hills, no tears, dim the sweet look that nature wears. David, I never understood until the past months why the master was so often withdrew alone into the wilderness. There is not only food and medicine for one's body, there is also healing for the heart and strength for the soul in nature. One gets very close to God, David, in these temples of God's own building. Mr. Coughlin studied his old friend curiously. Change. Remarkable change in you. Remarkable. Never said a thing like that in all your life before, never. The shepherd smiled. It's your prescription, doctor, he said. They retired early that evening, for the physician declared that his friend must need the rest. Talk tomorrow, he said. All day, nothing else to do. He promptly enforced his decision by retiring to his old bunk, leaving the shepherd to follow his example. But not until the doctor was sure that his friend was sleeping soundly did he permit himself to sink into unconsciousness. It was just past midnight when the shepherd was aroused by the doctor striking a match to light the lamp. As he awoke, he heard Pete's voice. Where's Dad? Pete wants Dad. Dr. Coughlin, thinking it some strange freak of the boy's disordered brain and not wishing to break his friend's much-needed rest, was trying in low tones to persuade the boy to wait until morning. What does Pete want? Asked the shepherd, entering the room. Pete wants Dad. Dad and the other man. They must sure go with Pete right quick. Go where with Pete? Who told Pete to come for Dad? Asked Mr. Howitt. He told Pete. Right now, he said, and Pete, he come. Course I come with him. Dad must go and the other man too, 'cause he said so. In sickness or in trouble of any kind, the people for miles around had long since come to depend on the shepherd of Mutton Hollow. The old man turned now to the doctor. Someone needs me, David. We must go with the boy. But Daniel, blast it all, the boy's not responsible. Where will he take us? Where do you want us to go, boy? Not me. Nobody can't go nowhere, can they? You go with Pete, mister. Yes, go with Pete, but where will Pete take us? Persisted the doctor. Pete knows. Now look at that, Daniel. Look at that. Blast it all. We ought not to go, not in the night this way. What would Sarah and the girls say? Notwithstanding his protest, the doctor was ready even before the shepherd. Take a gun, Daniel. Take a gun at least, he said. The other hesitated, then asked, Does Pete want Dad to take a gun? The youth, who stood in the doorway waiting impatiently, shook his head and laughed. No, nothing can get Dad where Pete goes. God, he's there just like Dad says. It's all right, David, said the shepherd with conviction. Pete knows. It is safe to trust him tonight. And the boy echoed as he started forward. It's all right, mister. Pete knows. I wish you had your medicine case, though, David, added Mr. Howitt, as they followed the boy into the night. Got one, Daniel. Got one? Always have a pocket case. Habit. Pete led the way down the road and straight to the old cabin ruined below the corral. Though the stars were hidden behind clouds, it was a little light in the clearing, but in the timber under the shadow of the bluff, it was very dark. Two men were soon bewildered and stood still. Which way, Pete? Said the shepherd. There was no answer. Where's Pete? Tell Pete to come here, said Mr. Howitt again. Still there was no reply. Their guide seemed to have been swallowed up in the blackness. They listened for a sound. This is strange, mused the shepherd. A grunt of disgust came from the doctor. Crazy, man, crazy. There's the three of us. Which way's the house? Blast it all, what would... A spot of light gleamed under the bush not 50 feet away. Come on, Dad, come on, Pete's ready. They were standing close to the old cabin near the bluff, in a narrow space between the log wall of the house and the cliff. Pete stood with a lighted lantern. The far end of the passage was completely hidden by a projection of the rock. The overhanging roof touched the ledge above, while the opening near the men was concealed by the heavy growth of ferns and vines and the thick branches of a low cedar. Even in the daylight, the place would have escaped anything but a most careful search. Dropping to his knees and to one hand, the shepherd pushed aside the screens of vines and branches with the other, and then, on all fours, crawled into the narrow passage. The doctor followed. They found their guide crouching in a small opening in the wall of a rock. Mr. Howitt uttered an exclamation. The lost cave. Old Man Dewey. The boy laughed. Pete knows. Come on, Dad. Come on, other man. Ain't nothing can get you here. He scrambled ahead of them into the low tunnel. Some 20 feet from the entrance, the passage turned sharply to the left and opened suddenly into a hallway along which the shepherd could easily walk erect. Pete went briskly forward on one very familiar ground, his lantern lighting up the way clearly for his two companions. For some distance, their course dipped downward at a gentle angle, while the ceiling and sides dripped with moisture. Soon they heard the sound of running water, and entered a wider room, saw sparkling in the lantern's light a stream that came from under the rocky wall, crossed their path, and disappeared under the other wall of the chamber. Lost Creek, ejaculated the shepherd as he picked his way over the stream and on the big stones. And the boy answered, Pete knows. Pete knows. From the bank of the creek, the path climbed strongly upward. The footing grew firmer, and the walls and ceiling drier. As they went on, the passage, too, grew wider and higher, until they found themselves in a large underground hallway that echoed loudly as they walked. Overhead, pure white stalactites and frost-like formations glittered in the light, and the walls were broken by dark nooks and shelf-like ledges with here and there openings leading to who could tell where. At the farther end of this hallway, where the ceiling was the highest, the guide paused at the foot of a ledge against which rested a rude ladder. The shepherd spoke again. Dewey bald? He asked. Pete nodded and began to climb the ladder. Another room, and another ledge, then a long, narrow passage, the ceiling of which was so high that it was beyond the lantern light, then a series of ledges, and they saw that they were climbing from shelf to shelf, one side of an underground cannon. Following along the edge of the chasm, the doctor pushed a stone over the brink, and they heard it go bouncing from ledge to ledge into the dark heart of the mountain. No bottom, Daniel. Blast it all, no bottom to it. What would Sarah and the girls say? They climbed one more ladder and then turned from the cannon into another great chamber, the largest they had entered. The floor was perfectly dry. The air, too, was dry and pure. And from what seemed to be the opposite side of a huge cavern, a light gleamed like a red eye in the darkness. They were evidently nearing the end of their journey. Drawing closer, they found that the light came from the window of a small cabin built partly out of rock and partly of logs. Instinctively, the two men stopped. Pete said in a low tone, as one would speak in a sacred passage, "He is there. Come on, Dad. Come on, other man. Don't be scared." Still, the boy's companions hesitated. Mr. Howard asked, "Who, boy? Who is there? Do you know who it is?" No, not me. Nobody can know nothing, can they?" "Hopeless case, Daniel, hopeless. Too bad," muttered the physician, laying his hand upon his friend's shoulder. The shepherd tried again. "Who does Pete say it is?" "Oh, Pete says it's him, just him." "But who does Pete say he is?" suggested Dr. Coughlin. Again, the boy's voice lowered to a whisper. "Sometimes Pete says it must be God, 'cause he's so good. Dad says God is good and that he takes care of folks, and he sure does that. 'Twas him that scared Wash Gibbs and his crowd that night, and he sent the gold to you, Dad. God's gold it was. He's got heaps of it. He killed that panther, too, when he was going to fight young Matt. Pete knows. You see, Dad, when Pete it is with him, I ain't nobody no more. I'm just Pete then, and Pete is me. Funny, ain't it? But he says that's the way it is, and he sure knows." The two friends listened with breathless interest. "And what does Pete call him?" asked the doctor. "Pete calls him Father, like Dad calls God. And he talks to God, too, like Dad does. Do you reckon God will talk to God, mister?" With a cry, the shepherd reeled. The doctor caught him. "Strong, Daniel, strong." Pete drew away from the two men in alarm. The old scholar's agitation was pitiful. David, tell me, what is this thing? Can it be my boy, Howard, my son? Can it be? My God, David, what am I saying? He is dead, I tell you. Can the dead come back from the grave, David?" He broke from his friend and ran staggeringly towards the cabin, but at the door he stopped again. It was as if he longed yet feared to enter, and the doctor and the boy came to his side. Without ceremony, Pete pushed open the door. The room was furnished with a cupboard, table, and small cook stove. It was evidently a living room. Though a curtain opening at the right, a light shone from another apartment, and a voice called, "Is that you, Pete?" A look of pride came into the face of the lad. "That's me," he whispered. "I'm Pete here, and Pete is me, and it's always that way with him." Aloud, he said, "Yes, Father, it's Pete and Dad and another man." As he spoke, he drew aside the curtain. For an instant, the two men paused on the threshold. The room was small and nearly bare of furniture. In the full glare of the lamp, so shaded as to throw the rest of the room in deep shadow, hung a painting that seemed to fill the rude chamber with its beauty. It was the picture of a young woman standing by a spring of water, a cup brimming full in her outstretched hand. On a bed in the shadow, facing the picture, lay a man. A voice faltered, "Father, Dr. Coughlin." Chapter 39. A Matter of Hours. Father, can you forgive me?" The man on his knees raised his head. Forgive you, my son. Forgive you. My dear boy, there has never been in my heart a thought but of love and sympathy. Pain there has been, I can't deny, but it has helped me to know what you have suffered. I understand it now, my boy. I understand it all, for I, too, have felt it. But when I first knew, even beneath all the hurt, I was glad. Glad to know, I mean. It is a father's right to suffer for his child, my son. It hurt most when the secret stood between us, and I could not enter into your life. But I understand that, too. I understand why you could not tell me. I, too, came away because I was not strong enough. I thought it'd be easier for you to never know, said the son as he lay on the bed. I am sorry now, and I am glad that you know. But I must tell you about it all the same. I must tell myself, you see, so that it will be all clear and straight when I go. He turned his eyes to the picture on the wall. When you go. Howard laid a hand upon the gray head. Poor father, yes, I am going. It was an accident, but it was a kindness. It will be much better this way, only I'm sorry for you, father. I thought I could save you all of this. I intended to slip away quietly without your ever knowing, but when Pete said that Dr. Coughlin was here, I could not go without... The little doctor came forward. I am a fool, Howard. An old fool. Blast it all, no business to go poking into this, no business at all. Daniel would have sent if he had wanted me. Ought to have known. Old native can give me lessons on being a gentleman every time. Blast it all. What's wrong, Howard? Get hurt? Now I am here, I might as well be useful. Indeed, doctor, you did right to come. You will be such a help to father. You will sure help us both, just as you have always done. Will you excuse us, father, while Dr. Coughlin looks at this thing here at my side? The physician arranged the light so it shone full upon the man on the bed, then carefully removed the bandages from an ugly wound in the artist's side. Dr. Coughlin looked very grave. When did this happen, Howard? I can't tell exactly. You see, I thought at first I could get along with Pete to help, and I did for a week, I guess. Then things didn't go so well. Some fever, I think, for she came. She came. He turned his eyes towards the picture again, and I lost track of all time. It was the night of the 18th. Father will know. 2 weeks, muttered the physician. A low exclamation came from the shepherd. It was you. You who brought the horses to the ranch that night? The artist smiled grimly. It's all right, though. The old scholar instinctively lifted his hands and looked at them. He remembered the saddle, wet with blood. Making a careful examination, the doctor asked more questions. When he had finished and had skillfully replaced the bandages, the wounded man asked, What about it, Dr. Coughlin? The kind-hearted physician jerked out a volley of scientific words and phrases that meant nothing, and busied himself with his medicine case. When his patient had taken the medicine, the doctor watched him for a few minutes, and then asked, Feel stronger, Howard? The artist nodded. Tell me the truth now, doctor. I know that I am going, but how long have I? Wait a minute first. Where's Pete? Come here, my boy. The lad drew nearer. Father. Dr. Howitt seated himself on the bedside. You'll be strong, father. We are ready now, Dr. Coughlin. Yes. Tell us now, David, said the shepherd. His voice was steady. The physician spoke. Matter of hours, I'd say. 24, perhaps, not more. There is no possible chance, David, asked the shepherd. Again, the little doctor took refuge behind a broadside of scientific terms before replying, "No, no possible chance." A groan slipped the gray-bearded lips of the father. The artist turned to the picture and smiled. Pete looked wonderingly from face to face. "Poor father," said the artist. "One more thing, doctor. Can you keep up my strength for a while?" Reasonably well, Howard. I am so glad of that because there is so much to do before I go. There is so much that must be done first, and I want both of you to help me. Chapter 40. The Shepherd's Mission. During the latter part of that night and most of the day it rained. A fine, slow, quiet rain, with no wind to shake the wet from burden leaf or blade. But when the old shepherd left the cave by a narrow opening on the side of the mountain near Sammy's lookout, the sky was clear. The mist rolled heavily over the valley, but the last of the sunlight was warm on the knobs and ridges. The old man paused behind the rock and bushes that concealed the mouth of the underground passage. Not 100 feet below was the old trail. He followed the little path with his eye until it vanished around the shoulder of Dewey. Along that way he had come up into the hills. Then, lifting his eyes to the faraway lanes of the darker blue, his mind looked over the ridge to the world that is on the other side, the world from which he had fled. It all seemed very small and mean now. It was so far away. He started as the sharp ring of a horse's iron shoe on the flint rocks came from behind the lookout. Safely hidden, he saw a neighbor round the hill and pass on his way to the store on the rerockha. He watched as a horse and rider followed the old trail around the rim of the hollow, watched until they passed from sight in the belt of timber. Then his eyes were fixed on a fine thread of smoke that curled above the trees on the Matthews place, and, leaving the shelter of rock and bush, he walked along the old trail towards the big log house on the distant ridge. Below him, on his left, Mutton Hollow lay submerged in the drifting mist, with only a faint light breaking now and then where the Lost Creek made its way. And on the other side, Compton Ridge lifted like a wooded shore from the sea. A black spot in the red west shaped itself into a crow, making his way on easy wing toward a dead tree on the top of Boulder Bald. The old shepherd walked wearily. Now the familiar objects wore a strange look. It was as though he saw them for the first time, yet he had seen them somewhere before, perhaps in another world. As he went, his face was the face of one crushed by shame and grief, made desperate by his suffering. Supper was just over, and young Matt was on the porch when Mr. Howitt entered the gate. The young fellow greeted his old friend and called back into the house. "Here's Dad, Father." As Mr. Matthews came out, Aunt Molly and Sammy appeared in the doorway. How like it all was to that other evening. The mountaineer and the shepherd sat on the front porch, while young Matt brought the big sorrel and the brown pony to the gate, and with Sammy rode away. They were going to the post office at the Forks. "Ain't had no news for a week," said Aunt Molly, as she brought her chair to join the two men. "And besides, Sammy needs the ride. There's going to be a moon, and it'll be light by the time they start home." The sound of the horses' feet and the voices of the young people died away in the great woods. Dusk thickened in the valley below, and as the light in the west went out, the three friends saw the clump of pines etched black and sharp against the blood-red background of the sky. Old Matt spoke. "Reckon everything's all right at the ranch, Dad. How's the little doctor? You ought to have brung him up with you." He watched the shepherd's face curiously from under his heavy brows as he pulled at his cob pipe. "Tired out trampling over these hills, I reckon," ventured Aunt Molly. Mr. Howitt tried to answer with some commonplace, but his friends could not but note his confusion. Mrs. Matthews continued, "I guess you'll be leaving us pretty soon now." Well, I ain't blaming you, and you've sure been a God's blessing to us here in the woods. I don't reckon we've much alongside the fine fringe you've got back where you came from in the city, and we can't do nothing for you, but the good soul could say no more. We've often wondered, sir, added old Matt, how you stood it here, an educated man like you. I reckon, though, there's something deep under it all, keeping you up, something that ignorant folks with no education like us can't understand. The old scholar could have cried aloud, but he was forced to sit dumb while the other continued. Your going won't make no difference, though, with what you've done. This neighborhood won't never go back to what it was before you come. It can't, with all you've taught us. And with Sammy staying here to keep it up, it'll be mighty hard, though, to have you go. Sure will, Mr. Howitt. Looking up, the shepherd said quietly, I expect to live here until the end if you will let me. But I fear you will not want me to stay when you know what I've come to tell you this evening. The mountaineer straightened his huge form as he returned. Dad, there ain't nothing on earth or hell that could change what we think of you. And we don't want to hear nothing about you that you don't like to tell us. We ain't a-caring what sent you to the hills. We're taking you for what you are, and there ain't nothing can change that. Not even if it should be the grave under the pine yonder, the other asked in a low voice. Old Matt looked at him in a half-frightened way, as though, without knowing why, he feared what the shepherd would say next. Mr. Howitt felt the look and hesitated. He was like one in a desperate mission in the heart of an enemy's country, feeling this way. Was the strong man's passion really tame? Or was his fury only sleeping, waiting to destroy the one who should wake it? Who could tell? The old scholar looked away at the dewy bald for strength. Mr. Matthews, he said, you once told me a story. It was here on this porch when I first came to you. It was a sad tale of a great crime. Tonight, I know the other side of that story. I've come to tell you. At the strange words, Aunt Molly's face turned white as her apron. Old Matt grasped the arms of his chair, as if he would crush the wood. He said shortly, Go on. At the tone of his voice, the old shepherd's heart sank. Chapter 41. The Other Side of the Story. With a prayer in his heart for the boy who lay dying in that strange underground chamber, the artist's father began. It is the story, Mr. Matthews, of a man and his only son, and the last of their family. With them will perish, has perished, in one of the oldest and proudest names in our country. From his childhood, this man was taught the honored traditions of his people, and thus trained in pride of ancestry, grew up to believe that the supreme things of life are what his kind called education, refinement, and culture. In his hollow egotism, he came to measure all life by the standards of his people. It was in keeping with this that the man should enter the pulpit of the church of his ancestors, and it was due very largely, no doubt, to the same ancestral influence that he became what the world calls a successful minister of the gospel. But Christianity to him was but little more than culture, and his place in the church merely an opportunity to add to the honor of his name. And soon after leaving the cemetery, he married. The crowning moment of his life was when his firstborn boy was laid in his arms. The second child was a girl. There were no more. For 10 years before her death, the wife was an invalid. The little girl, too, was never strong enough, and 6 months after they buried the mother, the daughter was laid beside her. You, sir, can understand how the father lavished every care upon his son. The first offspring of the parents' love, the sole survivor of his home, and the last to bear the name of a family centuries old. He was the only hope of the proud man's ambition. The boy was a beautiful child, a delicate, sensitive soul in a body of uncommon physical grace and strength, and the proud father loved to think of him as the flower of long ages of culture and refinement. The minister himself jealously educated his son, and the two grew to be friends, sir, constant companions. This also you will understand, you and your boy. But with all this, the young man did not follow his father in choosing his profession. He became an artist. Old Matt started from his seat, and Molly uttered an exclamation, but the shepherd, without pausing, continued. When his schooling was completed, the boy came into the Ozarks one summer to spend the season painting. The man had expected to go with his son. For months they had planned the trip together, but at last something prevented, and the father could not go. No, he could not go. The speaker's voice broke. The big mountaineer was breathing hard. Aunt Molly was crying. Presently, Mr. Howitt went on. When the young artist returned to his father, among many sketches of the mountains, he brought one painting that received instant recognition. The people stood before it in crowds when it was exhibited in the art gallery. The papers were extravagant in their praise. The artist became famous, and wealthy patrons came to his studio to sit for their portraits. The picture was of a beautiful girl standing by a spring, holding out a dripping cup of water. At this, a wild oath burst from the giant. Springing to his feet, he started towards the speaker. Aunt Molly screamed, Grant, oh Grant, think what Dad has done for us. The mountaineer paused. Mr. Matthews, said the shepherd in trembling tones, for my sake, will you not hear me to the end? For my sake. The big man dropped back heavily into his chair. Go on, he said, but his voice was as the growl of a beast. The boy loved your girl, Mr. Matthews. It was as though he had left his soul in the hills. Night and day he heard her calling. The more his work was praised, the more his friends talked of honors and planned his future, the keener was his suffering. And most of all, there was the shadow that had come between him and his father, breaking the old comradeship and causing them to shun one another, though the father never knew why. Poor boy grew morose and despondent, giving away at times the spells of the deepest depression. He tried to lose himself in his work. He fled abroad and lived alone. It seemed a blight had fallen on his soul. The world called him mad, and many times he planned to take his life, but always the hope of meeting her again stopped him. At last, he returned to his country, determined to see her at any cost, and if possible, gain her forgiveness and his father's consent to their marriage. He came into the hills, only to find that the mother of his child had died of a broken heart. Then came the end. The artist disappeared, leaving a long, pitiful letter saying that before the word reached his father, he would be dead. The most careful investigation brought nothing but convincing evidence that the unhappy boy had taken his own life. The artist knew that it would be 1,000 times easier for the proud man to think of his son dead than for him to know the truth. And he was right, Mr. Matthews. He was right. I cannot tell you of the man's suffering, but he had found a little comfort in the reflection of that extraordinary praise of his son's work had added to the honor of the family. For the young lad's death was held by all to be the result of a disordered mind. There was not a whisper of wrongdoing. His life, they said, was without reproach, and even his sad mental condition was held to be evident of his great genius. The minister was weak, sir. He knew something of the intelligent side of his religion and the history of his church, but he knew little, very little, of the God that could sustain him in such a trial. He was shamefully weak. He tried to run away from his trouble, and because the newspapers had made him so much of his work as a preacher, and because of his son's fame, he gave only the first part of his name, thinking thus to get away from it all for a season. But God was to teach the proud man of culture in religious forms a great lesson, and to that end directed his steps. He was led here, sir, to your home, and you told him the story of his son's crime. The shepherd paused. A hoarse whisper came from the giant in the chair. You, Dad, your name is... The other threw out his hand, as if to guard himself, and shrank back. Hush, oh hush. I have no name but the name by which you knew me. The man who bore that name is dead. In all of his pride of intellect and position, he died. Your prayers for vengeance were answered, sir. You killed him. Killed him as truly as if you had plunged a knife into his heart, and you did well. Aunt Molly moaned. Is that all? Growled the mountaineer. All? God, no. I must go on. I must tell you how the man you killed stayed in the hills and was born again. There was nothing else for him to do but stay in the hills. With the shame and horror of his boy's disgrace on his heart, he could not go back to the city, his friends and his church, to the old life. He knew that he could not hope to deceive them. He was not skilled in hiding things. Every kind word in praise of himself or in praise of his son would have been keenest torture. He was a coward. He dared not go back. His secret would have driven him mad, and he would have ended it all as his son had done. His only hope for peace was to stay here, on the very spot where the wrong was done, and to do what little he could do to atone for the crime. At first it was terrible. The long, lonely nights with no human friend near, weight of shame. Memories, the lonely wind, always the wind in the trees. Her voice, Pete said, calling for him to come. God, sir, I wonder the man did not die under his punishment. But God is good, Mr. Matthews. God is good and merciful. Every day, out on the range with the sheep, the man felt the spirit of the hills, and little by little their strength and their peace entered into his life. The minister learned here, sir, what he had not learned in all of his theological studies. He learned to know God, the God of these mountains. The hills taught him, and they came at last to stand between him and the trouble from which he had fled. The nights were no longer weary and long. He was never alone. The voices in the wilderness became friendly voices, for he learned their speech, and the poor girl ceased to call in the wailing wind. Then Dr. Coughlin came, and again the shepherd stopped. He could not go on. The light was gone from the sky, and he felt the blackness of the night. But against the stars he could see the crown of the mountain where his son lay. When he had gathered strength, he continued by saying simply, Dr. Coughlin came, and last night we learned that my son was not dead but living. Again that growl like the growl of a wild beast came from the mountaineer. Silently, Mr. Howitt prayed. Go on, came the command in hoarse tones. In halting, broken words, the shepherd faltered through the rest of his story as he told how, while using the cabin under the cliff as a studio, the artist had discovered the passage to the old Dewey cave. How, since his supposed death, He had spent the summers at the scene of his former happiness, how he had met his son roaming the hills at night and had been able to have the boy with him much of the time, and how he had been wounded the night Jim Lane was killed, and finally, how Pete had led them to his bedside. He is dying yonder. Dr. Coughlin is with him, and Pete is there too. I came for you. He is calling for you. I came to tell you. All that a man may suffer here, he has suffered, sir. Your prayer has been doubly answered, Mr. Matthews. Both the father and son are dead. The old name is perished from the face of the earth. For Christ's dear sake, forgive my boy and let him go. For my sake, sir, I cannot bear no more. Who but he that looketh upon the heart of a man could know that the battle was fought in the soul of the giant of the hills? He uttered no sound. He sat in his seat, as if made of stone, save once, when he walked off to the end of the porch to stand with clenched hands and passion-shaken frame, facing the dark clump of pines on the hill. Slowly, the moon climbed over the ridge and lighted the scene. The mountaineer returned to his chair. All at once he raised his head and, leaning forward, looked long and earnestly at the old shepherd, where he sat, crouching like a convict awaiting sentence. From down the mill road came voices and the sound of horses' feet. Old Matt started, turning his head a moment to listen. The horses stopped at the lower gate. "The children," said Aunt Molly softly. "The children, Grant. Oh, Grant, Sammy and her boy." Then the shepherd felt a heavy hand on his shoulder, and a voice that had in it something new and strange said, "Dad, my brother, Daniel, I ain't got no education, and I don't rightly know how to say it, but Daniel, what these hills have been to you, you have been to me. It's sure God's way, Daniel. Let's go to the boy." Chapter 42. The Way of the Lower Trail. "Fix the light as it was, please. That's it. Thank you, Doctor. How beautiful she is. How beautiful." He seemed to gather strength and look carefully into the face of each member of the little group about the bed: the shepherd, old Matt, Aunt Molly, Pete, and the physician. Then he turned his eyes back to the painting, to the watchers. The girl in the picture, holding her brimming cup, seemed to smile back again. I loved her. I loved her. She was my natural mate, my other self. I belonged to her. She to me. I can't tell you of that summer. We were together, alone in the hills, the beautiful hills, away from the shame and ugliness of the world that men have made. Beauty and inspiration of it all I put into my pictures, and I knew because of that they were good. I knew that they would win a place for me, and they did. Most of all, I put it there. He pointed to the painting on the wall. The crowd saw it and felt it and did not know what it was, but I knew. I knew all the time. I knew, if that short summer could have been lengthened into years, what might have I not done? Oh God, that men can be so blind. So blind. For a time he laid exhausted, his face still turned towards the picture, but with eyes closed, as if though he dreamed. Then suddenly he started up again, raising himself on his elbows, his eyes open wide, and on his face a look of wandering gladness. They drew nearer. Do you hear? She is calling. She is calling again. Yes, sweetheart. Yes, dear, I am. Then old Matt and Aunt Molly led the shepherd from the room. And this way runs the trail that follows the lower level, where those who travel, as they go, look always over their shoulders with eyes of dread, and the gloom shadows gather long before the day is done. Chapter 43. Poor Pete. They buried the artist in the cave as he had directed, close under the wall and the ledge above the cannon, with no stone or mark of any sort to fix the place. The old mine which he had discovered was reached by one of the side passages far below in the depth of the mountain. The grave would never be disturbed. For 2 weeks longer, Dr. Coughlin stayed with his friend, out on the hills with them all day, helping him to cook their meals at the ranch or sitting on the porch at the Matthews place when the day was gone. When the time finally came that he must go, the little physician said, as he grasped the shepherd's hand, "You're doing just right, Daniel, just right. Always did, always did. Blast it all, I would stay too, but what would Sarah and the girls do? I'll come again next spring, Daniel, sure, if I'm alive. Don't worry, no one will know. Blast it all, I don't like it to leave you, Daniel. I don't like it at all. But you are right. Right, Daniel." The old scholar stood in the doorway of his cabin to watch the wagon as it disappeared into the forest. He heard it rattle across the creek below the ruined cabin under the bluff. He waited until from away up on Compton Ridge the sound of wheels came to him on the breeze that slipped down the mountainside. Still he waited, listening, until there were only the voices of the forest and the bleating of the sheep in the corral. Slipping a book in his pocket and taking a luncheon for himself and Pete, he opened the corral gate and followed his flock to the hills. All that summer, Pete was the shepherd's constant companion. At first, he seemed not to understand. Frequently, he would start off suddenly for the cave, only to return after a time, with that look of trouble upon his delicate face. Mr. Howitt tried to help the boy, and he appeared gradually to realize in part. Once he started his old friend by saying quietly, "Where are you going, Dad?" "Going where? Where does Pete think Dad is going?" The boy was laying on his back on the grassy hillside watching the clouds. He pointed upward. "There, where he went, up in the White Hills. Pete knows." The other looked long at the lad before answering quietly, "Dad does not know when he will go, but he is ready any time now." "Pete says better not wait long, Dad, because Pete, he's going, and of course when he goes, I've got to go along. Do you reckon Dad can see Pete when he's up there in them White Hills? Some folks used to laugh at Pete when he told about the White Hills, the flower things, the sky things, and the moonlight things that play in the mist. And once a fellow called Pete a fool, and young Matt, he whipped him awful. But folks wasn't really ready to blame, 'cause they couldn't see him, and that's what he said. And he knew, 'cause he could see him too. But Aunt Molly and Uncle Matt and all you, they don't never laugh. They just say Pete knows. But they couldn't see the flower things, the tree things neither. Only he could see." The summer passed, and when the blue-gray haze took on the purple touch and all the woods and hills were dressed with cloth of gold, Pete went from the world in which he had never really belonged, nor had been at home. Mr. Howitt, writing to Dr. Coughlin of the boy's death, said, "Here and there among men, there are those who pause in their hurried rush to listen to the call of a life that is more real. How often have we seen them, David, jostled and ridiculed by their fellows, pushed aside and forgotten, incompetent or unworthy. He who sees and hears too much is cursed for a dreamer, a fanatic, or a fool. By the mad mob who, having eyes, see not, ears and hear not, and refuse to understand. We build temples and churches, but will not worship in them. We hire spiritual advisors, but refuse to heed them. We buy Bibles, but we will not read them. Believing in God, we do not fear him. Acknowledging Christ, we neither follow nor obey him. Only when we can no longer strive in the battle for earthly honors or material wealth do we turn to the unseen but more enduring things of life, and, with ears deafened by the dim of selfish war and cruel violence, and eyes blinded by the glare of passing pomp and folly, we strive to hear and see the things we have so long refused to consider. Pete knew of a world unseen by us, and we, therefore, fancied ourselves wiser than he. The wind in the pines, the rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the brook, the growl of the thunder, and the voices of the night were all understood and answered by him. The flowers, the trees, the rocks, the hills, the clouds were to him not lifeless things, but living friends, who laughed and wept with him as he was gay or sorrowful. Poor Pete, we said. Was he, in truth, David, poorer or richer than we? They laid the boy beside his mother under the pines on the hills, the pines that showed so dark against the sky when the sun was down behind the ridge. And over his bed the wild vines lovingly wove a clover field of softest green, while all his woodland friends gathered around his couch. Forest and hill and flower and cloud sang the songs he loved. All day the sunlight laid its wealth in bars of gold at his feet, and at night the moonlight things and the shadow things came out to play. Summer and autumn slipped away. The winter passed. Spring came, with all the wonder of the resurrection of flower and leaf and blade. So peace and quiet came again into the shepherd's life. When no answer to his letter was received, and the doctor did not return as he had promised, the old man knew that the last link connecting him with the world was broken. Chapter 44. The Trail on the Sunlit Hill. When young Matt first knew that Sammy had sent Ollie back to the city with no promise to follow, he took to the woods and returned only after miles of trampling over the wildest, roughest part of the country. The big fellow said no word, but on his face was a look that his father understood, and the old mountaineer felt his own blood move more quickly at the sight. But when Sammy with her books was fully established in the Matthews home, and young Matt seemed always, as the weeks went by, to find her reading things that he could not understand, he was made to realize more fully of what her studies with the shepherd meant. He came to feel that she had already crossed the threshold into the world where Mr. Howitt lived, and, thinking that himself could never enter, he grew lonely and afraid. With the quickness that was so marked in her character, Sammy grasped the meaning of his trouble almost before young Matt himself knew fully what it was. Then the girl, with much care and tact, set about helping him to see the truths which the shepherd had revealed to her. All through the summer and fall, when the day's work was done or on a Sunday afternoon, they were together, and gradually the woods and the hills, with all the wild life that is in them, began to have for the young man a new meaning. Or rather, he learned little by little to read the message that lay on their open pages. First a word here and there, then sentences, then paragraphs, and soon he was reading alone as he trampled the hills for a stray stock or worked in the mountain field. The idle days of winter and the long evenings were spent in reading aloud from the books that had come to mean the most to her. So she led him on slowly, along the way that her teacher had pointed out to her, but always as they went, he saw her going before, far ahead, and he knew that in the things that all men call education, he could never really hope to stand by her side. But he was beginning to ask, Are there not things, after all, that lie deeper in life than these? Often he would go out to his old friend in the hollow with some thought, and the shepherd, seeing how it was, would smile as he helped the lad on his way. The scholar looked forward with confidence to the time when young Matt would discover for himself, as Sammy had found for herself, that the only common ground whereupon men and women may meet in safety is the ground of their manhood and womanhood. And it was so. On that spring morning, when the young giant felt the red life throbbing strongly in his great limbs as he followed his team to and fro across the field. And in his voice, as he shouted to his horses at the end of the furrow, there was something under the words, something of a longing, something also of a challenge. Sammy was going to spend the day with her friends on Jake Creek. She had not been to see Mandy since the night of her father's death. As she went, she stopped at the lower end of the field to shout a merry word to the man with the plow, and it was some time later when the big fellow again started his team. The challenge in his voice had grown bolder. Sammy returned that afternoon in time for the evening meal, and Aunt Molly thought, as the girl came up the walk, that the young woman had never looked so beautiful. "Why, honey," she said, "you're just a-bubbling over with life. Your cheeks are as rosy, your eyes are as sparkling, you're as fairly shining all over. Your ride sure done you good." The young woman replied with a hug that made her admirer gasp. "La, child, you're still strong as a young panther. You walk like a little one, too, so kind of strong, easy-like." The girl laughed. "I hope I don't impress everyone that way, Aunt Polly. I don't believe I want to be like a panther. I'd rather be like what, child?" "Like you. Just like you. The best, the very best woman in the whole world, because you've got the best and biggest heart." She looked back over her shoulder laughing as she ran into the house. When young Matt came in from the field, Sammy went out to the barn while he unharnessed his team. "Are you very tired tonight?" she asked. The big fellow smiled. "Tired? Me tired? Where do you want me to go? Haven't you ridden enough today? I think you should be tired yourself." "Tired? Me tired," said the girl. "I don't want to ride. I want to walk. It's such a lovely evening and there's going to be a moon. I have been thinking all day that I would like to walk over home after supper, if you cared to go." That night, the work within the house and the chores about the barn were finished in a remarkably short time. The young man and woman started down the old trail like two schoolchildren, while the father and mother sat on the porch and heard their voices die away on the mountainside below. The girl went first along the little path, moving with that light, sure step that belongs only to perfect health, the health of the woods and hills. The man followed, walking with the same sure, easy step, strength and power revealed in every movement of his body. Two splendid creatures they were, masterpieces of the Creator's handiwork, made by Him who created man, male and female, and bade them domination over every living thing that moveth upon the earth, kings by divine right. In the belt of timber, where the trail to the ranch branches off, they met the shepherd on his way to the house for an evening visit. The old man paused long enough to greet them and pushed on up the hill, for he saw by their faces the time was come. Sammy had grown very quiet when they rounded the shoulder of the Dewey, and they went in silence down to the cabin on the southern slope of the mountain. The girl asked young Matt to wait for her at the gate, and going to the house, she entered alone. A short time she remained in the familiar rooms, then, slipping out through the rear door, ran through the woods to the little glen back of the house. Dropping beside the mound, she buried her face in the cool glass as she whispered, "Oh, Daddy, Daddy Jim, I wish you were here tonight. This night means so much to me. Do you know how happy I am, Daddy? Do you know, I wonder?" The twilight deepened. "I must go now, Daddy. I must go to him. You told me you would trust me anywhere with him. He is waiting for me now, but I wish, oh, I wish that you were here tonight, Daddy Jim." Quickly, she made her way back to the cabin, passed through the house, and rejoined young Matt. The two returned silently up the mountainside to the higher levels where the light still lingered, though the sun was down. At the lookout, they stopped. "We'll wait for the moon here," she said, and so seated on a big rock, they watched the last of the evening go out from the west. From the forest depth and mountainside came the myriad of voices of nature's chorus, blending softly in the evening hymn and rising clear above the low-breathed tones. Yet in perfect harmony came a whip-poor-will's plaintive call floating from the darkness below, the sweet cooing of a wood dove in a tree on the ridge, and the chirping of a cricket in a nearby crevice of the ledge. Like shadowy spirits, the bats flitted here and there in gathering gloom. The two on the mountain's shoulder felt themselves alone in it all, above all, yet still a part of it all. Then the moon looked over the mountain behind them, turning Mutton Hollow into a wondrous sea of misty light, out of which higher hills lifted their heads like fairy islands. The girl spoke. "Come, Matt, we must go now. Help me down." He slipped from his seat and stood beside the rock with uplifted arms. Sammy leaned forward and placed her hands upon his shoulders. He felt her breath upon his forehead. The next instant, he held her close. So they went home along the trail that nobody knows how old, and the narrow path that was made by those who walked one before the other, they found wide enough for two. Dad Howitt, returning to the ranch, saw them coming so in the moonlight, and slipped aside from the path into the deeper shadows. As they passed, the old shepherd, scholar, and poet stood with bowed, uncovered head. When they were gone and their low voices were no longer heard, he said aloud, "What God hath joined, what God hath joined." In this way runs the trail that lies along the higher, sunlit hills, where those who journey see afar, and the light lingers even when the day is done. Chapter 45. Some years later. A wandering artist, searching for new fields, found his way into the Ozark country. One day, as he painted in the hills, a flock of sheep came over the ridge through a low gap and worked slowly along the mountainside. A few moments later, the worker at the easel lifted his eyes from the canvas to find himself regarded by an old man in the dress of a native. "Hello, uncle, fine day," said the artist shortly, his eyes again upon his picture. "The God of these hills gives us many such, young sir, and all of his days are good." The painter's hand paused between palette and canvas, and his face was turned towards the speaker in wonder. Every word was perfect in accent of the highest culture, and in the deep musical tone of the voice was remarkable in one with the speaker's snowy hair and beard. The young man arose to his feet. "I beg your pardon, sir, I thought—" He hesitated, as he again took in the rude dress of the other. The brown eyes, under their white shaggy brows, lighted with good nature. "You mean, young sir, that you did not think. 'Tis the privilege of youth. Make the most of it. Very soon old age will rob you of your freedom and force you to think, whether you will or no. Your greeting under the circumstance is surely excusable. It is I who should beg pardon, for I have interrupted your study, and I have no excuse. Neither my youth nor my occupation will plead for me." The charm of his voice and manner was irresistible. The painter stepped forward with outstretched hand. "Indeed, sir, I am delighted to meet you. I'm here for the summer from Chicago. My camp is over there." The other grasped the offered hand cordially. "I am Daniel Howitt, young sir, from the sheep ranch in Mutton Hollow. Dad Howitt, the people call me. So you see, you were not far wrong when you hailed me uncle. Uncle and Dad are sure close kin, as Preachin' Bill would say." Both men laughed, and the painter offered his folding easel chair. "Thank you, no. Here is a couch to which I am more accustomed. I will rest here, if you please." The old man stretched himself upon the grassy slope. "Do you like my hills?" he asked. "But I am sure you do," he added, as his eyes dwelt fondly over the landscape. "Are you the owner of this land, then? I was wondering who—" "No, no, young sir," the old man interrupted, laughing again. "Others pay the taxes. These hills belong to me only as they belong to all who have grace to love them. They will give you a great treasure, that you may again to others, who have not your good strength to escape from the things that men make and do in the restless world over there. One of your noble craft could scarcely fail to find the good things God has written on this page of his great book. Your brothers need the truths that you will read here, unless the world has greatly changed." "You are not a native of this country?" "I was a native of that world yonder, young sir. Before your day, they knew me, but long since they have forgotten. When I died there, I was born again in these mountains. And so," he finished with a smile, "I am, as you see, a native. It is long now since I met one from beyond the ridges. I will not likely meet another." "I wonder that others have not discovered the real beauty of the Ozarks," remarked the painter. The old shepherd answered softly, "One did." Rising to his feet and pointing to the Warwick Valley, he said, "Before many years a railroad will find its way yonder. Then many will come, and the beautiful hills that have been my strength and peace will become the haunt of careless idlers and a place of reverie. I am glad that I shall not be here, but I must not keep you longer from your duties. I shall see you again, shall I not?" The painter was loath to let him go. "More often than will be good for your picture, I fear. You must work hard, young sir, while the book of God is still open, and God's message is easily read. When the outside world comes, men will turn the page, and you may lose the place." After that, they met often, and one day the old man led the artist to where a big house looked down upon a ridge-encircled valley. Though built of logs without, the house within was finished and furnished in excellent taste. To his surprise, the painter found one room lined with shelves, and upon the shelves the best things that men had written for their fellows. In another room was a piano. The floors were covered with rugs, draperies, and hangings softened the atmosphere, and the walls were hung with pictures, not many, but good and true. Pictures that had the power over those who looked upon them. Then the largest painting hung in the library and was veiled. "My daughter, Mrs. Matthews," said the old shepherd, as he presented the stranger to the mistress of the house. In all of his search for beauty, never had the artist looked upon such a form in such a face. It was a marvelous blending of the physical and the intellectual and spiritual. A firm step was heard in the porch. "My husband," said the lady, and the stranger rose to greet the woman's mate. The children of this father and mother were like them, or, as the visitor afterwards said in his extravagant way, like young gods for beauty and strength. The next summer, the painter went again to the Ozarks. Even as he was greeted by the strong master of the hills and his charming wife, there fell upon his ears a dull report of a distant cannon, then another, and another. They led him across the yard, and there to the north, on the other side of the Rerockha, men were tearing up the mountain to make way for the railroad. As they looked, another blast sent the rocks flying, while the sound rolled and echoed through the peaceful hills. The artist turned to his friends with questioning eyes. "Mr. Howitt said he would come. Is he well?" Mrs. Matthews answered softly, "Dad left us while the surveyors were at work. He sleeps yonder." She pointed the dewy bald. Then they went into the library, where the large picture was unveiled. When the artist saw it, he exclaimed, Matt Howard's lost masterpiece. Where did you find it? It was Father Howard's request that I tell you the story, Sammy replied. And then she told the artist a part of which I have set down here. The end. Thank you so much for listening. I really appreciate it. I really hope that you have enjoyed it. I don't know if this is your first time hearing it or the 20th time, but for me, this story really encapsulates how beautiful the world untouched by man is, and how something so beautiful is hidden by something so ugly, which is kind of a theme in some of my works as well. But yeah, this story, it's one of my favorites. It has its issues. There's certainly not enough cows. That's really the big issue with it for me. And maybe the manhood and womanhood views of 1907 might be a little bit outdated. But the themes of community and redemption and like the power of nature, just to me, are just kind of beautiful. If you've enjoyed listening to this, please share it with others who might find it as meaningful. Your support and feedback are always valuable, so definitely let me know what you think, and let me know what I should read next. I'm working on some original things, but I'm going to take my time on that until it's ready. So until next time, cow watchers, good luck looking for cows out there.